Welcome back to the North American Strikers League. My name is Vaughn with an official microphone, and I'm joined by two enemies turned lovers, turned back to enemies. Joining me on the desk, it's a goalie-only cast. Even our producer in the back, it's myself, joined by the Fool, long name, addended for now, and Soren. So today we're going to take you on a bit of a magical journey Bard style, and we're going to do a little bit of a fun content before we get into why these two specific players are here. So without a moment's hesitation, I'd like us all to begin by doing something near and dear to my heart as an educator. Yes, we are going to play the North American Strikers League Kahoot. So make sure that you have an open browser source or phone ready and sign up. Only the first 50 people can make it because I have to pay for this, and I'm not paying more than the bronze difficulty level. So go ahead and join. Code is 621-1326. If you get a perfect score, you get a special prize. However, if you were involved in the testing of this, you are ineligible, so you know who you are. So go ahead and join up. While we're waiting,
say the code again.
621-1326. Now, while we're waiting, I'd like to ask my two guest members, have you guys dabbled in Kahoot before?
Oh, I love
Of course,
Kahoot.
I am in school currently. Of course,
I'm a Gen Zer, bro. I grew up. That was like the best day in class playing Kahoot. Like everyone is so excited for that.
That's facts. I'm going to wait until we get the full lobby filled up. We have 50 slots. I'll give another 60 seconds. But in case anyone's curious, this will be a range of questions from easy to medium to very, very difficult. And it spans all kinds of player interests. So even if you haven't been in nasl before or even watched nasl, there's a chance for you to get some of these questions right. It looks like we're getting close to about 30 people. We'll leave it open for just a little bit more because it's an early round to it. But before I get started, what kind of questions do you guys think you're about to be asked in this Kahoot today?
Probably like how many butterflies Era has around her body, or how many bandages Juliet has on her body. Like the last Jeopardy you guys did seasons ago. Yeah.
Yo, that was not me. That was Goomy. Let's be clear. That was not me. Okay, this is my creation. This is actually nasl related. Okay, not the thing where it said well, our banana tree is real, and then it's actually no, they're bushes.
Really?
So, yeah. Fun fact: the guy running the stream got first place in that Kahoot. I got third. Beast mode. I think Lucas got second. Shout out EU. So. All right, I'm going to put 10 seconds on the clock, and then we're getting started.
They don't grow on trees?
9, 8,
Gordon is finding out revelations
7,
today.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, 1.5, 0.5. Super small. Last second. I'll wait until I see one more person join, and then we'll start. Oh, there it. Wait, Jack Limestone, you already joined. Whatever. Start it up, Saya. Let's get this show on the road. I want teams to be able to start on time. Here we go.
The question of the matter is, am I going to be able to read the questions?
I will read them out loud.
Oh,
here we go. Goodness. First question on the docket. Multiple choice. How many players have been on a starting roster in NAST, NASA, and nasl? They have to have started in all three leagues. Is it 8, 3, 6, or 5? You have 10 seconds left on the clock. How many players have started in every single league in the NAS pipeline? Time's up.
Booked.
It's 8. If you are curious, those players are Zack Smack, Corpse Control, Weeb, Carmine, Corpse Control, Weeb, Rats, Tempo Melon, whatever she did, FF. What is that? I forgot. I'll keep going. The Fool, A, Name Chaotic, Wee, and Twisty. Those are the 8. So, there you go. Moving along. Those are the 8. Congratulations to Soren.
Woo.
First place. Let's move on. Question number 2, multiple choice. Among nasl 7 starters, how many more are from nasl 1 East compared to nasl 1 West? How many more nasl 1 East Season 1 players remain compared to nasl West in current day nasl? Go ahead and answer. 8 seconds left on the clock. How many more nasl East starters remain? aka the better league. Time's up. 0 was the answer. If you're curious who those starters were in East, the only ones remaining after retirements last season are me, Bells, Joker, and Leo Leon. And in the West, it's Streak. No. Oh, wait, sorry. It's Leo Leon. I fucked it. Sorry. East, it's 4. West is 3Z, Grimella, Gumi, Kainub. It's 4 and 4. Okay, almost biffed that one. Sorry, fellas. It's 4 and 4. Moving on. In first place now is still Soren. Congratulations, Soren. Only 8 starters remain from NASA 1, so shout out to longevity, baby. All right, from least to most. Order the teams from least to most. Number of times they played the map Demon Deus last season. Least to most. Least at the top. Order these teams. Order these teams from least to most. Do not pull a tempo melon. You have 5 seconds left. There's only one answer. I kept it short.
Right.
I kept it short because I want teams to start on time. Demons Raw played it once.
Really?
RTF played it twice. PPL played it 3 times and then lost every game and banned it for the rest of the season. And Hungry Like Nephew played it 5 times.
Wait, who got it right?
Shout out Demon Deus. Yeah, wait, one person got that right. Who was it? Who got that right? Shout out whoever got that right. One person did. Next question, please. Guys, I'm being honest. These are fast. How many nasl starters, former, present, or future, has Ratman Rob beaten in an organized tournament setting? 7, 3, 0, or 4? Shout out Westy Draft League and some other tournaments. If you're a Ratman Rob ball knower, he's actually shared this stat someone recently. 7 seconds on the clock. Our beloved video man, may he one day make one more content and bless us. And also shout out to him helping. It's 7. The players he's beaten are Killmonk, Fiery, Fudgy Waffles, Twisty, Wee, Drew, and Gumi twice. He wanted to make sure that I included that he's beaten Gumi twice. Moving along, let's see how our podium's shaking up as we're about halfway through. New first place, NXZD by a mile, which is funny, which means he's only gotten 2 of them, if I'm doing my math right. So, cheers to NX. Let's move on. Next question coming up. It's another multiple choice, but you can pick more than one. Who is the coolest team in the North American Strikers League? Is it Sad Boys, Hungry Like Nephew, Dog Like Spike, or Demons Raw? Go ahead and answer on your devices now. Who is the coolest team in the North American Strikers League?
Is this current season?
I have a feeling I know the answer. Partially correct.
If you answered anything but Demons Raw, you are correct. Bum-ass team. Noobs. Good job. All right, moving right along. Looks like 13 people do not know ball. Shout out to Snake, now in first place after correctly answering that question. Good job, Snake. Keep it up. Let's move right along. Next question, please. I think next one we've got a multiple choice. Oh, a puzzle. From least to most. Characters banned number of times in nasl 6. Least to most. Juno, X, Zen, Estelle. 15 seconds on the clock. Least to most. Juno, X, Zentaro, Estelle.
Right.
No.
Right.
Oh my god, someone got it right? Okay, for context, who was banned most? Juno, 20 times. Zentaro, 11 times.
Really?
Estelle, 6 times. And X,
Bro, my
0
chart
times.
is reverse order.
Zentaro is getting. That's crazy. I don't think that
I
happened.
told you it's least to most, like 50,000 times. I say it every time. It's in the question and I say it.
No. I know. I thought it was reverse, you know? It's like...
I get
No,
it.
me too.
All
I
right,
don't think
moving.
so.
X had 0 bans last season. How many CCL
X
players have
ban.
started in nasl? Shout out to my desk. Is it 12? Is it 7?
Wow.
Is it 10? Or is it 9? How many collegiate core strike league players? Shout out to my boy Dylan Surplus and all the other TOs. How many of those have started in nasl?
That's hard.
The easier league.
Oh no.
The answer is 12. There's been a crazy amount of people starting in the North American Strikers League that played in CCL. Those answers are Leo Leon, Streak, Snake, 3Z, Grimella, Mirimeg, Soren, Katsuna, Dropletto, Weston, Nikki Minlin, and The Fool. Boom. Moving right along. Next question. In first place, no movement in our top 5. Excellent. Let's move it along. All right, for this one, if we've got any Rainbolt fans, this is inspired by GeoGuessr. You will need to guess the North American Strikers League map. It is a map played in the North American Strikers League. I'm not like gonna give you some map flip thing. Okay. You will see the map. And Sai, if you can move it along, let's get started. What map is this? Tycho Temple, Night Market, Oni Village, Demon Deus.
What? What is going on?
Oh wait.
I pray it's this. I pray it's this.
Wait, no.
Got him.
I'm gonna.
What?
The
It's
answer
over
is
for me.
the goal zone of Night Market Red Side
Yeah,
only.
pal. Yeah, pal.
Right.
Yeah, right.
You see it every Night Market game. We've seen it hundreds of times, guys. You guys
Right.
go rainbow mode on it.
Right.
All right. Top
Right.
5. Shout out to Coco, Lixo, and John for being ball knowers. Let's move it on.
Yeah,
Next
I'm failing
question,
this
please.
class.
Puzzle from least to most. Most orbs munched last season in North American Strikers League. Scyther 12, Breezy Breezy, Average Alex, and Bells. From least to most. Top, least, bottom, most. Go ahead and submit your answers. You have 7 seconds. I really didn't give you guys much time to think because I want the games to start kind of on time.
Yeah.
The order is actually Bells, Average Alex, Threezy, and Scyther. Scyther had more orbs than Threezy. Let's move along, Saya. Let me get this moving quickly here.
You're such a fraud, bro.
Oh, Snake, the Brawlers get it. All right, last question on the docket. Multiple choice. How much size does destroying the orb in Project Maelstrom give you? Is it 85%, 125%, 150%, or 115%? Hashtag Better Jungler wins. Go ahead and type your answers now, or click your answers.
Using Smite. Yeah.
The answer is 125%. That's a lot of size, guys. That's like you have 6 size trainings plus a little extra on the side. Let's go ahead and see the final results. In third place of the first ever North American Strikers League Trivia Kahoot. Drumroll, please. Bringing up the bronze medal is Coco Lixo. Well done. In second place, it's Snake, which means I think NXCD might have stolen first. Congratulations! Brawlers on top! Brawlers the smartest roll!
We're winning today.
Brawlers.
We're winning today.
Excellent job. Thank you everyone else for playing. Without further
fate.
ado, let's get very quickly into the matchups today. First on the docket. Let's go ahead and talk about it as we get to change slides. Actually, before we change slides, really quickly, I'd like to talk about why the two of you are on stage today. Just for a bit of background, guys, these two, if you don't know about Soren and Zoro, have been battling for years. This is a storied rivalry, spanning multiple leagues, multiple tournaments, and now finally being brought to the North American Strikers League. It means a lot to me. I've competed against both these players. I've coached one of them. One of them is probably better than the other. Won't say who. So without further ado, in 30 seconds or less, I would like each of you to talk about what this means for you, starting with Zoro.
Well, I certainly kept y'all waiting, huh? I mean, took me 7 seasons, but I made it up here. I've been chasing this guy since the start of Collegiate in Shenandoah, and now I'm finally here to take the crown. So, good luck, Soren.
That's facts. Bit of an underdog story coming up here. Polar Cortex, newest addition to the league. Nasty and NASA winners. The only team to stick together through every single league and make it to the top of the mountain, battling against Soren. Soren, obviously, you are no stranger to Zoro, and over the years, you guys have shared a frenemies, friendship, lovers vibe. Can you talk to me in 30 seconds or less what this means to you to play this match today?
Eddie's
muted. Good work, pal.
Oh, I pushed back on. Zoro's always been kind of like a little brother to me, chasing my coattail a little bit. I tried to be a little bit of a mentor to him. I'm really excited to see him in the top league. I played him through CCL, through, I believe, NASA tournaments. I've got the trophy right here. First time ever, first Mega Strikers land. Got the ring right there. I'm really excited to see him finally make it to nasl. I've been this guy's biggest hater. I've been his biggest fan. I'm going to support him today, but hey, I'm excited to take him down again. I can't let him beat me. This is the most important match of the season for me, baby.
Love to see it. So, in chat, make sure you tune in. This is not even just a grudge match, probably one of the most anticipated matchups of all time. This is also two players that had an Ego Check, which for people who don't know was a bit of a money match
don't
back in the day,
remember.
and it was the worst, most boring Ego match ever. So let's hope for something better this time around. Without further ado, let's talk about the first matchup of the day. And I'm going to do a little bit of quiz for my desk mates. Do you know who it is?
First match of the day. It's us.
Excellent choice. I'm glad you know. Now, let's go to predictions. Obviously, the two of you are going to predict for each other, but this one, I'm going to have to go with my hopes and dreams. I am rooting for Polar here. I've coached Polar a little bit. I've coached Zoro a lot in the past, and I really want to see him win. So I'm going to give this one to Polar, but I do love the EKC fellas, and I'm excited because Katsune is making his nasl 7 debut today. So let's just go ahead and move on to the second match of the day. Who you got, Soren?
Wait, who's playing?
Nowhere's no.
Oh,
You
it's
come prepared?
Time.
It's Demon versus Bamba.
Bamba.
There you go.
Hey, I love the Bomba's crew. I actually think that they're going to take a game off of this shape. Midfield's like been really surprising me lately. That dude actually has the gene. Like some of the plays he makes are really crazy. And when he plays with a goalie that knows what he's doing, like I think that team can make some stuff work. I think it all comes down to whether or not they can survive the Demon Time, just like bombing them, like killing them off the map. If they could do that, I think they could take a map or two. But I'm gonna give it to Demon Time 2-1.
All right, I've got a question for the Fool. You obviously played against Demon Time in week 1. How do you think their odds stack up against Bamba?
I think Demon Time wins 2-0. I think Demon Time and another team are the top two teams, and we'll get to that later. But yeah.
All right, fair enough. I actually am a bit torn myself. I've scrimmed against both these teams and had pretty solid results. Something that I've been interested in seeing, and honestly should be discussed more, is kind of the advent of more server issues, which has been affecting Demon Time a little bit more. I hate to like bring that up, but it is a valid concern that a lot of players have been experiencing. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen as any issues today. I'm going to mix it up and give Bomba the upset because I have a lot of faith in Stealth Rock. I think Stealth Rock can do a lot of damage if the other side isn't prepared and brings the right prep for it. So I'm going to give it to Bomba, hoping for a little bit of an upset, and I'd love to see a back and forth between these two teams, but it has been fascinating watching Showtime evolve into a new play style with Gumi under the goalie helm instead of Barcode. So moving right along, we have the third match of nasl Week 3, and this one has another rookie team in it. The Rats, who are coming off a win, versus another team, Bozo Bunch, 3 veterans. I'm going to start this one off, actually. I think the Rats look fantastic. I think Templemelon had a great showing in Week 1, and I think that she is, playstyle-wise, maybe the best brawler in the league versus Merchant. I can't wish the playing Luna versus Templemelon experience on anyone, and I think she's uniquely equipped with her lack of boredom gene when she's sitting in front of a goalie to really shut down that play. And I think Carmine, coming in as one of the best midfielders last season, is going to put on a bit of a show this week. So I'm actually going to give this one to the Rat Pack, and I'm going to give it to them 2-0. How about you, Soren?
I kind of agree with what you said with Tempo being probably one of the most frustrating players to play against in the net when you're playing an eject goalie, being one of the few people playing that left. That being said, I think if there's any goalie in this league, even not even myself, that could play into that kind of play style and probably figure a way to like succeed with it, it'd be Merchant. That guy, it's an example of like time and like grinding versus pure unadulterated talent, which Merchant has on their side. So actually, I'm going to give this 2-1 to the both of Bunch side. I'm also a big fan of Josh Carmella. I know this man will prepare for a team, and if there's any team that's going to be ready to play into the shenanigans Rat Pack's going to bring out, it's going to be them.
Well put, Soren. And what about you, Mr. Fool?
I think Merchant is going to get crushed. I hate to say it. I think it's going to be a 2-0 Rats. I think the counter to play to Tempo Melon is Moffin Kui. And Merchant is not Moffin Kui. So, good luck. Rats 2-0.
All right, moving right along. Speaking of Moffin Curry, we have the players that played against them last week. HMG takes up our next spot, and they're versus the Dogs. So this is the first rookie matchup. These two teams actually played against each other in a nail-biter set 5 on their pathway to making the North American Strikers League. So I'm really curious to see how this one pans out. Obviously, the Dog Slayers just have that wonderful underdog buff, not to, nail home that pun, but I'm curious what we think. So let's go ahead and start right back with my good friend Samuel Zychinski, because he's pretty familiar with some of these players competing against them in some of those other leagues. So, Sam, who you have between the Dog Slayers and HMG?
I'm going to give it to HMG 2-1. I think this is going to be a very close match, and I actually think this has a lot of implications on the standings, and so pay close attention to it. But yeah, I think HMG wins 2-1.
All right, Soren.
I actually fully disagree. As a HMG Glazer, both of their forward duo played on EKC for a few seasons as subs. Both of them had time on our roster, and I believe their goalie is currently ranked 1 global. I think
That's
they got
facts.
everything lining up for them going into this week, and I think the one thing HMG has going for them is the fact that they're able to adapt pretty solid mid-match, and I think if they figure out how to play into this Dog Slayers team, it's going to be a pretty easy sweep for them.
This is going to be the only one I won't even the desk on. I actually have a lot of faith in HMG. Even though I can't really even the desk, I'm going to disagree with Soren here because of the simple fact that I have to pay respect to a team that went Game 3, set 5.5 versus RTF, a team that is a championship contender. For some people, the title favorite. So I'm going to give it to HMG this week. I do think the Dog Slayers can take a game, and it could eventually take the series. I'm going to give that to them. I think they have the skill set to do so, but I just have to pay a lot of respect to HMG after their week 1 performance, so we'll have to see what happens. Now, last game of the day, little something light for you guys. It's the Sad Boys. Sad Boys taking on that team RTF, two heavyweight contenders, 2 of the teams coming back from last season. And I'm going to go ahead and ask my good friend Sam, who you got, Sam?
I think the number 1 team this season is probably Boys. Yeah, it's going to be a boy sweep, especially if Hungry Boy's not here. It's going to be 2-0.
Oh, that's true. For people in chat, Hungry Boy is out. I think Maloom's playing. No official confirmation. But I did just see a picture of my boy Hungry Boy hanging out with LOL JSS, Mystic, and a couple other people at the Riftbound Las Vegas Invitational. Shout out to the OS community. Beast mode. Soren, what do you think?
Well, I think that changes my opinion a little bit. If it was the whole roster playing, I am a big fan of how Hungry Boy's been playing this past season. He's probably, in my opinion, one of the best midfielders currently in the game right now. At least he has me and Reed really well. And I think if there's one of the few teams early into the season that would stand a chance against Sad Boys, it would have been them. That being said, if Limb's going in, love the man. Man's really good at the game, but also hasn't been playing the game much lately. I think that might impact the performance a little bit, and especially how Boys played last week. I think they have a really unique character pool they're pulling out. I don't know. The Juno Brawler, can't wait to see the Bruno again, hopefully. If I see that character come out, it'll be an easy 2-0 suit for Boys.
You're here first. I just got one thing to say. Leon, it's time to take a sip, buddy. All right? It's been too long. It's time to take a sip and let me be the one to offer you this chalice. You ain't winning, brother, and you're never winning again, all right? NASA one was yours. It's been a long time since 2023 goalie, pal, so we're going to win today, just like we always do. Take care of business versus this guy, except for at the land, #robbed. So that's the Sad Boys sweep. Without further ado, obviously, we've got a marquee matchup coming up first. Don't go anywhere. We have these 2 lovely individuals on the desk about to battle it out. Thanks for tuning by, and stick around for North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 2. We will see you after a quick break.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass is wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another season of the North American Strikers League. We're in week 2. We got a bit of a crazy matchup here. It's EKC versus Polar, this time in nasl itself. How you doing, NB?
I'm doing it pretty dang good today, Sai. I mean, week 2 of season 7, that's so sick. First matchup, like you said, is going to be pretty incredible. Perhaps a tale, a story of two collegiate players who are finally meeting in nasl today. It's going to be the Fool against Soren in this pretty long rivalry. We know that Soren, perhaps a little earlier on, found their home in nasl, accompanied with EKC, and now the Fool is getting a little bit comfortable here with their team, along with A and Name Chaotic on Team Polar Cortex, which is going to be pretty freaking awesome here as this rivalry will maybe continue. If this is the start, it'll continue for a while, and we're going to start here on Clarion Test Chamber, which is EKC's pick, which is pretty cool. You guys can see the starting awakenings there. It's going to be Orb Dancer and Extra Special on Inkies, I guess, is the starting map. I must have misread that. No problem. And Saya, man, Inkies, thoughts on Inkies?
Well, at one point, I think Ares Kitten Club did have a pretty good record on this map. They should be confident, right? But we'll have to see, because Polar Cortex, no slouches either, and they have a very creative composition. This Luna, not often seen, but does have a lot of reach here, battling against the Juno, conventionally considered better on a map like this. And look at that, pass up to the top side, NXZD with the first goal.
Absolutely nice work there. NXCD making quick work. First to hit level 2. Has the ultimate available, which perhaps gets them this first barrier. Let's see how things will transpire here. We do see all of EKC taking Extra Special and the entire Polar Cortex taking Orb Dancer. You can see the values perhaps have shifted. Nice strike there from Katsuna, covering the center of the center of the clear there from the Fool. Get the strike shot there. The water cannon is active though. Right back down to Katsuna. Nice one by the Fool. It's really tough to block the orb cannon sometimes, but with the barrier down, man, that's a lot of momentum and a lot of extra space, and Katsuna does end up squishing it on in there with some assistance of that triple take. It's gonna be EKC 2-0.
Yeah, it's the second very, very close shot that's bounced off one of the goal corners and gone in just like that. And I gotta say, I'm a little concerned about the defense of the Fool. Not the Fool himself, of course, but in this composition, that guy's got not too much help. It's up to Name Chaotic and A to find some quick offense, but right now it's looking difficult against Soren, who's just stuffing it away.
Yeah, this is definitely, like you mentioned earlier, an interesting comp here with Luna. She kind of, in my opinion, she kind of acts like a second brawler for the most part. She doesn't have a whole lot of practical use as a midfield when it comes to some of the mobility. She got some high cooldowns as well, and things like Crater Maker are just kind of hard to use in some situations, but it's kind of high reward though, because having a brawler there in an instant, sometimes Luna's the only character that can get in some certain positions there, especially without having a bunch of dash perks or something. So we'll see what happens there. A flip needs to be spent by A as the Fool goes to grab an orb. We can see the orb dancers are all stacking up there. Barrier is not going to go down just yet. Overtime rolling over just about now. It's going to make these Juno blobs even more deadly than before, and a couple of abilities will be sending the core red, as you can see there. Soren's going to do a little self-dribble. Name Chaotic looking quite weak there, can't even step on the intervention, has completely lost all their health, but has this flip, going to spend it there, going to knock Katsuna around, or NXZ around, but actually not going to find the goal just yet. And these barriers are not holding, not at all. Is NXZ going to come in here with the flip a little bit wide there? The angle is going to strike those barriers, or those walls like you mentioned a minute ago. And another save from the Fool is going to be keeping them alive right here.
Alive but not thriving here. A punch from NXZD catches the rebound, secures the set for Ares Kitten Club, and they didn't even lose their barrier, I think, the entire set. A testament to how strong their offense was. Their midfield core control just seems far superior right now, and it's up to this draft to change that. But looking at the picks here, I don't think there's anything crazy that will end up changing such a thing. Twin Drive, though, is what I have my eyes on, taken away from the Atlas, taken by Katsuna. Additional mobility and a lack of defensive tools. And I am just really concerned again about the midfield control, because none of this is going to meaningfully help even a size denied from Kazan.
Yeah, that is a pretty good deny there. Honestly, a good draft from EKC. I think they got a couple of pretty high value things, and quite some good denies there as well. A might be the one winner here with this missile prop. We'll see if they can get some kills. That seems to be on the docket there, although we're gonna miss our own abilities right there and get knocked all out of our health there, shattered completely. So the offense is gonna be a little bit lacking here, though, as A's gonna have to back up and heal a little bit. The Divine Intervention does come out as well. The pressure needs to be put on here by Polar Cortex, and it's a tough spot, but I feel like Luna is the one character on this team that really has like that X factor. Nice kill. Whoa, huge kill there. And it's going to be the Luna also having the X factor for the killing situations as well. Going to stand outside of the water cannon as well. Boy, they really need to get this barrier to, man, shift that momentum. I mean, the barriers on this map are not only hard to block and everything, but you get the water cannon, which is humongous, and a slight strike mistiming there. Well, you might actually die as well, because Rasmus' situation with the polar, or not the polar,
Yeah, I
cortex,
mean,
the pendulum swing.
It was doomed either way. Like making the save, losing yourself in the process, you're delaying the inevitable, and unfortunately, it's happening for Polar again. Right, they're just not able to take barriers here. It is looking so rough because right now NXZD powering up with the prize fighter, notably, right? Like, and that is only going to get more deadly as the game goes on.
True. No pummelers here from Juliet, though, so we'll act like pummelers here with these prize fighter stacks. But they're really going for the fat ball control here, especially with those slicks activated. I was thinking maybe there's a chance when these orb dancers get stacked up a little bit, Polar might be able to make something happen, but we already see a couple of deaths there. The orbs have been completely reset for most players. A is the last one to hold it. They get a kill, though, onto EKC. This could be big once again. We certainly have to get this barrier from Soren, as the opposing water cannon is just a big deal. And things are getting scary. Katsuna is just on the front end here, making things so awkward for the Fool. And it's just hard to get the ball right on over to A, who's got some orbs here, but man, the offense is just not happening right now. I mean, this barrier is just holding, and once again, another kill power play for Polar. They finally get their first barrier. Can they sink this one?
It's going to come down to the passing lanes here. Name Chaotic, strike ward away from A, but Soren, what a strike, gets it past the triple take as well, and gets out of danger. Now the Fool, the one who might have to burn the flip. A helping out on the defense, but it's not looking too reliable, as the Luna going to have to burn a dash soon, perhaps. The bounce, scary, the core speed everywhere, and Katsuna now dropping back to help defend for a moment. The Orb Dancer, a factor, the triple Orb Dancer on the side of Polar, can I get some value, but if you're triple Orb dancing, there's only so many orbs you can get on the map. Hard to get full value out of that, at NXZD with the KO. A desperately trying to defend, but Katsuna's in position. Dash punch for NXZD goes wide, and Polar stay alive for a little bit longer.
They are definitely surviving here. A nice stall there from the Fools, going to allow Name Chaotic to return to the board. NXZD does find the punch, misses the ball, but gets the kill with that flip. Big power play situation. We're talking a lot about the offensive plays from Polar, but the defensive plays have been decent. But the 3v2 is just a little bit too much for them to handle. EKC looking quite good here, too, in this next set right now. Orb Dancers, again, for Name Chaotic and the Fool, have both been reset. A last one to hold their Dancer stacks. NXCD still holding on to these Prize Fighter. Things are looking a little rough for Polar in this game, but they have a lot more left to play.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing the difference between like a veteran team and a new team, right? Polar, of course, they have won the lower leagues. They have experience in other competitions, but nasl is a different beast, and we're seeing that right here. The composition from EKC is just far superior. Even with the goalie gone, you're scared, right? Because Katsuna is on the field, can control the core. The defense for NXZD, nothing to scoff at either. And Katsuna could just like run the entire map here.
Katsuna kind of is running the entire map here. This twin drive is really working overtime right now, as we do have another power play in favor of EKC. We're going to see if the Fool and A can hold the line here, though. Okay, blasting the ball to your own goalie is actually not too big of a deal there. Though Name Chaotic does find their way onto the board. A little scary, walking towards the top, and they finally get a kill on A, which does reset the last hope of these Orb Dancer stacks. Nice strike from Chaotic there to waste a little bit of time. NXCD gets the punch, but the ball is not really aimed on in there. But the extra special ults, man. It's just, sure, we love Orb Dancer, but extra special, not only giving you your ult back every single cooldown, or every single round, I mean, 25% on your biggest number is also the biggest number. And I think that's really kind of making a play here, bro. these things don't even reset per round, and they're all at 0.
Yeah, the triple orb dancer, definitely a big mistake coming out of Polar Cortex. The hot shot able to be denied, thanks to Juliet being the MVP instead of Juno. A small saving grace, and maybe the core speed from the Luna might be able to do something. But again, the size taken away from the Kazan, who's forced to settle for cast last Super Surge, or Timeless Creator doesn't want the extra dash range. Name Chaotic, losing out on a bit of potential damage there, but probably uncomfortable with Super Surge.
Yeah, I understand that. Like, definitely altering your dash a little too much does make things a little awkward for you sometimes, but there is a chance that having something as nasty as like a really long Kazan dash there would be something that they could use. I feel like mobility truly is kind of the lack here for this team. They really just have to get all over the board, kind of like Katsuna.
Yeah.
Able to get all over the board. I mean, they do have twin drive, which is definitely fair, but Juno herself is quite good at controlling the ball even from long ranges, and now we're going to have to lose a couple of energy bars there, just getting through. NXDD getting the dash punch, but A does not lose out just yet. Name Chaotic trying to get a kill onto Soren on that corner, which cannot do on normal maps. Trying to win a strike war against Katsuna and Soren. Name Chaotic can't win out just yet, doing a lot of damage to this Kazan though, which is of course is one, oh nice, I was gonna say is one weakness, but also strength of just being the kill target there, but getting on in there with the pop-up is gonna score them their goal.
Yeah, a very, very well-placed shot. That's exactly what Polar Cortex needed to get back in the game here. But wow, good lifeline from the Fool. Not lifeline. I've been away for too long. The Celestial Intervention from the Fool will extend the life, prevent the prize fighter stack, and Soren dancing away from the topspin as well. Name Chaotic threatening, but additional dash range would benefit quite a bit in a lot of these dash situations like you mentioned. Katsuna the one, mobile, controlling the bottom half of the map. NXZD patrolling, looking for a dash punch, and Soren, NXZD, Katsuna, their positioning is so precise with each other. They always have a passing lane, and the Fool is forced to burn so many resources to even buy a few more seconds.
I mean, man, I'm just watching the damage being dealt to Name Chaotic and A. I mean, not only is EKC basically had possession this whole time, getting energy and pressure that way, but they have also just been slowly chipping away at those two players, both of these forwards. They find the kill as well, spending X amount of cooldowns that are going to be having 25% cooldown reduction as well. So I'm really seeing the extra special once again work overtime here too, but regular overtime is going to roll over now. Soren's going to defend the ball back over to Katsuna. A has a chance to get in there with the boost. The Fool is completely occupied with NXDD, who also has their flip. There it goes all the way to the bottom side. That's a wide-on open goal there. Alice is not going to be able to block that one without the missile prop, which he does not have. So another point there for EKC. What can they do? What can Polar Cortex do here, Saya?
It just feels like a series of missteps that are not gameplay related, right? Like the draft, it just looks so difficult to play for them. The Fool is forced to 1v2 on Inky Splash Zone of all maps, really, on defense. And that kind of cooldown burning is a death sentence if you're a melee goalie, and that's what you do. Your midfield doesn't quite have enough core control, and you're against a nasl team, right? You're against EKC, who has coordination to spare.
Quite coordination to spare there. They are no strangers to hanging out in nasl and playing with the best teams available. Boy, they are going to do all of Name Chaotic's health right there. NXDD certainly knows the plan, especially with those prize fighter stacks. The bulk up is also helping as well. The Fool trying to stall as much time as possible. Ooh, I actually love that redirect from Katsuna to give Soren the red ball assistance there. It's not going to work out to get the goal just yet. Okay, we got a big expanse to block that flip. Okay, A gets in there with the boost. Nice redirect, and it's going to at least grab that barrier. And yeah, while Soren is distracted using their own misdirect, we're going to get a score onto the bottom side. A MVP for that point. Nice one.
Yeah, good capitalization. Bit of a mistake by Soren, getting too comfortable, right? Thinking the game's already won. Kind of hit it right to A, tried to follow up with a primary, but Vinny primary is not very wide, so good job by A to get around it. And the res as well from the Fool, a power play for Polar Cortex, a barrier take for Polar Cortex. This could be the set they win and turn around the game in.
I sure hope so. They can put on enough pressure to get some of these flips out there. They do get Sorens. Okay, also get NXDD and knock Soren down to just about nothing. That might be their kill target right now, as they have so much pressure here. Even the Juno Orbs cannot seem to get that ball on out of there. Name Chaotic and A are sticking to the other side of the board. Name Chaotic does spend the time to get the kill. Big water cannon coming in now. Big power play as well, and squeezes it onto the bottom side. Hey, that's a set win from Polar Cortex. Maybe this draft is the one they turn it around.
Maybe. We'll see. Name Chaotic finally first pick, undeniable in this particular draft. And there's a lot of speed in this draft, actually. Stacks on Stacks and Glass Cannon I expect to be pretty premium. Omega Infused Accelerator perhaps for a goalie. Peak Performance as well. The additional speed with the stagger. And we're seeing that be the pickups for the side of Polar Cortex. They need to start keeping up with those dashes. Heavy Impact denied from the Julie, but that does leave Speed Awakenings on the table here. And maybe, just maybe, the Fool getting those multi-hit cooldown reductions will allow this Atlas to hold on just enough.
Well, I hope so. I realize that giving Julie Heavy Impact is a tough decision to make, especially in the spot here that we're looking at. We're getting killed kind of a lot. Stacks on Stacks, though, they're gonna really just have to take their eyes off the ball sometimes and go kill Juliet if this Stacks get a little bit out of hand. I feel like, yeah, maybe Heavy Impact starts out of hand, but Stacks can really change the game. But I will trust in the team here denying Heavy Impact to deny some extra cooldown and extra power. So we'll see how it works. They do lose their first barrier here. The water cannon opens. The big finish is now active. Nice angle, but Fool is able to block that one. Almost has a flip here, though. NXCD goes in for some extra damage. Has the ult. Great evade from the Fool. The only way to get the ball the heck out of there. Thousands of blobs, and the team is still holding it down. That was kind of a precarious situation there, though. Katsuna is really just making a mess of the opposing team, but now they make a mess of Katsuna, splattering her all over the floor. Big finish active. Actually, I love the angle NXCD was going for there. Big flip from Soren. It's going to go slightly wide. A is going to flip just to relieve some of this pressure. NXCD doesn't find the kill. Love the top spin there to grab the barrier, and now Polar Cortex is finally got some control back for this game, especially with this water cannon.
Oh, Name Chaotic barely misses the shot. That would have been the goal. The goal trying to be secured here by A from a little bit further away, but we didn't even talk about the biggest terror on the map. Right now it's Name Chaotic, but overall, look at that build that Soren has with the big finish. Name Chaotic, though, doesn't miss the second time around, and suddenly it's looking winnable for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, definitely a few moment there for Name Chaotic to land that one. Jeez, I mean, the opposing, it's like EKC fighting themselves with a big finish and all the blobs just sitting in there. I feel like that was kind of a waste of most of the extra specials there, but no problem. 25% cooldown means it'll be up just about no time. A flip for this barrier, yeah, nice. Reinforcing their own strike with that hook is going to work out quite nicely. The Fool gonna have the ball ride the top wall. Name Chaotic looking quite weak. They do lose the barrier, but they get the Divine Intervention, so Chaotic's gonna stay on the board for just a little bit longer. The opposing water cannon active now. Things are gonna get a little bit scary, although Name Chaotic certainly holding down the line, not even letting go in to the water cannon. I love the pressure that Name Chaotic is putting on right now. That peak performance is probably the most valuable thing they could have gotten there for that Kazan, to be completely honest. A, on the front side, if they can just get a Strike War win, it'll force the flip out of Soren, but it doesn't work out there just yet. Scary blobs here from Katsuna will shoot at the farthest part of the goal, if they so please. It's not going to work out with this dash punch just yet either. The flip's not spent by either of the goalies. They're holding on until the game is just about over, and it could be in just a few seconds with this overtime.
No primary on Soren for a brief moment. The Fool burning the cooldown. Double flip burned. Polar Cortex, the resource is gone, and now the core speed in overtime is going to be deadly here from the big finish or from the slimes. Katsuna pulls it away. NXCD to the top corner, and that guy just does not miss. A contrast between the brawlers and NXCD on point every single time to the corner.
That was a really good shot. That was a really good shot, NXCD. Very few degrees there, which would get a shot so nasty, and that would certainly be one of them. A flip from Soren already, a lot of pressure putting on from Polar Cortex. At least they get that one out there, dealing Sorens about half of their health right now. Big finish goes off, not too much to say about that. Ball hands over right to Name Chaotic. Not going to find the barrier just yet either. Hooks it back over to themselves. Then we get the double 2v1 here. Although NXCD, wow, certainly going to ruin all of that pressure with the dash punch, even with the res. It's going to break up that pressure here too. Katsuna fighting for the final goal here, or just about the final goal. 2 more points left here for EKC to end this game. Big Crater coming in, can't get anything much more than a couple of energy bars. Chaotic trying to get a ball away from the water cannon, which is a really tough spot. NXCD probably going to strike here, wait for some cooldowns to come up. And this is like insane pressure. Yeah, I was going to say, man, if they could get it out of here with the blobs, with NXCD just being so close, that would have been tough. But EKC constantly capitalizing off that kind of positioning.
Yeah, and the pressure's mounting here. We're seeing Polar Cortex kind of crack. That last goal, that wasn't a human opponent. Named Chaotic lost to the slime there. And now the barrier's dropped, and suddenly EKC look to be back fully in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the water cannon not active yet, but you can see the button just sitting right there, and there it goes, although the ball is on the bottom side, so the water cannon is not going to be really helping all that much there, though. Hopefully, a little bit of a waste for Polar Cortex as they get a nice pass there to grab the barrier. It's way too wide for Little Finny to guard there with just Strike, and the water cannon. Okay, nice. A flip from Katsuna. Although it doesn't work out perfectly, they still do maintain a little bit of pressure to keep that one. If A actually ran into Soren, probably would have been in a position to strike. Nice flip from Soren's going to kill A and make the power play for EKC, although Chaotic does have a flip to stall a little bit longer. Going to trust the Fool there and not spend it, which is completely understandable. Love that hook as well. All this stall perfect for A to get back. Spends the boost, tries to get something going there. All cooldowns down for Luna and not too much more. Okay, man. The Fool has been so good with the Divine Interventions there. Really just seeing the third eye as overtime rolling over one more time here, though. EKC on match point. NXCD does have flip. If it gets too close, it'll be over, but spends it there to try to get a kill on Named Chaotic, who's flying around at light speed because of this Orb Dancer.
It's looking dangerous here. Katsuna in prime position. Good flip by the Fool. NXCD right to his face. It's dangerous. The core speed. The big finish. Primed for a pass, but unable to get one. The water cannon activated yet again for Polar Cortex. His name Chaotic and A converge on the goal. Look for a strike. Look for anything here. The slimes make it Chaotic, but name Chaotic the one almost eliminated. And Polar Cortex just can't find a clean shot.
Not yet, but they are still holding on. A working on a flip, 1 bar away. Soren as well, really close to getting their next flip, and actually does have it active now. It's now up to Name Chaotic and A to just make a really great 2v1 push. But Katsuna is going to interrupt perfectly, win the strike war against the Astral Projection, and end the game. Katsuna gets the goal for EKC to take that first one.
What a great jump strike war there. The Fool overcommitting to the bottom half. But who can blame him, right? He's Atlas. He has to commit. And the team just shut down completely by EKC. And the midfield control there. Unable to find good shots in the open net. Really well played by Katsuna and NXZD.
Yeah, and you said it before. This is certainly a well-versed veteran nasl team. I mean, they have been around, they have been playing with each other, and it shows, right? Some of the really good passing plays that we see there, the combination of the abilities when it's time to get the kill. I mean, Soren moving up and just spending flip to just get someone off the map there to do that extra damage. I mean, that's the prerogative, bro. That's the goal. They know what is up. You can see here in some of these stats, I mean, the damage being dealt in general by EKC quite high. A doing their best to get some kills, get some staggers, and I mean they did get 7 kills. That's still reasonable amount of time to play the power play. But yeah, EKC just had so much more coordination for that specific game. It could have been maybe like an Inky's diff there, maybe a knowledge gap. Shout outs to tournaments named knowledge gap. But yeah, Inky's is a tough map, and it's possible that they have a little bit more experience on that. But moving on to the next game, we shall see if Polar Cortex will adjust a little bit there. I think really the Luna pick it's not bad for any reason, but I feel like it's really high risk, high reward, because she doesn't just have like a traditional like teleport like Estelle or like Amy to just like jump over people successfully and get the ball and stuff. Like, you know, the boost is just going to smack somebody, and honestly, you kind of want the boost to smack somebody when she's in midfield and trying to get the ball. So those kinds of situations are where Luna would have a little fault.
All right, game number 2. We're heading over to Clarion Test Chamber here. And that's a very, very different map, right? If Inky's is fast and chaotic, but always the same, Clarion is not as fast, not always the same, and also surprisingly not as chaotic. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting one.
Well, 1 out of 5, right? If you get Bouncy House, sometimes things are a little too fast on Bouncy House. Sometimes you were like, oh, nothing was going to stop that ball. And is it really my reaction time? So that's definitely the only map I think which is just like a little insane. But yeah, like you're saying, everything else is a controlled organism for the most part, of course, until the opposing brawler gets the Maelstrom orb. Then things also get a little crazy. So I love this map though.
Yeah,
It's a great one.
It's a map that is very interesting to watch because each point is different from the previous, right? It is something that you have to adjust set wise and also can bring advantages to teams that are good on certain styles of maps. But Clarion does trend towards more closed and open, and it's going to be interesting how the goalies play on this map because I think it does favor the melee goalies quite a bit. It is a lot easier to execute on the melee goalies on Clarion compared to Inky Splash Zone, obviously. And I think the Fool will be thriving in that kind of environment.
Yeah, I could actually completely see that. Like you're saying, with a lot of closed space, there are a couple of maps in Inkies, or not in Inkies, in Clarion that have these side lanes, right? The project Xeno thingy, whatever, does have those two side lanes, which makes things like Juliet, like even Kai having the Giga Blast from long range, kind of scary. You don't want to be standing in the side lanes. And having the Atlas orb in the middle also kind of like makes it really easy to block these sides, kind of like you're playing on Taiko Temple. So, and then the goo. And then there's the goo, which is like, we can't be standing in the side lanes. So we have a couple of situations where holding the wall is not as nearly effective on Clarion Test Chamber. So yeah, like you're saying, all of that each map is like different and people are gonna have to play slightly differently to make this one work, which is why it's my favorite map. It's like a really, everyone can practice Inkies as much as they want. Truly will always be the same. Same with Night Market. I mean, everyone 16,000 hours on Night Market, every single team, but hey, Clarion Test Chamber, you're gonna have to do a little bit more work on each of those maps.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but we have the draft coming up here, and we're seeing a classic from EKC, the Era X inbound. Jury's out on whether that Era will be a goalie or a midfielder, though, so that's going to be quite interesting. Polar Cortex instead opting for a Vice, again, following the theme of less mobility, but the ability to go cross-map a little bit.
Yeah, I think Vice is actually a pretty damn good pick for this map, especially with the Supernova threatening those side lanes, especially with like the secondary at least being able to go over people, and especially it's like really effective with dash perks too. So getting a lot of range, and honestly, she's the character that just steals the energy from the opposing team just constantly, right? Like you have to dodge the secondary. Sometimes you just get too much stun, too much damage, and you have to dodge the Supernova. So she's really good at stealing energy from the opposing team, and she's going to be accompanied by the midfield champions, Estelle Rasmus. I mean, this is the other classic. This is the Oni Village midfield bald town combo versus the other classic X Era. I'm going to punch you as hard as physically possible. I mean, classic. This is the classicest match I've ever seen, chat.
Yeah, it's quite faithful to its themes, but EKC got the Luna. And if you know anything about EKC, it's that they are all powerful on the Luna, Katsuna in particular. So I expect the Luna midfield. I expect Polar to be suffering a little bit because this is an EKC comp of all time.
This is definitely a scary mirror to look into if you are Polar Cortex. Like this is probably, we do have Vice. Vice is extremely good at doing damage and blasting things around, but this is going to be a pretty classic like ball team. We need to have enough pressure to knock these barriers and threaten the goal to stop them from using their abilities on us, versus the team that is like, make this X disgusting and just let him spin, and it's just going to be nasty. And Luna, I mean, we have X, Luna both doing crazy damage, and I think Estelle is really good at like helping do damage, finishing off kills. Rasmus is quite good at finishing off kills, not like the craziest powerhouse there is, but I think it's kind of all on Polar Cortex Vice to like shift the momentum if they want to try to survive this. I feel like it's really going to be on this Vice.
Yeah, the Fool though, the Vice on defense, of course, not a pleasant character either, especially into an X in your face. And I am just so scared. It all comes down to the midfield duo, the Rasmus Diestel. A and Name Chaotic need to step up and make the Fool's life easy, or else this Era goalie powered X Luna is going to blow them up.
Yeah, one really interesting thing, right? Berserker. This new awakening, I have not seen a whole lot of. I literally don't know how good it is, even when it's like pretty active, but the numbers are quite high on there, so I'll assume that this is a good pick, although instantly comboed from Katsuna. We're going to see a power play already from EKC, and X hasn't even touched the ball yet, though the Nightmare is when X does... Actually, the Nightmare is having the X team win the first set, and already on board for that, as NXD and Katsuna are so well-versed to fighting in this 2v2 situation against the Fool and against A there. They win out. EKC already looking pretty strong. You really want to stop that X from getting anything going, but already level 2.
It's looking so difficult here. The NXDD already online, a barrier already taking Katsuna positioning to overwhelm the bottom side of the map. Name Chaotic and A desperately trying to find coordination, but NXDD and Katsuna are the ones who are playing this Luna comp better.
Oh my god, I was like, yo, awesome stun from A. Helped the Fool so much. I mean, my goodness. And then it was just Luna. I'm there. EKC knew exactly what was going to happen there. Although thousands of damage onto Katsuna instantly shattered already. Let's see if they can get a kill while also holding their barriers, which is going to be already a challenge as they step in the goo as well. Name Chaotic now looking weak, getting punched in the face by NXZD, and that's exactly what they want. A flip to try to also hit Name Chaotic, but it's going to whiff ever so slightly. They'll take one barrier for their troubles. Another flip here from Soren, who's extremely far past that midfield, having all the trust in their team. Nice evade, but to no avail as the ball is going to go 1 billion miles an hour after getting bull rushed there from NXCD. Instantly, 2-second set from EKC already, and catastrophic Luna as the first pick there is not what you're trying to see.
Yeah,
Luna X, I mean,
it is so difficult when Luna just gets Deadeye on the first draft. And what is your answer? The answer is that bulk up has been denied from you. There is no durability to be found here. There's only denies. There is only maybe a bit of fire and back and a stacks on stacks that is soon to be erased in the next round. EKC are looking inevitable. This is prime EKC. This is the EKC that made it to grand finals of North American Strikers League a long time ago. It looks like they're back.
Yeah, they are back. They are looking quite scary as NXT is already starting up the X Maximus, getting the Fool to jump on out of there. 2 barriers already taken, though, from Polar Cortex, so that's quite nice. So you can get this ball control team. Okay, Soren definitely getting a little crazy right there, going face first on in, but we do have the Atlas Orb helping on out. Hey, with a nice strike there. They're going to get it on through. Polar Cortex takes a point.
Yeah, they do. We'll see if that keeps up, though. I feel like that was more of an overstep from Soren than anything. Playing confidently as you should on the Era goalie. Your greatest strength is your speed after all. But it really comes down to the damage, and NXZD is dishing out plenty of it.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like a situation where they're going to do a whole lot of damage to one character, right? And then like NXZD is going to realize, oh, they evaded the Crater Maker, now they have nothing. And now it's time to just OTK this player. 1 barrier down for each side, though. The power play not so overwhelming where they lose the second barrier. They're using a lot of abilities to just do some damage, which is usually how these things go. They'll always have the cooldowns to get the barrier from the goalie. Nice quick strike does save the barrier, but you've been evaporated from that combo as well. And now X just has free reign of this flip, so close to that goal. They don't even think about trying to react to that. You are just hoping for the damn best. NXCD nicely positioning themselves there to get that goal.
Yeah, hoping for the best is a lot of this game, it feels. Name Chaotic and A need to find some calm passing plays, but when you're playing for your life, that is really difficult to get in position for, having to get away from what would be where you want to be to stay alive. And the Crater, of course, also proven to be a core control tool, accelerating the core, finding a barrier, and Name Chaotic has the flip, but is not long for this world, taken out without even being able to cash out.
Ooh, Great supernova there is going to at least save that barrier and take the opposing one. A flip
Oh,
a little far from A there, though, but we're looking to stall at least until our teammate comes back, which they do successfully. The Fool is going to try to avoid as much damage as possible. The evade is sent, and now something like Hatsuna can come in and attack, but a great angle there from A is going to get the bouncy house to work for them. Another point for Polar Cortex. Hey, you do have a bouncy house every set. That could be a point for Cortex every time.
that's true. That's true. And Era does have a bit of a harder time dealing with those bounces. Primary is the only tool to cover, but A and Name Chaotic already low. No evade available on A. And they are not long for this world here, but the barriers as well on the other side. Good offense, but the KO comes through. NXZD looking massive at walking across the map, and Soren just needs to find one good pass. Up to Katsuna, up to NXZD, but a great strike war will send it away. Stall out so much time. The Fool in a 1v1 perhaps has to blink back, and now that's an instant kill. Oh my goodness, Katsuna with the rocket, reading everything. It's not looking great.
That was disgusting. I guess Suna just actually covered everything there. Really tough spot for the Fool. We can already see the levels too. Everyone on EKC is already level 5, and some players here on Polar Cortex just can't play the damn game and get their freaking hands on this ball, as the Fool's going to go in there with the secondary and just kind of get ejected by that Maelstrom as well. But does have their flip to see if they can maybe make something happen. Soren always feels like they have their flip. I'm not going to lie. Playing a lot of offensive defense, really getting in there and then backing up when they need to with this flip. Spends it there, but gets stuffed by A nicely. One barrier down for each team. The Maelstrom's going to win at least the corner for them. A trying to get it on over to Name Chaotic once more. Katsuna's also working on a flip. We've seen Katsuna be beyond deadly, even with just their dash punch combo. And all these reads, all these strike reads to get the barriers. Again, a double flip here from Polar Cortex. It's just spends so many extra cooldowns that they don't need to. And yeah, man, X Maximus is going to stun everyone for a second, get that ball in there. And yeah, like you said, this is looking like prime EKC. I mean, they're making quick work right now.
Yeah, it is not looking great. Of course, the score is saying 2-3 in that set, but it never once felt like Polar were the ones in the driver's seat. The points that they lost, EKC, I mean, it just felt like EKC was the one making slight blunders, not Polar making crazy outplays. Of course, you could say that about any points, but as X gets larger, as Luna gets double dashes, it is looking worse and worse.
X larger, Luna more powerful, Soren striking the ball even more times. Yeah, this is a rough spot here right now for Polar Cortex. They honestly don't get all that much from that draft. I mean, maybe the Fool makes something happen here with this explosive entrance, but that seems like one of the only like practical uses they can get out of the current situation that they're in my opinion here, though. Oh, a nice strike to get around that X. I mean, obviously that's the goal, right? X does not have a whole lot of mobility and doesn't seem to have a dash perk. So it's like you really want to pass the ball around X as much as you can, but I mean, look at this map. I mean, a lot of the Clarion Court maps are actually kind of suffocating and give you all these walls so that X just kind of roams free. I mean, my goodness, a bell ringer, a god ringer, entire city ringer. Like, look how big he is.
Yep, and A is gonna die very soon, but before that, takes out Katsuna. Traded away, but that's big. 2v1's a lot more manageable than a 3v1 after all, and the Fool, a master of stalling, gets it to the top side. Name Chaotic trying the barrier, not taken. And Katsuna to NXZD, another strike war win. The Fool surviving in the reverse power play, but that's going to be it. The heroic play ends, and NXZD scores the goal.
I mean, you know, everyone on that map, everyone on both teams is waiting for NXZD to get the final barrier so he can flip, and you're just trying so hard to keep the barrier so he doesn't flip, so he doesn't do it, so he doesn't get the chance. But it's just super difficult. Although Katsuna, hey, at really low health right now, going to be out of the play for just a moment, and, well, actually going to go into the play so hard that there's not even going to be the kill target because we got pressure on the barriers. Although, hey, A finds it, though. That's really great. NXZD spends the X Maximus, doing a lot of damage to Name Chaotic, and my goodness, passing midfield, and the Mag Souls speed them up like crazy. Big power play. A chance here for Polar Cortex, but a stall from Soren is going to successfully get them on out of there. Lots of pressure, but Fool does survive. Nice angle. A uses their face to tank the Luna. Almost completely dead. now completely dead. The Maelstrom's going to go in there and adjust the Fool's position there as well. Okay, I love the grab from Name Chaotic, and they're going to try to stall as much as they can, but Katsuna is doing such a good job of putting on so much pressure that just holding the ball feels dangerous. And that's what EKC wants. They want you to be scared the whole time, bro, and they're doing it.
Yeah, I just really needed Polar to go for a hero play there, right? Like right now they're holding on, but all they're doing is bleeding out, especially on the Obscura variant where the terrain makes you bleed out as well. The Fool was in position for a flip play on the barrier, didn't go for it, just teleported back, and now we're seeing the barrier take. Name Chaotic perhaps, but NXDD and Katsuna, all it takes is one good movement.
One good movement, or one Soren overstep, as we did see slightly earlier. It's not impossible. Look how many moves they're spending just to move A and Name Chaotic around. I mean, they are spending a lot of moves. Katsuna does get their hands on the ball straight in the center, but we got the Supernova, although the kill is finally made with the X Maximus. Name Chaotic is going to try to help as much as they can, but yeah, 2 strikes there from Katsuna. Actually, I guess technically 3, right? Ball, then Katsuna coming in with boost and strike. So you need a couple of extra things to get it through. Successfully made from Katsuna. Level 8 and Name Chaotic. I don't want to bring attention to it, but level 4 is not what we're looking for.
Yeah, it's hard though, because the damage is, I mean, the entire team of EKC.
I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying.
Yeah. It's hard to look good as a brawler in these situations, although Name Chaotic could do with less dribbling. Every time he dribbles, I feel like it just goes into the hands of Katsuna, so we'll see about that. Right now, going for a dribble play here, looking good, but right to Soren, and again, when your offense is composed and taken apart by single strikes from the Era goalie, I feel like something is not going right here.
Yeah, I would go ahead and agree with that one, to be completely honest. We got Name Chaotic looking at just about 0 health. Katsuna looking weak as well, and has flipped that. It really is Polar not in a position to spend moves on people. They can't spend moves on people because they're having such a hard time with basically everything, so I can't really say that they should go kill Katsuna, to be honest, but trying to work on this final barrier as Name Chaotic is holding on with their life. The Fool defends nicely here with A onto the bottom side. The Crater Maker doesn't get the kill from Name Chaotic, but it does actually put on enough pressure to... Oh, that was interesting. That was close. We'll say the save here from the Fool is going to be quite nice. X, too big. Literally too big. Maximus is going to get it in. NXDD with the final point to end this series. EKC takes it over Polar 2-1.
2-0.
I'm sorry, I read the 1 on EKC. It's 2-0, everybody.
It was dominant. It was
not 2-1. Oh god.
Yeah, it was absolute dominance from EKC. They have a clear game plan. They're a team with a core identity, and they played to perfection. In the first game, the Juno got let through. They played the core control and found some KOs along the way. The second game, this is prime EKC. They played full damage, and there was just no clear response from Polar Cortex. In the lower leagues, Polar Cortex, of course, a very put-together team, but when you get to nasl, you need a clear identity, you need a clear game plan, and EKC just had that stronger idea on their side, I think.
Yeah, I will say that you were right about, like, they could not find an answer. I feel like they tried a lot of different things. Like, they were doing pretty good when it came to a lot of the passing plays, but it felt like they were spending too many resources for the most part, getting the ball past midfield, and then that's when the situation when we were saying Soren just broke the whole thing with just a strike, maybe one primary, and it's just like that's the kind of pressure that NXDD and Katsuna are putting on. They're doing such a good job positioning and dealing damage, but the opposing team is like, I might have to do a little extra just to get the ball through, and hopefully the goalie has something to get on in there because at least the Fool was playing big eject. But it just did not seem to work out, especially with the damage being sent. I mean, EKC was ready to blast, and like we saw, set 1, Katsuna grabs Deadeye. Sometimes you just get owned right in the face. And still a good showing there from Polar. Only week 2. We got a lot for Polar and EKC to show what they can do.
Yeah, week 1 and 2 are definitely the weeks for teams to feel it out, see what they can do. I look forward to seeing them in the later weeks because a lot can change as the season progresses. I hope that Polar can find a team identity and that they could really go far because the individual players on that team quite good after all. So we'll see after the break. It's going to be a completely different matchup. We're going to see some veterans now. It's Time versus Bomba in just a little bit. Hello everyone, and welcome back. We're here with another matchup. It's a bit different from the previous. We've got some veterans here. It's Demon Time versus Bombardiers, and although the logos and the team names may be less familiar, these rosters are quite familiar, I think.
You will definitely be recognizing some of these players. Demon Time. Demon Time. Could that be two words put together? It's possible. Bombardiers also lots of players that you guys perhaps have seen on the leaderboard before. Luke, you guys might know Luke for being maybe near number 1 on the leaderboard damn every season. Shapeshifting, who is now Stealth Rock for now, and 3Z Breezy. Just like a collection of just champions right here, a collection of just good players, but they are certainly going to have their work cut out for them as they are against pretty much like nasl champions right here. I mean, we got the Joker, Xianzhu, and Gumi as well. I mean, that's a team, if I could ever say.
Yeah, and speaking of Demon, we're on Demon Deus as our first map. A bit of a ranged matchup on Demon Deus here. And of course, damage is going to be prevalent, but in a pretty different way than I think most of us are used to seeing.
That is true. You know, an interesting start here with stacks on stacks and Timeless Creator. No real damage to be found, and boy, the bans are looking very friendly here. We got X and we got Vice ban, so we're not trying to die instantly, but you know, we might chip out a little bit here or there. Of course, we got Finny and we have Amy on the board, as well as Estelle and Juno. Hey, Juno does a little bit more damage than it seems, but 2 barriers down here. Bombardiers already up right now. Let's see if they can finish the first goal. Okay, got onto the top side here. Xianzhu helping with the second goalie situation here. The Joker trying to position himself with this Estelle here with the assistance of Shapeshifting. Luke, they are going to lose only 1 barrier in the situation. 3Z Breezy looking quite weak. We're going to miss the Quangle there, actually. Really close situation. 3Z Breezy does get an evade out just in time. A strike shot almost takes it, but Xianzhu gets their hands on the ball, especially with those blobs as well. Joker going to fight from the top side. Still a barrier here holding for Bombardiers. Gumi does have Flip backing up into the goal, safely giving the ball over onto Xianzhu, but actually it's going to go right through one of these blobs. Definitely got their hands on the ball. And that's going to be a first point here for Bombardiers.
Yeah, it's actually looking a little scary, right? There's a lot of single hits on the side of a Demon Time, and they are against some Demon Deus monsters. Juno, of course, a character that is easily dispatched by multi-hits, of which Demon Time has none, and also that Finny, who will be big finishing those barriers, as we see right there. It's a comp that they'll have to be very proactive against and try to not get into the bad situations. They're going to have to try and keep the core on the other side of the map, and that's easier said than done.
True. I like the preemptive flip there, of course, from Gumi to be like, oh yeah, we're about to get big finished. Let's get the heck out of here. Successfully does, and is holding a barrier there. But yeah, I mean, that's one situation where Vinny is going to struggle against Estelle if you do not spend that evade or position yourself perfectly. You're going to get sniped right in the face by that piercing shot. Luke deciding to either hold this flip or got sniped a little bit earlier than they thought. Either way, it's going to be Demon Time taking that next point. Here comes Big Finish once again. I mean, this is definitely the best part of Bombardier's comp, is getting that Finny Big Finish on these barriers. Does insane amounts of work to just at least steal one, almost guaranteed.
The rebound there, not what they wanted to see. Gets out of there without a barrier loss, though. And now Xianzhu, the one in a little bit of damage trouble. The punch goes wide, and suddenly he's safe again. This now is going to have to put in some extra work. A shadow of the character's glory days, of course, but still as strong as ever, especially with the best now as the pilot. A flip in front, but Gumi's flip deflected, and now Xianzhu looking, finds the barrier, and it's just methodical gameplay from Demon Time.
Yeah, understandably, flipping for the second barrier, and with the open goal is way easier to score on basically every front. 3Z Breezy nicely dribbling into right and center. Yeah, Knight reinforces that with the dash punch to get real close to Gumi. Not a lot they could have done about that. Did have an evade if they decided to use it there, though, but it's going to be a little tricky for 3Z Breezy, and they're going to take it because of that.
Yeah, it was very, very precise. I'm impressed by the dash punch, because usually when Juliets do a flip dash punch, there's a huge gap for the goalie to vertically clear it, but there Gumi hit a pretty good angle, like a really good angle, but still got covered by 3Z, so great timing.
Yep, working on the second barrier here. More flips spent. They are enjoying taking these barriers with the flips, and honestly, I respect the heck out of that. flipping for the second barrier. It's way easier to guard than it is to guard the big on open goal. Lots of blobs to assist with some of these strikes. They're covering basically everything. Shapeshifting has complete control of this forward side of the midfield, but they do manage to get the ball out of there in that almost catastrophic situation. Hits the ball down, recovers it. 3Z Breezy slots that one into the bottom side nicely. Bombardiers taking a first set over Demon Time. Who could have thought?
And Juno as the first pick. This is scary. Thankfully, Hotshot not showing up, but a slew of other not very friendly awakenings here. My eyes are on that Monumentalist for the Fini. Are they going to deny it on the Estelle? There's no way, right? Like, it's going to feel so bad. And it does fall through. And that is such a huge, huge advantage for the Bombardiers here.
Yeah, I mean, if we thought Big Finish was pretty good on the barriers before, I mean, now you even have greater range to use it. This is now way more effective in general on basically the whole board, and timeless to go with it. So this is as big as it's going to get. Although it seems that the larger that the Big Finish is, the weaker the gravity field. So it's like sort of.
No. Absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely.
Are you sure?
Not. Yeah. It is no.
The edges of the gravity field don't pull as much. Is that not right? I'm like almost.
No. These points are going to be falling in favor of Bombardiers over and over.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying that there's, something. Anyway, first point to this set on over to Bombardiers. We'll do some math into that other thing later. But going to work on this front side here. Xianzhu almost actually loses control of the ball once again. Big Finish coming in. Everyone's striking it as much as possible. It's harder to get out of there. That's for freaking sure, though.
That's not looking weaker.
So damn big. I don't think it's weaker. Just literally like the pulling effect.
No, I don't think that pulling effect's weaker. Like they were hitting it at the edge multiple times. Those strikes were not getting it out of there.
Well, I'll believe you. Nice, great punch into dash. Actually reversing the combo there, which is going to work even way better for 3Z Breezy. Going to be able to cover that mid pass there, or the mid clear as well. And already Bombardiers is like on fire right now, and it could be because of this Big Finish Monumentalist timeless situation going on. I mean, they literally can't get it out of there. This feels so bad if you're the opposing team, but I mean, we will say that there was a situation where they could have denied Monumentalist. Again, that feels pretty bad too. But then you just kind of lose your barriers all the time, and it might have been worth thinking about.
It definitely was worth thinking about at the very least. The Joker got Demolitionist instead. Additional size, the additional cooldown reduction, pretty good, but you have to get there first, right? And the issue right now is that your team is just losing to the Fini. And when you're not losing to the Fini, 3Z Breezy is playing an excellent game. A perfect pass up to Stealth Rock, who slots it into the top corner. Juno also looking quite good as Stealth Rock pilots her. It's just a great game for Bombardiers.
It really is. I mean, you can even just see on these stacks on stacks. 3Z Breezy already has 150 stacks. Stealth Rock, Shapeshifting doing quite well, only 86 there. So, I mean, 3Z was just in there so hard. MVP, grab and bulk up, extra health, extra damage. Can't go wrong with that. More range here, though, for Gumi to help out. Still has eject button, so might be able to cover a little bit more when it comes to the opposing side of the field here. Juno just going to deny some more health, get some for themselves. Orb Dancer, we saw a lot of Orb Dancer in the last series, but didn't seem to work out perfectly at all. And now Team Player also picked up by Luke. I love Team Player, really great at clearing and makes the opponents have to react a little bit faster. And Xianzhu grabs Stinger. A lot more damage on the board here, at least from the primary.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that makes a difference here, but my eyes are on Luke, right? They could eliminate the Fini, perhaps, especially on a map where the goalies are wandering out of their goal zone protection more often than not. But it's going to come down to consistency, and 3Z Breezy's looking so consistent. They do blast the Fini off the map, though. Without Luke, this is looking like a much more even game, but the Joker needs to find value now. Gumi in position, but 3Z Breezy just sends it away. They don't interact. Finally, a barrier take, though, and maybe Demon Time has what it takes.
They might. Wow, they do successfully clear it out of the Firewall Sentry as well. Big Finish. We're going to have to flip. We could have flipped a little bit earlier there, but maybe they thought they could have gotten it out. But no problem. Still a barrier holds. And man, they knocked 3Z Breezy's head off right there. But still on the board. Nice. Gumi winning the situation against Shapeshifting there as well. 3Z taking the goalie position just for a moment to save that final barrier. Gumi not under too much pressure there. The Joker's got their back, but actually finds himself on out of here, though. Wow, second big finish of the same point. It's so rough in that spot, but they are still holding the line, and the line is just about erased as Bombardiers is just a master of placing themselves. They're this positioning, the damage that they're dealing. I mean, they got 2 kills there. They are just in the driver's seat, as Saya would say.
Yeah, they are in the driver's seat. And Breezy might just be the driver of it all here. Angling for dash punches, angling for strike wars, just playing so aggressively but so well in the midst of the enemy team. And that chip damage is also adding up. The big finish is adding up. Everything looking bad. And Breezy, the redirect right to the bottom corner. Not what you want if you're Demon Time, but exactly what you want if you're the Bombardiers.
And you mentioned it before about the single hit characters, the ranged characters against Juno would have a tough time, but like, you need like 5 strikes to get it out of the freaking gravity well sometimes, and that's not going to happen instantly. The barriers are gone, and they get a kill, and Luke has flip. I mean, Bombardiers is on fire right now, trying to end this game here. Ugumi flipping through the big finish right now, and not even successfully winning out on the situation. Breezy gets in the way just enough and helps the strike through, and my Bombardiers, actual demons. Demon time. They're on Demon time.
I didn't expect this matchup to be like this, right? I expected a close game, but that Fini just got out of control really fast, and that's what happens in Omega Strikers if the first draft it goes so devastatingly out of your way, and a team like the Bombardiers is fully equipped to capitalize with their game plan.
Facts and logic. I mean, what else is there to say about that? I mean, we did see the one situation where Joker could have denied that Monumentalist. Would that have changed the game? It's certainly possible. The ball would have gotten out of the well earlier in some situations, but it might not have changed the result of this one. I mean, man, 3Z was like really just so on point with every interaction. Dash punches were actually precise as heck. He's even using the dash to cover some outclears, especially after both barriers were gone due to Luke. And I mean, that was kind of it, right? Fini runs up, takes both barriers. 3Z's now dash punching your face in, and these characters can't really deal with it. They just simply can't deal with this comp. And maybe this was just simply a comp diff. I mean, it might have been a bomb, but that was so dominant, bro.
Yeah, the Monumentalist was really the winning ticket here for the Bombardiers, but the way they played around it too, right? The curvature of the big finish, just something so difficult to deal with for the entire team of Demon Time. They're all single hit characters. They have to burn so many cooldowns to get out of the big finish. They can't just barrage it and run it forward. Strike, barrage, strike. Like, they were so weak to the Fini overall.
Yeah, I think there aren't too many characters in the game that I would say is like, yeah, this is the best character against big finish. I mean, some of the brawlers that can just like do dash and something really quick to get it on through, but certainly not on that team. I mean, now is barely getting it out of there with strike, primary strike. Like maybe just gets it out. Amy's gonna have to line up the thing, being barely use the cyber swipe to. I mean, really rough drafting there from the side of Demon Time, but certainly not out of it yet, because we would believe that Bombardiers would be the underdog in this set, but they are proving me wrong. They're being the overdogs. They're being mean. They're mean on his Demon Days.
Yeah, they're gonna need to find something to close the gap here, though, because that first game was rough. The second game will be on Taiko Temple, which is a map that is also pretty chaotic, pretty closed. And we'll see, because it's gonna come down to the goalies once again in a lot of senses to try and be the X factor when it comes to the defense.
Yeah, very important here on Taiko Temple. The goalies are like able to move up. The forwards can, play the interactions that they're going to with the drum on the bottom side or the drum on the top side and the ball coming through. I mean, that's like the biggest deal, right? Is the midfielders are just trying to play their 1-50-50 between strike up as the opponent covers bot or top, and then the goalie will cover the other side. Whatever, you guys know how to play Taiko Temple. But starting out here, we got Super Surge, pretty scary, and movement speed. Lots and lots of movement speed. We could give everyone 20% movement speed here right now. But do you think that's What do you think, Saya? 20% movement speed or super surge?
I
Taiko
think triple Among Titans is pretty likely. I think it's reliable. It's just a big advantage over the enemy team. And also Zentaro is not the brawler of choice on this patch, so I doubt that Super Surge will be seeing a large quantity of picks here.
I hear X is the brawler of choice. Is this right?
Yep.
X
Absolutely.
being the champion. And there he is. First picked. Hey, look, Time Time banned Juno. They're done with that. No more Juno. We got Bombardier banning Era. So we're not going to see any Maelstroms there either. But yeah, X first pick. So if we're talking about X being the best brawler, we got possible Super Surge X, which is extremely powerful, or the fastest X you've ever seen, which kind of makes up for some of his weaknesses of having mobility. Also having Dubu and Estelle, ball characters on the opposing side here for Bombardiers. What will happen here? Bombardiers was doing an insane job of killing last game, but perhaps they will do the same thing. Maybe Dubu gets the most kills this game, guys. Maybe.
Yeah, you really think so?
I mean, heck, it's not impossible. I mean, you're right near the side, and he somersaults. That thing has like 1 billion knockback.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is looking like a Dubu goalie, right? Like, it would be awesome if it was a Dubu brawler or Dubu midfield, as we have seen in the past.
We have seen, yeah.
But given these teams' players, I doubt it. Unfortunately, would be awesome though.
I'm down. Fuck it. I'm down to get some Dubu forward in there. Xianzhu Aimi, we see from Grimella in the chat. All right, I'll trust you, Grimella. Xianzhu Aimi. Aimi, kind of a tough character to use sometimes. I feel like that was the hardest character for me to play goalie with, Aimi. Just lining up the primary, very tough. She's just like a high skill character. And accompanied here from Mako from Demon Time. So that looks like they're going to... It looks, honestly, X and Amy are quite good at dealing damage, and Mako speeding them up is a little scary. I mean, anytime X gets speed, you are kind of questioning your life. But Asher, that's a Taiko Temple pick right there. Good in general, but really good at holding the sides as she is quite large. And the Path Splitter does some mystical work on Taiko Temple as the ball is just going to be squished into the corners there. And those are your teams as we start up on this Taiko Temple map. Yeah, I'm gonna go with what you said. We're gonna see a whole lot of Among Titans.
Yep, it's gonna be quite interesting to see how this X Aimi comp faces off against Asher Estelle. The ideas are very similar, right? Relatively a mobile brawler, but I think that in the goalie matchup, I would kind of prefer having the Asher here into the Mako compared to the X into the Dubu. Of course, like it isn't like it swings anything like crazy. I just think that in particular, Breezy Breezy is gonna have a lot of agency.
Yeah, I think you're right on that front. I would probably prefer Asher here in this situation, especially Asher accompanied from Estelle specifically, because she is so good at like kind of checkmating the corner, and then it's like I mean you can't send it back into that, and then Estelle is just like the champion at covering things like those out clears and getting to where you need to go. So I like the really strong forward brawler there with the coverage of Estelle. And Amy certainly can do the same thing. It's just slightly harder. You know, you have to prepare those primaries a little bit earlier. Cyber Swipe, quite good. And then, I would say that the Sentry, the Firewall Sentry, is also kind of an X factor there for Amy. Really good on this map at like getting the ball right into that corner there, which is the best spot. And we'll see how they play it out, bro. We saw Bombardiers just kind of crush last game. We indeed have six Among Titans, not 8. Maybe I have 2. 6 Among Titans on the map here, though. As we start off, look, oh my god, this Dubu is humongous. 6 kills, Dubu.
We'll see. Luke, though, playing proactively. That's what I like, right? If you're a goalie on Taiko Temple, you need to find opportunities to step up to the midline, put down some creations, and help the offense keep it contained. This map has kind of become one of the more stalling maps, right? One of the longer game duration maps because teams are so good on defense.
Yeah, I can't deny that. I mean, you'd think that it simply wouldn't, because having these drums would just make situations kind of unwinnable for goalies when the forwards just get like red balls from striking. I mean, Asher gets crushed right there. X Maximus active, passes midfield, gets the extra speed to catch up, and finds the kill, spending the flip. First kill for the side of Demon Time. Gonna be nice there from the Joker. And even work on this last barrier down on over to Xianzhu. Can they get it past the Juba? They do actually win out, but then it was actually the Estelle that covered. A nice one there. Shape-shifting. Really great strike there as well. Yo, the teams are playing nice already as overtime is going to transpire, but Bomba, no barriers left.
There's the core speed you're talking about, but deflected easily, and I think one of the issues with this map in terms of like, oh, can the bounces overwhelm goalies? It ends up being that it's so easy to cover an entire lane by standing in the middle. There's a big KO, but flips available for the side of the Bombardiers. Demon Time looking for an opportunity. That missed roll might have been it, but there's the Tofu Fortress. There's a crazy demon angle from Stealth Rock, and that's going to be the first point going to the Bombardiers.
Well played, getting the right past Joker. Gumi can't seem to reach that spot. So first point here to the Bombardiers. Indeed, Asher going in hard right there, reinforced with the log. Yeah, the barrier beam and the piercing shot are just going to kind of hit everyone down to just about 60%. Lots of energy gained from the side of Bombardiers as well. And it looks like Luke isn't having too much trouble defending from this spot, especially with like Asher being your little second goalie there. Can't get in time, going to lose one barrier. Shape-shifting. Gonna hold the ball here with this dribble. Of course, Dubu on the backside. We can't get a kill here from Joker. They're gonna make sure we steal the enemy orb. A lot of possession here, though, from Demon Time. It's only a matter of time to get a nice strike into one of these drums as possible.
Yep, Joker looking for a survival here. Great KO by Xianzhu, finding a big opportunity out of what seemed like nothing. 3Z Breezy could have gone for something on Xianzhu, but decides to keep the flip, use it for something more meaningful. Luke, though, the roll and the flip, and bodies are flying across the map. You expected that roll to do some damage, and it indeed is.
Absolutely, especially with the powerhouse. Nice flip there coming out from 3Z is going to land that one. Really well played to get through the Mako secondary too. 2 points here for Bombardiers, already looking quite strong in this team. Kind of what we expected, right? This Asher's really making great work when they get that ball into the corner. As we go up here, Luke gets the ball right on down. Gonna block the firewall sentry completely with those donuts. Joker gonna pass it right on through, shape-shifting, grab one of those barriers. Although we're weak here, 3Z Breezy clinging on to life, but no abilities being spent. We have a defense situation, although Joker is going to certainly win out there with that X Maximus. And now 3Z once again clinging to life, getting knocked all over the place. They're not going to find a kill just yet, as the defense will be activated for Bomba. Actually not backing up. 3Z going face first, keeping themselves alive. Let's see if Joker can land this one. Godlike. Stealth Rock the champion.
Yeah, just gets it out of there. Great blink to make sure the goal doesn't go in, but getting this set in this point is looking like still a bit difficult for Bombardiers. They need to get the barrier, they need to get the entire goal, and right now with an open net they're back with a Dubu who can't cover the entire thing but can come very close to covering the entire open net. We'll see, because Xianzhu has a flip and is looking primed and ready to blink in.
True, Xianzhu and Gumi both having that flips, but actually Stealth Rock does as well. The flip's being spent to clear the ball all the way down to the bottom, but it does find its way back into the corner. Asher activated here. Okay, a flip coming out from Xianzhu is going to save that one. Nothing left except a power play here for Demon Time. Gonna have a little bit of stalling there from the Donuts. Now moving up to try to help with the defense. Not gonna use the flip. Thought they were large enough, which is honestly pretty understandable. I kind of thought that they were going to make it there in time, but sometimes the ball really do be squishing. It's kind of riding that edge there. So well played, great shot is basically the takeaway here from Demon Time.
Yeah, I thought that roll would catch too, but unfortunately that hitbox is smaller than it seems. Luke, though, trying to take matters into his own hands, has the flip, has the cooldowns, but forced to back up as they lose a barrier. Could be a big turnaround here, as almost every big cooldown is burned. Xianzhu low, but has the resources to move forward here. 3Z Breezy looking for the KO, but the bounce is favorable for Demon Time as Stealth Rock looks for an opening, finds the setup, and a brilliant goal for the Estelle as Bombardiers continue their win streak.
Yeah, especially realizing that Gumi had just spent the primary there, just launching all the projectiles as the Estelle gives you quite a good chance of getting the goal, and successfully doing so. Going to maintain the first pick here. See what we're going to grab. Extra special for some more abilities. Quite nice. Amy may be looking at what damage here? Okay, gonna look for some health. Shanzu trying to keep themselves alive. Joker not picking here, allowing the team player to go down to do, but I really like the team player pick here, which is really powerful on Taiko, and in general, definitely helps to hit those drums too. Gumi taking health, maybe away from this Asher. Quick strike on Asher, super strong too. So we'll see how effective that is. We've seen Demon Time basically took all the health that was available, and 1-2 punch for X, which is very standard. So we'll be seeing some more kills from Joker, possibly, as the ball is being squished into the top side already. Look at all that damage being sent onto Joker. Not much left.
Not much, but those bounces, those rebounds looking quite good. Joker with the bell ringer. 2 barriers taken in Demon Time. It's looking like a different time right now. Big turnaround from the previous set as 3Z Breezy goes for the rebounds as well. It's a bit of a fresh look though, and they're building up a ton of energy.
Yeah, quick 2 barriers and a kill. Spends the flip to take it there. No pummelers activated on this set though. Goes in there, try to get some damage on to 3Z. Not going to find too much there. Actually staying in, holding the line there for real until we have our Estelle coming on back here though. I really tough spot here for 3Z is what I was going to say, as they do kind of get flipped and smashed all over the place. No evade is what I was going to say, but insane glitch pop is actually going to take that. Xianzu totally on point there for that pass. Oh, and it gets the stun beautifully.
Yeah, just completely cut off the strike from Stealth Rock, perfectly placed. And that kind of cooldown usage, not very common even in North American Strikers League. Xianzu, of course, the closest player to being MVP, other than the MVPs themselves. nasl, not a league with very varied MVPs, I gotta say. It's been the same 2 people.
Well, what are you gonna do when those same 2 people are just so freaking good, right? Although, power play here for Demon Time. See if they can get some of these barriers. Great stalling here from Stealth Rock. Okay, loses that interaction. Only one of the barriers down. Joker wins out there. Still not going to grab this barrier. A lot of pressure. We got 3Z Breezy on back here, though. Gumi going to use the secondary to assist. Get the team a little bit faster there. 3Z now getting their hands on the ball. Spends the path splitter, but nothing to be split there. Nice wait from Luke is going to at least not let them get flipped too closely, but we do have 3 flips on the side of Demon Time. They are certainly looking at taking this goal as long as they can get that final barrier. They're not going to flip until they get that barrier. You already know, unless it's on defense.
3 flips available. Looking for an opening. 3Z Breezy hit away, but the core speed across the entire map, a triple pass is perfect. And the Bombardiers, they just cash out.
Yeah, I mean, damn. Team player overtime, actually so godlike. Does see that Gumi spent a flip there. Nice Rose Warp to grab that one. Flips it onto the bottom side. Gumi is aware of what's going on now. And again, the defensive ult here from Xianzu makes it tougher to get these barriers. Okay, we get a flip. Actually, a counter flip there as well. Luke losing a lot of their resources in the situation, but still holding on to that barrier. Xianzu has their hands on the ball on the bottom side here, though. Trying to give the ball to Joker, who is going to flip for this barrier. Tries to bull rush in, but actually completely stuffed by the somersault. Donuts activated on the bottom side as Shapeshifting is waiting to win some of these strike wars.
Looking for an opportunity. Xianzu to the Joker. Unable to find the passing lane this time as 3Z Breezy walks up, has a knockback reduction, barely moving even a centimeter here. This Asher character in the corner is deadly, looking for an opportunity, but no good strikes. No cooldowns burned, but 3Z's going to have them before too long. Gotta watch out, but he's gone.
Yeah, first second of overtime, we got a strike on in there. Red ball. That's just how it goes. Nice pass here from Maka, who's also getting a red ball from that passive. Boom! Right there, right on through. The core speed does win games by itself sometimes. Nice pass to get it away from the opposing team. Get the donuts set up on the top side. 3Z Breezy is in position to at least hold that side. Going to lose the situation against the Joker, who does have flip. They're going to have to get a little bit closer here, though. The sentry's going to help them get on through. The path splitter is going to make them just about nothing. Oh, okay, they were going for the Omega combo because that flip was a little bit farther from the goal than I think they wanted to, but no, he was about to die. Got to use that flip. Now, don't have any flips left to really score this one. Gumi spends their last flip, but a beautiful redirect from Joker is going to go right in, right past Luke, and I mean, that is what the doctor ordered, or the chef. They all ordered that. That's what the Demon Time ordered.
Yeah, that's how a lot of pivotal points look on Taiga Temple, right? The core speed overwhelming, but everyone covering the lanes until finally a flip redirect becomes the angle necessary to secure a point. And that's what makes this map go so long. That's why this map is so stressful. Requires concentration at every single moment, as 3Z just has to walk away from that death trap of a flip.
Yeah, that was like, oh, Asher, but then it was like the entire team is punching you, and you're like, honestly, I'm probably gonna leave, and that's gonna be a kill for Demon Time. Big power play, but Joker is looking a little low, and they find something to even it up to a 2v2. Although a lot of pressure here being put on by Xianzhu, just the intimidating factor that Xianzhu's walking towards you is a little bit scary, but they do manage to clear it here as the team comes back, and now we got another 3v3 showing up. Almost grabs the goal, or almost grabs the barrier. 3Z Breezy there. Gumi not trying to flip just yet. Xianzhu working on one of their own. The core speed just going so fast, it goes right on back. Again, the donuts to counter the Firewall Sentry, constantly seeing that happen, which is pretty fair, as Firewall Sentry is really good at pushing the ball where you need to go. The glitch pop is actually going to miss there. That was actually so rough. That could have gotten the barrier. Flip from Gumi finally spent the path splitter as well. Team player overtime once again, which might be the factor that this team is looking for.
Looking Xianzhu, a flip, but Luke sends it away. And now the Joker, the one building up the flip soon. The rebound, not good. Stealth Frog with a misstrike. That's the barrier gone. That's a Joker with so much control. Flip available to the top side, Xianzhu, but right to the Luke it goes. And right now it's Gumi, the one on defense duty. We'll see if this Tofu Fortress can hold.
That's going to be a rough spot. Nice reading the direction there. Yeah. Back up. Okay, yeah. Gotta back up, understandably. Not trying to strike War Joker directly there. We do have teammates on the board, and it's going to be a great win there. Path Splitter set up. A flip from 3Z might make it work. Great strike through. Joker actually decided to cover top, but went right towards the drum side there. Straight to 3Z Breezy. Priority air mail. And it's going to be going in there. 2-2 for this set. Bomba up one whole set, though.
Yeah, and the Bombardiers winning this one would be such a big momentum for them in this series, right? They're against Demon Time, which is like a super team, right? Like, they have assembled in traditional esports. This would be a high-budget roster, right? Like, this would be salary cap right here.
Yeah. The Demon Time definitely has some hitters, as we'd like to say. But Bomba is doing something magnificent here, as they are controlling a lot of this game, even with a lot of interactions that they are not really winning. It feels like the comp is really just working out for Bomba. I just love what they're doing with the range that they have here, especially with the Asher and the Estelle, pushing it into the corner, and it just keeps happening. I see a lot of Gumi spending flips on defenses, and that's just what we have. Maybe when Luke is like moving up here with these Tofu Fortresses, as they're trying to work on here. Okay, we got a flip here from Joker. Xianzhu gonna try to hand it on over, not trying to flip too late. Once again, all three players on Demon Time have this flip. The secondary is spent. They're gonna get really fast, but God, the defense from Bomba is so good. I mean, they're just blocking.
Yeah, that Tofu Fortress was flawless, but there's a big KO. The Joker, no flip now, and 50-50s. Luke guesses down. Joker goes up to the wider part of the goal, and the game is tied up. But there's the Demon Time we were waiting for, and maybe after this draft, they'll show us a different side of themselves. Maybe it was just a warm-up so far, and they're now taking the lead, but we'll have to see after this draft concludes. Nothing immediately game-winning here, but a lot of generally good awakenings. My eyes are on that Twin Drive as well, as the explosive entrance. Dash Awakenings at a premium in a Mako game, as Twin Drive taken by 3Z Breezy instead. They're dropping down picks to the X to make sure he gets something, and I'm a little bit confused at the Demon Time draft. I'm going to be honest.
I was gonna say something, just a little something, but I really just held to give X Prize Fighter, and okay, I mean, that could work out for sure. They are definitely saying as long as this X is strong enough to kill, that will be our win condition, as we already see the X Maximus beating the crap out of 3Z. But still sort of to no avail. 3Z's hanging out, could grab that orb in the back if they want, as we have Luke moving up here and putting a lot of pressure onto the goal. They do have 3Z low, and we get, yeah, oh my gosh, we can see that the Mag Soul's also working overtime as well. Great strike from Luke to get the angle on that drum to steal that barrier. Now we do have, I mean, once again, I mean, we still have 3Z Breezy alive. No Prize Fighter stacks gained yet. Nice pass up here to Luke. We can see if we can get a squish in there, but oh, actually Xianzhu blocking perfectly and stealing the top barrier. There's the Tofu Fortress, but they do get the barrier either way. A flip from Gumi stuffed by the Crystal Thorns from Shapeshifting. So much pressure, bro, from 3Z and Shapeshift. I mean, they're in another... Oh, sorry. No, sorry, they're in another realm right now.
Yeah, and the Firewall Sentry setting up as well. Demon Time looking to start their offense here. They do have the energy for it. A lot of it used on the other end. The Glitch Pop almost covering the out clear, but Luke gets there just in time. And it's up to the Joker, really, the prize fighter stacker. Can he get it done?
Hopefully. I mean, Mako ended up taking Rampage, which is pretty interesting. I wouldn't have been too surprised if we saw X take the Rampage there, but really expecting the damage to work out as one barrier goes down here for Bomba. Luke gonna pass it on up, spend the secondary, and actually have almost a clean clear down onto that goal. We see that Gumi is really going for some sort of damage here. They just want to get that prize fighter stacked up. They're trying to deal some sort of kills, get some shatters going, but not working out perfectly just yet. The evade from Stealth Rock is going to be just enough to get this Estelle, and they still don't even get it. Self passes the ball there. It's overtime, blasted into orbit. And now, we still just have overtime. And we have one barrier left here from Luke and 3Z. They do grab one of their own with that flip to help stall out the time. I mean, Fortress, there you go, right? In overtime, perfect to let their player come back.
We'll see. Dangerous here for Gumi. Flip available. Trying to get cash out on it on the bottom side, which is looking relatively empty, but Stealth Rock's there. The pressure collapses all at once. The barrier gone, and suddenly it's not looking as good as it once was for time. Everything changed in one moment.
Oh, nice. Yeah. We all knew the team player pass was coming there, and Xianzhu was ready for that glitch pop, but it just isn't enough for this team to manage to get that point. We really do have 3Z. Pretty incredible, not only positioning, but like simply winning the strike wars that they're put into against Gumi surprisingly consistently. And even if failed, I mean, Stealth Rock, such good positioning. Once again, Tofu Fortress on the bottom side to just help get that bottom barrier as quickly as possible. Oh man, this team is just looking so good when they're winning.
Yeah, they do. If they can get the goal here, that would be huge. One set away from taking the entire series, but Stealth Rock low has to retreat. The Joker, Xianzhu, flips available. The economy swinging in the favor of Demon Time. They can hold on just a bit longer, but there's an open net at their backs. And will Gumi be able to do so? The one without a flip. Stealth Rock looking for an opportunity. KO'd? Not quite. Barely surviving. Bouncing across the map. A flip expended. So many resources used by Demon Time for nothing.
It might not be Tofu Fortress not only blocking the barrier but also blocking Joker there from getting the kill. Still alive, not knocked against the drum. The X Maximus will certainly end it now, and they spend it all and they get one stack of prize fighter. Could it be enough for them to do that every point? 3Z Breezy approaching with their flip. Gumi has one to defend as well. Tries to maybe bait the flip out of Gumi and then keep possession there, but Gumi not taking the bait. Lots of good reactions here at this level of gameplay. Nice pass as well to go closer towards the drum and avoid the glitch pop too. A lot of pressure put on by Joker and Xianzhu though. Can they get it out? Team player really does put on a lot of pressure as well to the other side. A flip from Luke. Maybe you're going to move up and make something happen, but not sure yet. We'll see.
We'll have to see. 3Z Breezy finds a strike ward. Theirs is a set lead for Bombardiers, and can they convert this into a series win? We'll have to see after the draft.
Once again, 3Z just winning these strike wars against Gumi now. It's obviously hard, you know, but that is kind of what's securing these points maybe earlier than they should be. But let's see if this Asher gets some size. We do have Demolitionist on the board. Gonna hold out, gonna wait to see maybe if they can get Stealth Rock something nice. Okay, they actually do end up taking it before still has to go. Taking heavy impact for Amy to help assist with this prize fighter, which seems to be their main source of victory, which could happen at some point, maybe with the extra damage of this draft. I mean, this is a tempo swing Dubu, possible deny, you know, from this X. Castle S is still quite good. Primary for Mako extra. And I honestly, Hotshot's quite good on Estelle in general, so not a bad draft at all if you are Bomba.
Yeah, not bad at all. Stealth Rock to Luke looking for the defense here. Bombardiers have just been very consistent in their gameplay, right? I think Demon Time has had amazing moments, but they also kind of just like go for things and waste all their resources, and that's been the death of them a few points.
Yeah, it's possible that they really want to like get maybe like 2 more stacks of Prize Fighter, and then maybe then they could say, yeah, X will be able to now solo an entire health bar with their cooldowns, and that would be the win condition. But man, the ball control that Bomba has, especially in this corner, I mean, getting it to the corner is half the battle, and they're doing such a good job, and a lot of assistance here for 3Z Breezy, in addition to winning these strike wars, is going to get them another point. X still has not gotten another stack of Prize Fighter. I mean, that win condition seems to be going out the window at an alarming rate, so they might have to think of something slightly different, as they may not have more Awakenings to take.
We'll see. Gumi to the bottom side. Luke on the defense. Both barriers taken by the Joker. Great strike aim there as 3Z Breezy almost taken out, barely surviving. The bottom side of the goal wide open. And everything is going right for Demon Time for the moment.
Well, there's a little voice in my head that said, why did you guys score when you could have killed that? Like, if you could have just passed a little bit more and killed that Asher and got another stack of Prize Fighter, and that sounds insane to do in this game, but does get a stack, got one of these Prize Fighters going on there. Maybe that's enough to tip the scales. Maybe that literally that point win, and maybe this Rampage doing something could turn the tides for Demon Time. Although Bomba's still playing pretty incredibly. We got Stealth Rock a little low in the corner, kind of where Joker wants them to be, but now they're reversing the script, flipping the script onto Joker and getting that price, actually 0 stacks to price for any win condition that we thought might be out the window, although Xianzhu is not done yet, stealing that last barrier and trying to get the ball on out. Okay, a flip from Gumi is going to be successful. Joker returns to the board. Stealth Rock keeping possession into the hands of 3Z Breezy. Nice Rose Warp to block the bottom side. An assistance here from Luke. Not in position to grab the ball just yet. A little scary, but still maintain control of the ball. Once again, the Tofu Fortress to block the Firewall Sentry. And now Xianzhu approaching with the flip. It doesn't have to spend it. That was a really nice timed goal from Demon Time, and they get to keep that flip for Xianzhu.
Yeah, and with the set lead here, it's looking quite good for them. Xianzhu with the flip, like you mentioned. That guy's been one of the best at using flips, but we'll have to see if it's a brilliant time flip or a wasted time flip, because they've had both of those in spades. They don't need one for that barrier take, though, as Joker building up a ton of energy, and 3Z Breezy's got to watch out.
Yeah, the flip for both of these team members, both of these forwards, could be pretty destructive for this last little barrier. They might not flip until they get it. The Firewall Sentry and the Bull Rush are not enough yet. Flip from Xianzhu, gonna flip and dip, use the glitch pop to get it forward. Kind of getting do-booed here. Are they do-boo? Oh no, that's actually do. That's do-boo, not do-boo. When you lose it, it's do-boo. Either way, successfully winning that one. Luke is going to keep this barrier here with the help of Stealth Rock. Xianzhu goes in for the interception, but still not going to get the barrier there, though. Favorable for Joker. We got Gumi moving up. Not moving up too far, though. Still holding onto this barrier, trying to deal some damage to Stealth Rock. This could be a situation where they find a kill onto Shapeshifting. But now the ball is clear and has a chance to evade, and they're free-ish.
Yeah, they're defending, but they can't rotate to the offense. They're a team player team, right? They got the team player awakening. They need to find an angle for this Dubu to start firing off red cores. Right now, though, oh, a flip baited out. Gumi, the resource gone. It's huge. This could be a turnaround for Bombardiers in this set. A ticket for them to take the entire thing, maybe. But they'll have to be very careful. They need to maintain this one barrier, or else it gets a lot harder.
Yeah, the team player getting the ball so far out of X's hands there is like insanely valuable, and being almost uninterceptable from Amy, having the ball so fast, is like nothing but benefit. Now they do have a power play here, though. Demon Time could get this last barrier without spending their flip. I mean, holy, they end up eradicating Luke right on off the map. That was like 4 different stuns. Joker tapping it in, making sure that that is completely successful with that flip. And there you go, Demon Time evening this one up. Labamba, they're looking good, but Demon Time is actually inching a little bit closer towards the win condition that might be this Prize Fighter X.
Yep, it is looking quite scary because they are just reliably getting these KOs, right? They have passed the point where they need to worry about how much potential damage they have. And now they are in a spot where they can just damage dump and figure out scoring after they have a massive striker advantage. And that is scary. Zerker for 3Z Breezy is actually going to be super valuable in a game where he is taking a lot of damage, but I'm more afraid of Demon Time. They got a lot of speed on the board. They're going to be so much faster than they were last set.
Absolutely. We always talk about the weaknesses of X not having like all the mobility he could ever want. Sometimes Super Surge is all you need with the X to get into that one position that just gets you there. You know, it's just enough to make it work. Now, before it was at 70%. At 35%, maybe it's enough. But still 25% extra damage on that Bull Rush is going to be quite devastating. As Shapeshifting gonna have to grab an orb to keep themselves up here, though. 3Z Breezy gonna win an interaction there to help get the ball a little bit closer. Although now it's Luke 2v1. Okay, the assistance there as well from Stealth Rock is gonna keep that barrier up. Here comes the Firewall Sentry, although they clear it right on out there. Here comes Dubu with the thing. Dubu! You end up using the Tofu Fortress and getting owned because of it. Sometimes that is gonna happen. But wow, the glitch pop in addition to Joker punching it in. Okay, I mean, Demon Time, they're so back. In fact, they're winning. They have a lead.
Yeah, it is looking real good for Demon Time. They have the flip advantage as well. This is looking like the turnaround for them, and a lot of damage on 3Z Breezy, who, with the additional speed in the entire game, is finding it more difficult to find those opportunities he was earlier, right? Like, when everyone is faster, you're relatively slower. It's so much more difficult to play as the Asher, but the bounces will take a barrier, and maybe it's not too bad for the Bombardiers.
No, but certainly a guaranteed single barrier there. Okay, double barrier, and spends the cooldowns as well. Just kind of be fruitless there for Luke. Although Joker still maintaining their life by spending that evade. Might not be able to get this orb. They're going to be kind of out of the play for a little bit, though, but still threatening to get their strikes in there. I mean, all you need is strike to make the game work. Shianzu trying to hold the line as well, while Joker heals up just a little bit. Gets blasted against the drum, and yeah, it was just enough, even at that angle, to get knocked on out. And now Mako spending the ultimate there. The base drop is not going to work out too well either, although the barrier does hold. 2 flips for the side of Bombardiers as well. 3Z finally in the position that Asher should be, although that log might actually be curtains. Kind of sends it right on back to Demon Time, although the Tofu Fortress is now up. We'll see if they can get it out here with Shianzu.
The rebound's good from Stealth Rock, but 3Z Breezy blown up. Can't be a Berserker if you're dead, unfortunately. And Stealth Rock now dribbling, trying to keep it safe, but it's going to be difficult. A Strike War win from Joker. No flip to be found there, even with 2 up. It's just a complete outplay. It's a complete misplay. It's Joker taking matters into his own hands and 1 point away from sending us to Game 3.
Yeah, understandable what Stealth Rock was going for there. Trying to get the stun in addition to the strike with that piercing shot. But yeah, Joker, a little too big, a little too fast, a little too active to make that one work. Okay, Miner actually really wasn't in range there, so nice strike there from Gumi. The flip is going to at least land them one of those barriers. Stealth Rock looking quite weak, but again, flipping the script onto Joker, trying to deal a lot of damage left and right. They do actually shatter them away, but still not stopping. Ends up getting the passive from Mako kill. I mean, that really good luck there from Gumi to hold on to that one. Now they have this big old power play. See if they can get something done. Once again, Shianzu probably going to wait till the next barrier goes down to get the flip or a kill. They have been doing a lot of killing here with that flip. 3Z not going to fold just yet. Getting some extra energy there from that. Negate the final barrier as well. The Path Splitter is going to make their chances of scoring really high. Luke moving up. Oh, scary. Barrier still going to hold, dealing some damage to Joker as well. The Firewall Sentry going to get nullified ever so slightly by the Tofu Fortress as overtime rolls through.
And Joker looking for the dribbles, looking for the barrier to take Luke in a good spot. Team players it out of there, and Joker finds a KO. Can they trade back onto the stagger? Joker is the question, but the answer is looking like no. Barrier still defended, the one saving grace for Bombardiers, but still not looking very easy. Joker with the flip available. Good strike one by Stealth Rock, flip baited out, and that's a KO as well to Super Surge Bull Rush you mentioned. Just enough to get so many things done for Demon Time.
Yeah, this barrier has a heart of gold. Luke's still holding it, but they are not stopping dealing damage to this team. Bombardiers, once again, finds the power play in the opposing favor here, and they finally do get the barrier. The core speed is just enough. Whoa, okay, knocked into space. Joker Not going to find themselves on the board for 10 more seconds. See if they can get a goal here. Bomba might make it work out. Crazy kill from 3Z. Big 3v1 situation against Gumi. Gonna flip, gonna knock it as far as possible. Team player still gonna get the ball really fast into the hands of Bomba, into the hands of Breezy. Breezy gonna try to drag it to themselves. Maybe the assistance. Nice. Actually, just like, honestly, 3Z Breezy is the Joker there. Just really making so many tricks here. Nice self-dribble. Honestly, that was kind of godlike. Well deserved.
Yeah, that was ridiculous from 3Z, and this point's ridiculous too. The core speed starting off at full speed, one barrier already gone, and if they can keep up this pace, if they can take Joker out of the equation, that's huge. Luke stepping up, the log not even necessary. 3Z Breezy to the bottom corner. It's match point.
In a blink of an eye, right? We get another point here from Bomba, bringing it to G5.5. And now, starting on to the top side, we got the secondary there from Gumi to try to make their chances of winning this kickoff pretty high. But still, once again, Bomba with such good defense, maintain possession. Hard to get it past this Asher. I mean, we can see that Joker is actually punching backwards to just try to get in front of 3Z Breezy, but it's not really working out. Oh my, nice. Standing on the orb is going to instantly heal them and not really affect the positioning of the play all that much. Grabs the second barrier. Huge. Tries to get it in here with the piercing shots. Not going to work out just yet. 2 barriers still in hand. 1 barrier left from Bomba. Trying to hold the line here with that Tofu Fortress. Does kind of make a little lane to strike through, but the glitch pop is going to get the second barrier. Flip spent from Stealth Rock to get the huge power play. They can't make any mistakes here against Xianzhu, who has a few strikes away from Flip. Gumi as well has a flip of their own. Now we get the log coming in hot. Huge strike from Stealth Rock to end the game, end the series. Bomba Tears takes it over Demon Time 2-0 with that incredible drum play. I mean, that's gameplay right there. Bomba Tears really making the 1 + 1 = 3 there. Incredible.
Yeah, I did not believe in them heading into the series. I was a doubter. But they got it done. 3Z Breeze in particular, spectacular. Stealth Rock, so reliable in the midfield, and Luke, especially in the later stages of that game, manipulating the team players so well to make the lives of Demon Time so difficult. Just nimbly navigating the difficult situations, especially against Joker and Xianzhu in the corner, a duo that is one of the best to ever do it. And we say one of the best to ever do it all the time, but that duo is crazy good. And in the end, it really came down to 3Z Breezy making hero plays, Stealth Rock winning the 1v1s against Xianzhu in the midfield, giving the team a chance. And those strike wars, so important.
I mean, look at these numbers. We have infinite damage, so we don't have to talk about the damage, but we could talk about the KOs. I mean, look at which team do you think won this without looking at the goals? I mean, that
Xianzhu.
is 21 kills.
Xianzhu stat line.
Yeah, redirects, just insane, like non-stop hitting the ball. So much control, and yet the team on the bottom here was successful in their wins. Luke, and it's like Luke and shapeshifting, defending in like the 2v3, just for so long. I mean, look at the kills. For so long in these power plays did they survive with the help of that Tofu Fortress and just a good gameplay. I mean, they made such quick work of those barriers. I mean, it was like we said, in a blink of an eye. They were like, let's just even this up. We'll get a game 5. Boom, happened, nonstop. This team actually is going to the top. Incredible gameplay. Bomba, y'all goats, y'all goats.
Yeah, not the goats of past seasons. Not the team named the goat. But they are looking quite good. 1-1 heading into week 3 is a great place to be. Lots of potential in that stat line. And with that, that's it for us, Envy. Anything you want to say before we hand it off to the next block?
Not really. I just, those are incredible games. We're glad to cast with you once again, and no one go away, bro. It's like non-stop hitters from here. I mean, veterans, rookies, you're going to see it all from today, bro. Saya, take us home.
See ya, everyone. Rats versus Bozo up next.
しく投げた寂れてく舞台を前に潤ってるのか抗って切り開いて見返す番だ目を離すな歴史を塗り替えてやるさダンダンダンダンダン勝って完成は記憶してく日ダンダンダンダンダン待ってあと少しせめぎ合うしっぱし挑みたい掴みたい刻みたい革命の火ぶた切って伝説の花掲げてゆこうさあレジェンジャージャーロックに飛び込んで熱狂を起こす同社になれレジェンジャージャーファイターに行こうぜ本能を覚ませ感動を起こせ伝説刻んで大地蹴って蹴って蹴ってブレイク
Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
普通の視野と見る映画を憧れにして終わらせるな託された夢が先を切って今私の教えと変わってゆくさあレジェンジャージャーロックに飛び込んで熱狂を起こす同社になれレジェンジャージャーファイターに行こうぜ本能を覚ませ感動を起こせ伝説刻んで大地蹴って蹴って蹴ってブレイク
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second half of nasl 7 Week 2. I'm joined here with Brickbat. How's it going?
I'm very excited to see this game. This is sort of these are two teams that I'm more familiar with than both. I think I'm both good friends with Fresh and Dropletto, so I'm very excited to see them duke it out. I think that both of them have kind of been building themselves up to this game a little bit. And I'm excited to see what they bring out here, especially because I think both of them kind of are in agreement that their picks that they like to pick with the X and the Finny respectively are incredibly strong right now. So I kind of want to see this battle of egos happen if it makes it through ban phase, of course.
Yeah, but then you have to think about like the other side of things, right? I don't know if Merchant really plays this Finny. I'm not familiar with if Tempo actually prefers the X. Like there's a lot of other, like Tempo can play it, but there's a lot of other things she would prefer over that, like the Dubu that was banned, like the Luna, which was actually taken away. And oh, it was actually the X that gets picked up for her.
Yeah. It's going to be an incredibly strong pick. Not only is Tempo really, really good at piloting it, obviously it's a pick away from Dropletto, who is going to be on the Juliet, though I think obviously at this state of the game, if you're a nasl brawler, you've been around the block, you just have a Juliet. If your main pick is picked away, they're a relatively easy character to pilot, especially at this level, right? You still have the same win cons, no matter what your skill level is, and they are something that you could just pull off at any time. So excited to see what can happen here out of Dropletto, especially because with this Deadeye start, I think we're going to see a lot of damage potentially coming out.
Yeah, a good amount of damage, and funny thing is we also have this Atlas with the Deadeye. Not like he'd get much out of the Rampage, but just to kind of support the Kai, support the X with a little bit of damage. Good clear all around, and already Grimella's looking kind of low.
Yeah. Not to mention, right, it does set the Atlas up, this Deadeye, for things like the missile propulsion, right? Atlases really do like buffing up that primary a lot. So if anything grants that range, it will proc Deadeye pretty consistently, and it will deal a significant amount of damage to kind of help bolster the KO potentials of this Kai. Already, though, we do have a goal open here for the side of Rats. We'll see, though, if Tempo is able to answer.
Yeah, good. Rotate down. That's the second barrier taken. Tempo waiting in the wings with Flip. Now it's just up to Fresh and Carmine to see if they can get the clear. Where does this Flip go? It's just the Bull Rush. Haley finds the Conklore, and, well, it goes right around. And Grimella, a lot of damage. This Deadeye really putting in work. But now we'll have to see if Bozo can take this here. Flip forced for Fresh. And now Templemon is just zoning away Merchant. She's making sure the Luna can't play and finds the strike.
Yeah, that's exactly what you wanted to do as a brawler into the Luna, make sure that she can't get any dashes in, right? You make sure Luna can't get any of the repositions or snipes with a rocket, right? 2 abilities basically become effectively worthless if you are able to tank some of those shots and just make sure that the Luna doesn't have any long-range presence on the map. Because if he does, sometimes you'll just Giga Blaster off the stage, but most of the time, Luna does actually have pressure.
Yeah, that's a no-fly zone there, and good rotate around, but really this power play has been basically nullified, and now Tempo looking to put some damage onto Dropletto, make him forced to burn that flip, but instead they're going to get 1 barrier, potentially a second here in the corner. Really well played out by the Rats, but now it's up to Bozo to see if they can turn things around.
Yeah, 1 barrier does go down. The Luna is able to find a second one soon to follow, as both teams now going to have an open map here.
Oh, and nearly messes up that bell ringer, but instead it's Carmine that collects it with the barrage. Well played out by Rats, and this is looking a little reminiscent to how their match against Bombardiers was last week. I think they did pretty well on this Taiko. Both games are relatively close, but overall, Rats did look really clean there.
Yeah, they did, and obviously this is a team that I'm very excited about. I think this was absolutely everyone's #1 pick to make it out of the qualifier season. And I think they would like to continue that dominance into this season itself. Of course, nasl an entirely different beast from liftoff and landing, but still, they are showing some of that prowess here right now.
Yeah, and another barrier taken there. Now it's an open net. Flip used by Carmine to take off Grimella, and now Tempo Bella just waiting there, just sitting there, aura farming as she finds the opener with the help of Carmine.
Yeah, this is seemingly the signature style that is forming around Tempo Melon after week 1 on the Duper performance, and now here on this X performance. I think we're starting to see a little bit of a pattern where Tempo Melon really likes to play in the opponent's goalie's face, do a bunch of disrespectful things, and she feels really confident on this map. I think this is a map that she is absolutely able to perform some disgusting plays with, and taking a look at this draft here as well with Carmine and Fresh picking up things that are basically just meant to get the core to her, I think that she's absolutely enabled to do something destructive. Not to mention, right, specialized training as well being dumped into her lap.
Now, I will say there is a win con now online, basically, for the side of Bozo Bunch. Dropletto with this prize fighter, and they're getting banishes, they're getting crater makers. Like, that's the way to stack it up, and we already see 1 stack found as they just instantly nuke Tempo off the map.
Yeah, and that is a big snowballing opportunity here for the side of Bozo Bunch. Rune Luna, right, the infamous Runa combo, can deal so much guaranteed damage, especially if you don't have a Vade like Carmine does right now. This Kai is certainly abusable. It is absolutely an easy way for Dropletto to get some of his stacks. Now with this 3rd one, things are looking very, very dangerous for Bozo Bunch, assuming Carmine does not come in clutch here.
Yeah, now we do see Fresh having the flip, not actually having to burn it there. Good banish there out by Grimella, and once again, Fresh finds the clear. Grimella good, Shadow Swap out to make sure they don't die there, and now Dropletto gets taken off the map. That's -2 to the prize fighter stacks, and Rampage also reset if there was any. Now they're trying to play through this bottom side. Good rotate up to the top side, forces out the flip from Merchant, and once again, Dropletto is able to return back, and now it's just really up to Rats to see if they can continue their offense here.
Now, it is looking good right now, but a good primary here from Merchant is able to send that core away. Grimella here with the flip is going to be a little dangerous, not to mention Carmine, again, half HP, no evade to his name, going to be very susceptible to whatever KO efforts is put his way.
Yeah, and a good attempt out of that Giga Blast there. Now it's in the corner. Once again, a little dangerous. Carmine dodging away from the dash punch, which is very crucial. That makes this offense a little more threatening. Now that the banish is also down, the X Maximus popped as well. And, and she does it again.
That's brutal to watch. Tempo Melon once again. Sometimes she just gets unleashed. Sometimes she gets in your goalie's face. And sometimes she just knocks him right out of the map. So that is a very, very strong X factor that I think any team that faces off against Reds just has to deal with, right? Very good play from Tempo Melon. But there are still ways to counteract this. Maybe not on the Luna per se, because that's a character that can get denied very hard by this Oki playstyle. But if you have a brawler that can fight back, or if this Luna does get the tools or get some assistance from Grimella, it can be shut down pretty hard. And As of right now, Temple Melon, though, is just looking unstoppable, just finding conversion after conversion after conversion. There's so much pressure here in the back line of Bozo Bunch. It's very hard for them to mount anything offensive.
And I think that has a lot to do, actually, with how well Fresh and Carmine are finding these clears, right? The quick strike really allowing Carmine to make sure he doesn't lose when he has to fight on the wall. Fresh able to find these team player clears. And even though they have to deal with this damage that is the banish into the Crater Maker, it's not that difficult, surprisingly enough.
Yeah. Obviously, the Atlas pick was something that I was a little surprised to see with how much Fresh has been absolutely pushing for Finny goalie in most circumstances. But here it's really good because it is an instant revive against the Rune Luna combo. And as of right now, the snowball that I expected from the prize fighter didn't actually happen. So those revives were all that was needed just to protect Carmine and Tempo Melon from anything happening to them. And this allows them to play so aggressive and keep the ball forward like they are doing so right now.
Yeah, and already a very big deny coming in through the extra special, making sure that Luna does not have that. And yes, she gets the glass cannon, but I think overall the side of Rats is pretty happy with their draft, making sure that none of the big threats come online for Bozo Bunch.
100% agreed on that. And I just want to bring a little bit of attention here to what Tempo Melon has right now. This is Tempo Swing Spec Training. This is a little bit scary. And obviously we are on set 3X where X has won the first 2 sets. This is an X that is going to scale, going to be a problem no matter what. And it was a very good start here for Bozo Bunch, but let's not discount that it is an uphill battle for the rest of the set, if not the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Tempo Lord, Tempo Melon with Tempo Swing, but maybe the Tempo shift as Grimella finds that goal there off of a good amount of damage onto Carmine.
Yeah, agreed. 3 damage pickups here from the side of Bozo Bunch. They're still looking for those opportunities, even though it hasn't paid off sufficiently just quite yet. But possibility is always there, but we do see Tempo Melon is swinging away. Look at that damage on the Bozo Bunch. Effectively a health bar and a half taken away from them.
And oh no, this is looking so tough. Oh, good boost actually out by Merchant. But yeah, Merchant has to blink back in that situation. It's so tough. And then Tempo gets a really good bull rush, and Rats so dominant in this first game.
Yeah, they're looking absolutely phenomenal. Merchant has had none of the signature hijinks that we've come to know from his Luna. And I think that just goes to show how much effort Rats are putting in just to lock him out of the game. So obviously going to be a very scary thing. Tripletto, a very sad misstrike. But as of right now, even with this kill, I think momentum is solidly into the hands of Rats.
Yeah, now we will have to see what Fresh and Tempo can do on this defense. A good clear, and that's a nice expanse. Doesn't have a second one because no twin drive, but buys enough time for Carmine to return. And with a lot of the cooldowns expended earlier, it's really tough to continue this damage as they just continue to rotate around again and again. There's the Crater Maker, but once again, Flip, and Flip used by Dropletto. That means he's just going to die unless he steps away far enough.
No, on the flip side, that focus went on to drop Leto, and that allowed Carmine to now sink between the cracks. So instead of a power play, it's just an opportunity for a 2v2. Damage maybe on the menu here for Grimella, who has no evade. But with overtime happening, nothing really happened with both of those KOs.
Oh my god, Carmine first forcing the flip and then getting that perfect strike onto the barrier. And now Tempo, she's just waiting for the kill! And he dashes on in and just gets the goal as well!
Just absolute thievery here from the brawler of Rats, the king or the queen rat here, just making sure she always just finds whatever trick, whatever brutal play style can appease her bloodlust, because as of right now, Merchant is really struggling in this net. Dropletto is really struggling to get the core and any opportunity. I mean, look at this level, right? It feels like it's a little bit of deja vu from what we saw in the Polar series, where Named Chaotic was basically denied out an entire game and just looking at a really low level despite being so late into the game state.
I will say, Carmine, I think just barely getting evade. The evade situation not particularly great, but I don't think it matters when you just get the kill onto Dropletto. Carmine needs to be a little bit careful. They are buying a good amount of time for Dropletto, and now Tempo finally gets to get into this corner. That's one barrier down. clear found out by Merchant, but it's back in this corner once again. A good bull rush to get some damage. No second barrier falling just yet. Now Carmine just has to get this up to tempo once again. Now it's Grimmello who's taken off the map, and alongside the reset stacks for Dropletto, it's not great, and I think that was just a Taiko angle we just saw, and Tempo's just dribbling until she gets the opportunity. That was an absolute masterclass by the Rats.
Yeah, just brutal. Even the map was on their side. That's just how good they are at Taiko, it seems, right now, and you gotta respect it. They showed it week 1 on the Dubu, week 2 on the X. This is looking like a map that you really have to respect the Rats on. It might be a nice Japanese temple, but it looks to be a little infested with pests because, I mean, Temple Melon is looking so dominant just on this map alone. Not to mention, I think on the defense, when it came down to it, what few offenses Dropletto was able to get were so quickly shut down by Carmine and Fresh, who played that backline very, very well as well. And Fresh, obviously, historically, a melee-oriented goalie. Obviously, Finney is the pick that he's most confident in right now, but still has the Atlas, still has the Asher, still has any melee goalie that he'd like to choose, and he could still play that, which is so strong here on Taiko Temple. So I think that's the lesson that the rest of the league and everyone here at home is taken away right now, because Taiko is looking really good for this.
Howdy.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to see what they are going to be picking for this game 2. I'm not fully sure what the map is for game 2 yet. I don't know if you're aware, Brickbat.
Oh, I don't remember, but luckily game 2 is not my problem, because we've got AJ Cannon here, now making it here in the nick of time, so I'll be hot swapping off. I don't know what it's going to look like on stream, but I'll catch you guys around as AJ Cannon will be taking over for you.
All right, hello AJ Cannon, how's it going?
Not too bad, although it seems that my camera does hate me, so 1 second. But should be exciting, though. Rats taking game 1, putting themselves up in this match should be pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, they've been looking really dominant, right? Their week 1 looked really well, looked really good against Bombardiers, who, after this week, now Bombardiers is sitting at 1-1, coming off of a really close series against Demon Time. Now, one of these teams will be setting themselves apart at 2-0, and early on into the season, that's a really good spot to be in, especially when so many teams are just taking games off of each other back and forth. Like, there is going to be that middle of the pack. You want to distinguish yourself from that pack, and that's what Rats is aiming to do just in the 2 games, and Bozo does not want to let that happen.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of comfort with the extra game, but yeah, you the mile.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? I think it's based on the second map, right? The second map, I think, is going to be Gates of Obscura, if I'm not wrong. And in terms of these adjustments, I think this Gates of Obscura, it's hard to say if you can actually get away with the Finny there, because you have to be able to deal with these corners, and that's what, you know, stuff like the Atlas is good for, stuff like the Dubu, although I think that if they get Dubu, more than likely they'd be okay with playing the Finny and get the Dubu onto Tempo Melon, because Tempo Melon will absolutely cook anyone on this Dubu, and that's why we saw the respect ban out by Bozo game 1.
Yeah, a lot of respect off of that one. You don't want to let anyone get their best picks. I mean, sometimes you can ego it a little bit, sometimes you can make it, but some of those characters are just terrifying.
Yeah, of course. And then in terms of the midfield picks, I think one thing for this set of midfielders, both of them are very, very flexible. So it's really hard for us to kind of pin down what exactly they want to play, right? Because Carmine played the Kai this game. I think last week he was on the Aimee. I know he was very comfortable on the Estelle, even while he was playing on Weeb, can play the Now. Like, he can even play Rune, a lot of everything. And same thing with Grimella, right? Grimella has been here since the very start. He has a lot of experience, has played on multiple different teams, and is very comfortable. And, well, when you're put alongside other veterans like Dropletto and like Merchant, who has played a few seasons of his own, we'll have to see how they go into this game too, and we're finally getting started with this draft.
Mm-hmm. Going into the Gates of Obscura, of course, do Vice Band talked about earlier. the X ban or X pick, we were talking about earlier, the one of the strongest brawlers, a lot of people think is the strongest brawler. At the nasl, I think it was like 50-something%, close to half, thought that X was the strongest brawler, so makes sense picking it up. Even though it's not like his best start, I think he definitely benefits from the heavy impact a fair bit, bell ring damage and resets. Pretty nice to see. Finny Rune, though, on the other side, locking in the beginnings of a really annoying comp between the damage and the control that both of those characters afford. X might just be banished and executed.
Yeah, that seems very likely to happen. And now the Luna is picked away by Merchant here. So curious to see if Templemon opts for something like the Asher or like the Julie even, because she doesn't have the Luna available to her, the X, the Dubu, all gone. And then the Now actually for Grimella, so that's another fun one, right? This Now going to be getting a good amount of cooldown, whether she chooses the Heavy Impact or the Twin Drive. And if she goes the Heavy Impact, she can actually kind of fight back against the Finny, the Rune, a good amount of damage from those as well. What do you think Temple will go here?
Not sure on that one. It really could go either way on it. Sorry, I was messing with my mic for a second because it seemed it was doubling up. Should be good now, hopefully.
It is the Juliet that did get locked for Temple Melon, as I suspected, right? Because I think she is a little more akin to playing that than the Asher, right? And you generally want to be going a lot of these corner forcing brawlers on this map. It is Gates of Obscura. It is a corner map, and that's where you're going to see success. And with this heavy impact twin drive start, we're definitely going to be seeing a heavy kill game, even with those who select twin drive, because it's just more cooldowns, and more cooldowns means more damage.
Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, Adrush not in the game to really facilitate that, or maybe fortunately, for the sake of the other team that doesn't get it, but should be a very, very bloody game here, especially on Gates Obscura, because the portals really do force you into those side lanes. You're trying to do some cool portal plays, and especially with the Finny, with the Now, you have some opportunities in the Rune as well to just place those creations right on the border and get some nice work done with those. On the other side, though, the Merchant Luna. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. It's been a while since I at least personally have seen it.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed a game
Timeless
here or
classic,
there,
but it was shut out last game completely by the Temple Melon X. And now, as we load into this game, Twin Drive on Luna, Rune, and Finny, everyone else with heavy impact. And we do see double magnetized souls for the side of Bozo Bunch. And for the Rats, it is actually Slick Kicks for Temple Melon.
That it is. Slick Kicks Julie is a little sad in some regard because you really want to be able to get the extra damage, extra kills with the pummelers, but I think Slick Kicks is very popular for very good reason, just because even if you don't kill as much, it just affords so much more, not necessarily kill pressure, but just the ability to reposition and actually get the kills locked out just from the speed of that. Drepletto on the defense here, actually really nicely done. Almost killing a Julie, is killing a Julie, really nicely done there. Grimella as well, low on health, but still just being a strike warrior on that one, being able to get things done. Merchant going forward with Luna, not shut out this time, so we actually get to see it being played. Drepletto with the bull rush, able to secure the second barrier. Tempo Melon stunned off the start there as well, and Merchant downtown Luna. From getting shut down to shutting out the other goalie, you'll love to see the flip around.
Yeah, I am not completely sure what happened there at the end, but it looks like Tempo Melon is back with us now, so we're going to see a lot of fun here. A lot of damage actually onto Grimella. I think Carmine is considering just running on in and going to flip for the kill, and now Grimella forced to burn their own flip. Fresh, making sure it stays in this bottom corner. This is where you want to keep it on the non-portal side of Gates of Obscura. Good flip out by Carmine, and the pillar, it gets cleared though out by Merchant.
Yeah, do see some damage coming out here onto Grimella as well. Tempo Melon, though, taking a lot of damage in response. Great clear there by Merchant as well in the face of that Julie flurry. So difficult to contend with there. Great passing from Grimella. Drepletto. Merchant as well, forcing out the core from Fresh, who will not be able to save the barrier there. Triple Take comes out as well. Portal pass goes over to Carmine. And the anomaly comes out as well. Dash Punch not connecting on the core. It's in the corner once again. Carmine running down, but running out of health as well. The downtown Finny card, the misdirection, putting in some work as well with the anomaly to prevent, or to get one barrier to prevent the clear from happening. Drepletto looking backwards with the Bell Ringer, not finding the connection onto Tempo means that a lot of regeneration is going to come through. And actually winning a strike war there, really nicely done, even with, half HP and a lot of pressure. And great save from Fresh as well. Gets the last pixel clear against the barrier. Drepletto in the corner here as well with secondary proximity from Grimella. Merchant arcing up, passing down. Not quite getting the goal just yet. The X Maximus comes out with the primary as well. And now Grimella gets the goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little delayed out by that banish for Carmine. And I honestly think Carmine has been doing a really, really good job this game thus far with a lot of these shadow swaps that he has been going for. He's been setting them up really well. And you have to remember, right, Rune is a melee character once that unstable anomaly is off the board. And despite that, he's been getting a lot of pressure throughout the map.
Yeah. A surprising amount of pressure as well, with the portals as well. I mean, it is the obscure map, so it does favor Rune a little bit technically from the name buff. But it can be very difficult to really play him well and find the positioning that you need. But there we go, the anomaly just making sure that there's not really many clear options here. Merchant, though, with the core flip forward, trying to get things done, but does dash punch as a sacrifice, so that Dropletto do score. Goalie for goal.
True. Just leave the IE somewhere, and well, it looks like Grimella now MVP, perhaps a monumentalist. No Moni to be seen. Could be opting for the hot shot, the peak performance to kind of deny any sort of stagger, as there's a lot of damage coming through, and I think stagger is very, very important in this game.
Yeah, we also have the deny on the hot shot from the Rune, so that is massive. Does get the Deadeye deny in response, but that actually leaves the 1-2 punch potentially open here for the Julie, who will pick it up. Tempo Mill going to be pretty terrifying. But
oh, that's going to be fun for the Finny. And we now see one of these sides got a ton more damage than the other, and that looks to be the Rats. As the other side, it's a lot of cooldown, a lot of, you know, a little bit of speed and stagger from the peak. And cooldown in and of itself is damage, but the front end of damage is from the side of Rats.
Yeah, it almost felt like a play to not lose draft from the side of the Bozo bunch here. It's, you know, trying to deny the core control away from the other team. But that means that they might actually end up just dying in response. As, I mean, yeah, Rune Deadeye, not like his best awakening, but he actually can get surprising use of it. And also, Tempamillion could just do that, so that works. That wasn't even awakening.
That was a twin drive diff.
Kill.
Yeah, no, that was a Rune twin drive diff, because he shadow swapped back and then shadow swapped forward again to make sure the offense continued. Very well played, though, on top of that, with that Tempamillion Strike War. And hey, we're starting to see things turn around, as this first set was very, very dominant in favor of the Bozo bunch.
And Tempamillion as well, unfortunate positioning from Merchant means that Tempo can just run forward, get the barrier, pass from the X to the X there on that one, gets barrier as well, has the core from front of the net, but a great defense there. Actually means the misdirection takes the X out as well. Grimella is trying to get some stuff done, but the rocket from the Luna doesn't get the connection. Grimella buying a lot of time here, even in the face of the anomalies. Tempamillion going for a bit of a dribble there. Merchant going forward, but frightfully fresh own goals, unfortunately.
No, fresh. Uh-oh, that's not where we meant to hit it, but hey, it happens sometimes. Reset, recover, and be a rat.
I mean, you know, do you really need that extra goal? You know, he was just giving them one to the opponent just because they really needed it. Tempamillion just executes the now, so maybe it was just a pity goal for what was about to happen. Dropletto using X Maximus there really just for core control, which is kind of sad to see. But it was a good usage of it, does prevent the barriers from going down. And we see Carmine on the bottom here, triple take Anomaly, Tempamillion as well in the front there. But the barrier does stay alive with a great layering from Grimella and Merchant to prevent the barrier from going down even at the last second there. X does not get executed on this one and actually runs away. Doesn't quite get all the way back, but does get healed by the now.
Oh my god.
Merchant as well, forcing the core flip out from Carmine using his own. It's an open goal here. The Bozo bunch has the opportunity to go forward. Bull Rush comes out as well, down to the bottom. Strike shot away. Triple take comes out as well. Misdirection. A lot of abilities used. Proximity Drum from now is a lot of speed, but it's not too much just yet. The Anomaly putting in so much work, preventing the clear and enabling another barrier. And another barrier from Tempo as well, who's just winning Strike Wars every day. Merchant goes forward. Can Frightfully Fresh get the clear? Carmine does in the end. The rocket stuns up the Julie Petzer away, but Carmine on the bottom here has just been so good with these teleports. It's just on top of the core everywhere it goes.
I mean, it's as I said, the shadow swaps, he's getting such high value out of them, and I think overall, I also want to give credit to the other members of the Rat Pack, right? Because, you know, speaking from experience, it is not easy to play around Rune, and if you're not practiced on it, you can have your teammates who just run around to catch the spots which you have shadow swaps set up for. So really well played by Carmine's team as well.
Yeah, great team play from the side of the Rats. They are a pack. They stick together. They're getting things done. Great clear from Merchant there. Actually gets all the way across, but does go back through the portal. Back to Tempo, who's dribbling on the bottom. The Crater Maker used defensively. The dash punch punched away there really nicely. Merchant on the defense once again. Triple take. Misdirection as well. Stuns up Grimella, but doesn't get too much more done. Intercept from the Now arrow is not complete there. Merchant able to get things done when it's so difficult to get this offense through so many people. Sometimes you just need a third forward every now and then. And Dropletto, unfortunately, not able to get the score on that one. Banish on the Luna is going to be insane as the Corflip comes out from Tempo Melon, set up perfectly as there's no opportunity for the Luna to try and go back and prevent that. And Tempo Melon saw the opportunity, took the opportunity, and took the set here for the Rat Pack, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, honestly speaking, I'm kind of shocked that the Luna even had time to eject back. Now, looking at this draft, I honestly think the Juliet is perfectly okay with denying this extra special, because I don't know if there's much better. Okay, I guess the Reptile Remedy wants to make sure she actually lives. Now, that means the extra special does fall, but I think that makes the decision easy to probably not even deny the Monumentalist. Okay, maybe I just have this whole drafting thing wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weird draft there. If you deny the Luna the extra special, then she goes the specialized training anyways. And if you deny the Monumentalist, then now can also take things as well, like the quick strikes. So I think in this one, the Rat's kind of a weird draft, but I think it really does just work pretty well. It's a little bit ego giving the Now the Monu, but it's not as strong as it, of course, used to be a couple years ago. So we'll see how it goes so far. Not too bad.
Oh,
Carmine
no.
lagging out at the bottom there. Unfortunately, I think we'll have to pause for a little bit. You know,
I think he
still
might have
a
actually
good-
banished himself as well.
Obscure a little bit of friendly fire on that one. Seems like the Rat Pack is good to go. They're not going to be pausing the game. It's going to be getting right back into it. Maybe it was a controller issue as well. I think we saw something like that earlier as well. So dash from Merchant as well. Top side here. Proximity Drone comes out. Countered by a punch. Really well done there by Tempo Melon, who also picks up the goalie orb. Denying a little bit of stuff there from Luna. Frightfully Fresh, crazy on this defense with so many abilities flying out, just staying on top and getting the perfect angular clears there. The out clear not completed. Tempo Melon gets a strike, and Romello was not quite fast enough on the second strike there. So difficult to get that timing. Bellringer sends it backwards. Unfortunately, Dropletto was trying to get the Julie out of the way, and unfortunately Merchant was not positioned correctly to receive that one.
Yeah, sometimes hit stun results in own goals, and hey, it's unfortunate. Though I think overall, Merchant has been doing a pretty good job at actually applying offensive pressure this game. It's been a lot different than the last one. Like, he's been, once again, right, he's been getting really good boosts like that one and flips it in, makes sure that that barrier gets taken, and that allows a lot of damage from Dropletto and Grimella to result in what is a very likely goal.
Very likely indeed, but not guaranteed just yet. Dropletto's putting a lot of work onto Frightfully Fresh here, trying to get the kill, but also taking a lot of damage in reply. Will get the orb. Merchant doesn't get the strike war there, even with the dash, and it's going to be Dropletto in the end, setting it down. And Templon, I think, didn't have strike up the time because it was so quick, but it's going to be 2-1 lead for Bozo Bunch here, as they are looking to potentially take another set and take a lead. And, you know, start the game reverse sweep here, because again, the Rats are ahead overall.
Yeah, I mean, they are ahead by that one game, and in contrast to the first game, the second one is very close, but despite that, a complete flip erased thanks to Tempo Melon's dash punch, but they're not really getting much of anything for it. In fact, they might even lose a barrier of their own. A great shadow swap, though, to make sure that that barrier doesn't go down, but look at Fresh. He is on death's door, just gets flipped completely off, and now Carmine and Tempo need to rotate back to deal with this offense of the Bozo Bunch. A good dash punch attempt to make sure that it doesn't go through. Forces the boost from Merchant. Now with a lot of damage, Fresh does respawn, but it's looking so dire.
Yeah, it's looking very close. The big finish even comes out as well and doesn't really find what it needs to. There doesn't get the core. Dropletto does find what he needs to, though. Off goes the rune. No more Carmine on this one for another 7 seconds there. Tempo Melon gets nuked as well and takes a lot of damage with Bellringer as well. Is staggered from the Stinger. Uses the Flurry. Uses so many abilities there. Is going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Is not going to die just yet. The Anomaly passes crazy. Forces out the flip from Merchant. And Dropletto doesn't get through the defensive Frightfully Fresh and whiffs the core flip as well. So it's a crazy swing here for the Rats as they now are up a little bit on this energy. Tempo not dying just yet is crazy. Staying safely in the middle there. Merchant able to get the defense is really nice, but Tempo, no health, no problem. Able to get a barrier. Merchant once again dashing forward, trying to get things done. Does go back in time just barely there. Grimella teleporting back as well to offer some support to the goalie. Carmine trying to go for a dribble at the top is actually going to win the strike.
Oh my God.
Score the core. Just, I hate to say it, but breaking the ankles of Grimella on that one.
Yeah, I mean, Carmine does it all. Apparently, just win that, and this is a crucial third set for both teams, as you know, if you get ahead as this X, you allow this Luna now X to continue scaling even further. And I think that's really scary if that happens.
Yeah, Big Finish actually working backwards on that one, unfortunately, for the side of the Rats, but they won't lose a barrier just yet from the Crater Maker is also going to whiff. So not perfect ultimates there from the goalies, under a lot of pressure on this one. One berry goes down, Corflip a little bit too slow on that one. X Maximus going to get some damage done here. Keep in mind that he's also a stinger on the X, so it's a little bit more than you might expect. Corflip comes out from Grimella, just sent straight in there trying to get something done, but isn't going to find too much purchase. Carmine not able to get the barrier just yet, doesn't have the anomalies. There's the one, but also takes the Bell Ringer. Merchant's dash actually there, interrupted by a punch from Tempo. Really good awareness on that one just to stop that from happening. We have the portal pass as well, intercepted by Grimella. The anomalies again, keeping it forward. Teleport as well. The flurry comes out from Tempo, but does not get it through just yet. Carmine not there on the pickup. The strike shot goes a little bit wide as well. Frightfully Fresh trying to find the angle, but both of his forwards are just not able to be there from all of the just knockback from the side of the Bozo bunch. Crater Maker comes out as well, forces the evade from Carmine, who has nothing left in the tank and is going to get bull rushed off the map. Merchant able to use the rocket dash there just to protect this last barrier. But so far, so good. Neutral clear there by Tempo Melon. Buys a lot of time. It's only 4 seconds. Crazy dash from Tempo Melon there to strike it backwards. Merchant goes a little bit wide. Doesn't quite lose the barrier there, but was very close as well. And it just seems that those bunch cannot lock this point out.
Yeah, they're still managing to live. That is the Rats, and instead of living, Fresh does go down there. It's looking really dangerous. The pass comes through for Dropletto. We might just see a little bit more Julie goalie action, and the barrier is taken out by Tempo Melon. A good evade, but the ban is so risky. The shadow swap through, they get the pass down, and it's not even needed. A straight shot with the flip. It was so dangerous for so long, but the Rats, they nearly pulled it through.
They were so close. I had hope for a second there when they lasted so long in the power play. They got the clear. They even got the barrier. And then the power play ends. They have all their members, but it's just barely not enough. And now we get with the Timeless Creator, Monumentalist. It seems massive proximity drone on that one, but that does afford this Juliet the opportunity to pick up the bulk up, denies it away from the Luna, who does get Glass Cannon anyways. Demo deny from the Axe means he's just going to get Rampage instead. And it's a little unfortunate for the side of the Rats, as they don't really get what they love to have aside from the bulk up. Ariel's Rune, bit of an interesting pick personally, maybe just for some projectile range on that one. I'm not sure if there's more lore to it.
Actually, the Rune Shadow Swap speed is, funnily enough, affected by dash range, and I think there are some people who have said they notice the distance, or they notice the speed, which is really funny.
So in that case, with how crucial that ability has been, that might actually have been the best pick from Carmine there. So maybe a really good pickup there. We'll see how it goes. And I mean, seems to be a lot faster now. So Tempo Melon as well, just doing Tempo Melon things, taking another barrier there, killing the Luna there, and is going to take the goal as well. Even a massive proximity drone can't save that one. Really nicely found by Tempo.
Yeah, very well played. Upping the tempo indeed, is she? And, well, with how back and forth these past few sets are, I'd imagine both teams already coming into this game too are a little gassed, as just been KOing left and right. And now Fresh is next on the chopping block, gets the orb, but Dropletto, he just has a full flip available, but the damage to Dropletto is actually pretty meaningful, forces him to burn the flip there. A banish means that this barrier is about to go down, but now it's Dropletto that's the one that's actually going down.
Yeah, great anomaly found by Carmine there. Just X not expecting it. I mean, do you expect a random rune pillar just hit you in the middle of the map and KO you? Probably not. So good find by Carmine on that one. Good read on it. And good anomalies as well, as he just locks it in the corner. Tempo Melon threatening the top, so they can't really up clear very well. But the anomalies on the bottom just holding it down so well.
Yeah, I mean, amazing pillar. Amazing second pillar, actually, with that shadow swap. As Merchant expects, okay, I can clear that once the anomalies go down. And now, a lot of damage from Tempo onto Grimella and a little bit onto Merchant as well. Carmine, though, he tries to play up this bottom side. This is a good flip out by Tempo Melon. That's the second barrier taken. And we could be going to a very quick set 5 here.
Yeah, it could be very quick indeed. It's not... The Bozo Bunch just isn't quite finding the damage they need. The Obscura comes out, burns the flip off the Luna, who needed to use it to stay relevant in that defense. That is going to be a very valuable ability that is gone. The Big Finish goes for a portal pass, but ends up in the hands of Now. Bellringer, another portal pass, also caught by Now on this one. Just on top of the portals is Grimella. Crater Maker comes out to secure the barrier as well. Dropletto passing down to Grimella, who used the primary trying to get through, but it's not quite going to be enough as well. This time, Merchant patient against the pillar. Really nicely done. Pass down to the Now. Merchant's coming in as well. Is not going to find the angle just yet. X-Max Maximus also invested to no use on that one. A duel between the brawlers in front of the net on this one. The pillars again, the triple take as well, up at the top, and Frightfully Fresh gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, that was a triple take of all time. Holy. And honestly, coming into this draft, right, the Castellas, the Primetime, all looking really good here. I don't even know what I would take, right, because both are really solid, but I think the Primetime is very, very high value, and yeah, it seems like Carmine agrees with me. Stack's very good. I think this should be team player for the Finny, and on the back half of this draft, I'd really expect a dash range out of the Julie.
Is going to be the size instead to stop the X from stacking that up. It does make a little bit of sense, but I agreed. I was expecting to get some dash range on that one. I'm kind of shocked that the team player falls to the Fanny. I mean, yeah, you don't want Fresh getting the speed with stacks on stacks, but this isn't a Mom Boots Julie, or a Mom Boots on that Fanny, so is staying back a little bit more, and I think the team player, we're going to see a lot of use out of it, especially with the angles you can get out of the portal, so potential blunder on that one, though, of course, if Now is able to stay alive and use the stacks, and she's kind of able to be even more everywhere. I do agree, though. Primetime, I think we're going to be seeing coming out here pretty soon of just infinite pillars. Also, maybe infinite kills onto Frightfully Fresh here, as that is a very low health bar.
Yeah, I mean, the explosive entrance, putting in a meaningful amount of work, right? You do get that extra damage on the Bell Ringers, on the Bull Rush. I think both of them are impacts. And now, Tempo and Carmine, they're just trying to peel Dropletto off their own goalie, which tends to be a little backwards typically, and now we do see a flip there, but it's actually countered out by that dash punch, and now the side of Rats, they have an open net, but they have a man advantage to work with. The Carmine a little staggered, a good strike shot allows them to carry it through, but Dropletto is finally back.
Yeah, we finally saw the revenge for all of the midfield sacrifices. We finally saw the Brawler for barrier sacrifice on that one. The Pillar, though, going to be used really well there to secure one barrier. Grimella very close to the core flip as well on the top side here. Kratomir comes out to prevent any energy on this rune. Hated enemy number one there with all these pillars. And that's going to be Tempo Melon, though, getting the kill onto the Now, which opens it up. A great attempt with the flip from Merchant, but not quite finding the angle. There we go. Rune off the field. 2 versus 2 is the new mode in Omega Strikers. Portal pass misdirection from Frightfully Fresh was a little bit frightful for a second there, but it actually worked out really well. Rune is about to be back on the field as well, so the power plays will both be dissolved. The misdirections, though, from Frightfully Fresh have been insane. Grimella going up to the top gets hit by the Banish, as does the X. A triple Banish, 2 people and the core. Merchant coming down forward, but isn't going to find the core. Tempo with a crazy dribble there, but a proximity drone from Grimella diffuses the situation really nicely there. Gives the Julie, or the Luna, a chance to breathe against the Julie there. Dropletto not quite managing to hit the core with the X Maximus. Unfortunately, going to waste that cooldown. And Tempo Melon gets the core, puts it up to the top, and Merchant with the dash is just too slow.
Yeah, I mean, Tempo Melon just completely bullying and denying Merchant any presence in the game. Reminiscent of how the whole last game actually went, right? Where she was just sitting on the Luna, making sure could not play, and, well, it looked really good there, and now we might see more of it in this set. First barrier already taken. Now, good pillar there, actually, by Carmine to make sure that nothing further gets answered with the Bozo Bunch offense.
Yeah, you do see again this rune pillar used there. It does keep the core for another second there, and puts that little teleport spot there in the top. Merchant putting in the work, getting a barrier and getting the rebound as well. Basically playing a combo of every role in the game there. And Dropletto, I mean, he's pretty good at the game, and even the big finish isn't enough to stop on that one. Just, you get him the core in front of the net, and he will get it done as long as he has the cooldowns. The Rats have just been so good at diffusing that situation before it happens.
Well, hey, these situations, they could happen a lot more frequently, right? We're going into this basically 3 points. It's just a best of 3 at this point, and already first barrier taken down by the Bozo Bunch, but Merchant has no flip available, so potentially a little risky if it stays in this corner. Good clear, though, out by the Bozo Bunch, and now it's getting into that dangerous spot that the Rats want to play in.
Yeah, but a great clear with the rocket as well to confirm it. Means it's going to buy a little bit more time. Core does go right back in the corner, though, and Tempo with the dash punch is able to secure something. Great dash there from Merchant. Doesn't get the connection, but was really nice to see it anyways. Again, Merchant really trying to put the work in here with this Twin Drive Luna, playing so far forward. It's going to be Tempo Melon. Managed to get the barrier. There was a crazy angle on the defense. Almost managed to secure in the face of all that. And Tempo's flip actually does not get the connection either. Punches backwards on that one, but it doesn't matter. The anomaly is there to feed it back to the Julie. Julie scoring the goal, and the Rat Pack 1 point away from closing out the entire series, because they have that one game still.
Well, if you think about it, that backwards punch was actually just a back pass to Carmine to set him up for the refeed, and that's what allowed her to continue the play, or at least that's what I like to think. But now, Tempo Melon without energy is looking very worse for wear. So are the other members of the Rats, but a good banish allows them to get it out for the time being. And they want to play it up towards this top side. Good rotation by the Bozo bunch, but does force out Merchant's flip.
Yeah, a bit of a self-force on that one. Was still safe to do, but was an abundance of caution. It's going to be Dropletto with the flip though in front of the net, going to score another goal there. The Anomaly almost saved that one. You could see there in the end clip that the Anomaly was standing there, but it was just a little bit later, or a little bit earlier there, or the shot from the court flip was a little bit later. Would have actually scored it, but of course it all comes down to this. Set 5, point 5. Game 2 so far, not quite Game 3. As much as I hate to cheer against one particular team, I do want to see more of these teams, so I'm cheering for the Bozo bunch on this match at the very least. Tempo Melon getting a lot of damage, but also taking a lot of damage on that one. We also see the now finally up to that 150 stack, so is just blazing around the map here with so much speed. Banish on the offense doesn't quite secure the barrier. Really good defense there. A little bit of a blunder, unfortunately. It was really close to being insane. But unfortunately the coin flip went the other way. Tempo Melon again low on health. Not really any way to heal either, but the Anomaly just locking into the corner of the backwards flurry. Just the IQ on Tempo Melon on this one to go for these back passes as we saw earlier. Crazy save there from Merchant with the rocket. The dash followed up just in case something happened like Anomaly. It's not going to come true this time. Tempo Melon going to be nuked almost off the map, but not quite because it's a little bit too far away. There's not much damage on this Luna. Grimella, though, with the primary, the Bull Rush as well, and Dropletto sends it to the top. Bozo bunch take another game, and we are going to Game 3.
And what a crazy way to end things. I really thought that that was over when we had that offense from the Rats where I think Merchant hit a really good Soren angle on the boost and saved it. But somehow Bozo Bunch, they managed to pull things out in the end and take us to a Game 3 on Clarion Test Chamber, which, you know, it's not one of these short open maps like the Aten City, like the Inky Splash Zone. This is going to be another long, drawn-out Game 3.
Yeah, and I'm here for it because I want to see more of these teams. I want to see them going the distance. And of course, on CTC, we do see a lot of those variants. We see the opportunity to really flex your different muscles there with the open and the closed variants. So really nice to see there. And of course, I always have to talk about it. 45 orbs on Merchant. Bozo Bunch won the game, had the most orbs. I don't think that's a coincidence. I'm here to always preach this, that orbs win games.
Yeah, but I think honestly, like, really big props to Grimella. I mean, the now pickup means that he's just able to keep the members of Bozo Bunch consistently topped up, and he honestly had like really good refeeds up to Dropletto. Like, yes, we were talking a lot about how Dropletto was just in there killing everyone, Merchant with the really good boost cross map, but it's really just the consistency, and you kind of see that with the redirect difference between Grimella and Carmine, right? A 60 redirect difference it's pretty big, and that really shows that Grimella was getting a lot of chances to strike the core.
Yeah, it's also kind of funny that the redirects on the goalies are almost exactly the same, 226 to 227 on that one. So the biggest difference there is in that the midfield redirects. And, you know, Carmine, of course, was putting in a lot of work with those redirects. You know, those anomalies were absolutely insane and almost clinched the game for the Rats numerous times, but have to agree, Grimella just enabling so many plays for the Bozo Bunch, keeping them in the plays so much longer with the healing, with the ability to diffuse some of these situations that happened. You know, if Tempo had the opportunity to dribble a lot more, but Grimella was always there stopping it, and there's only a couple of dribbles that were allowed to go through, and, you know, went to great effect, but if you only get 2 chances because Grimella is blocking the other 8, it really is just a perfect midfield on that one, just enabling every play. You know, not necessarily getting the kills, not necessarily doing the damage, although a fair bit of damage was done, 28-0 to scoff at, but really just enabling every play throughout the entire match there. And I'm excited to see what they eventually get to in this final game when we get into the draft, but I think we might see some similar things because these players seemed very comfortable on all of these picks.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, right? And I think the one thing I want to talk about is this X. It's going to be such high value. We have a Reptile Remedy Timeless Creator start on Clarion Test Chamber, and I think Rats being blue side is so big. This means that if they want to, they guarantee one of Dubu or X for Tempo Melon. I think there is a real chance that we just see Dubu get banned out by Bozo. It's probably going to be like a Vice Dubu ban again, or maybe we see something more creative, like a rune ban perhaps by Rats, and then they just guarantee themselves either the Dubu or the X.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities there. I mean, you also have to take into account, you know, with how I'm thinking personally the Rune Band's going to come out from the side of the Bozo Bunch just because of how insane Carmine was on that pick in this last game. Just from the sheer recency of we just played a game, we almost got dunked on by a million pillars. Even just as the goalie, I don't want to deal with that again. Like, even if Rune was objectively the weakest pick somehow, I just wouldn't want to deal with that again because it's just so much stress of like, oh, I hit it down here, but then he might place a pillar there, so I have to hit it up here.
Yeah.
But what if he places a pillar there?
Yeah, I mean, I think on the other side, right, for the goalies, like, as I said, there is a world Vice could get banned, but on a Reptile Remedy start, I'm not even sure if it really makes sense to. Like, yes, Merchant's Vice is that good, and there is a world it is worth. But for Fresh, I think, like, the Finny is great, but Fresh is very comfortable on other picks, right? We saw the Atlas game 1 that looked really good. Obviously, you have, like, Fresh's tried and true Rasmus, the Asher. Like, there's so many picks that Fresh can play that I'm almost certain that, yeah, that Rasmus, right, that the ban will be looking towards either the midfield or the brawler by Bozo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is definitely a lot that can come out of the goalies. So it is one of those things where, if they have 5 really good picks, then, yeah, you might as well just ban someone else because the opportunity for the X to be denied, I think, is probably going to be pretty high priority. It's going to be almost certainly pick ban here. I'd be surprised if it fell to pick 2-3. But
yeah,
there's a potential chance. There are some crazy mind games in the drafts that go on sometimes when it's, oh, we'll give up this pick or we'll not ban this pick so we can pick the counter. Or, we might even see something like the Rats, ban the Julie and then pick the X to take off kind of 2 of the best brawlers right now. But then, of course, you might just see Dropletto on something else at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that's not even a bad idea. Like, that's very real, right? Because Julie and X are both really good right now. Like, yeah, I guess then you'll just put, like, Dropletto on, like, Asher or, like, Rasmus, like, whatever else he wants to play. But I really think that both Juliet and X are disturbingly good right now. And honestly speaking, on a Reptile Remedy start, it really limits the number of brawlers that you can effectively play from the fact that anyone who wants to take Reptile Remedy can, and then they can just heal by striking.
Yeah. Of course, you do also have the other side of it where if you can just keep the core away from them, then they're not going to be able to do the strike on the core to get that regeneration. So there is the other side of the coin where it's like, well, what if we just tripled down on the kill comp and played like Luna and Vice and X or something like that, and you just go full pedal to the metal. They can only heal so much over a certain amount of time, and just say, screw it, doesn't matter, we're just gonna kill them anyways. So
yeah, so we'll have to see. I think both teams taking a bit of an extended break, or okay, I guess maybe our overlay was broken on the stream, so curious to see what ended up getting picked. As we get loaded into our character select for both teams.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see it. That is one of the sad things of the overlay. As great as it is, we don't get the surprise in the game of what they're picking.
There it
so
is.
we know ahead of time. But it is going to be the Octavia here, picked up there by the side of the Rats. Not a pick that I was expecting, but Octavia X Atlas is kind of a weird comp, but I don't know how, but I think it works? Question mark?
I don't know. It's really hard to say. I think the only reason it was considered was, as I said, anyone who wants the Reptile Remedy can take it. And what does Octavia do really well? Go fast and strike. So that's why the Octavia can afford to take this Reptile Remedy, go around and strike as much as she can. And, well, she's never really going to be dying unless the enemy team focuses fire on her really well.
Unfortunate for Fresh there with the own barrier, not getting the perfect angle. Dropletto not getting the barrier there, but does eventually secure the barrier for Bozo Bunch. It's now an open goal, and Bozo Bunch, coming off the momentum of the last game win, is pretty nice for them. Almost scoring goal, but rightfully Fresh is able to get that one. Carmine getting intercept off these bounces as well. Of course, the bouncy castle is really good for a lot of different reasons. You can get a surprising amount of damage off of them, but of course the core control is that the shining star of this map with all the bounce pads, just launching it red core all over the place. Merchant getting a great up-down clear into the diagonal there, as we see the base drop coming out, sending it forward. X Maximus as well invested, but to no avail. The barrier is still standing. Merchant on the defense is just too good there. The primary from Grimella as well. absolutely like the first pixel possible. Corp from Merchant a little too late to save the barrier. Temp Melon once again in front of the net here, but Dropletto with a great dribble into the pendulum swings forces out the flip from Fresh, and it's not going to go up to the top. There was not the angle. Power Chord goes a little bit too short there. Core flip though on the goal line. That's going to be the first point scored by the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a 2-for-1 flip favoring the Rat Pack, so they're not too miffed by it. Unfortunate, you know, you lose that first point, but there's still a lot of game left to play. And one thing I do kind of want to talk about while Carmine is busy lagging is that Grimella did opt for the slick kicks compared to Carmine's Mag Souls. So I'm curious to see how that'll make a big difference. Like, yes, this is a speed character, and speed characters generally like this slick kicks, but yeah, we will have to see what that sort of means for the game.
We do see a very large swing there for the Bozo Bunch, though, taking the X off the field while a lot of cooldowns are invested. It's going to enable Dropletter to kind of walk forward and score the goal, as the path from Grimella was really nice there. But just tragic for the Rats there, as they invested so many cooldowns. I mean, it was Octavia, Core Flip, and Base Drop there. It was the Atlas secondary invested, and they don't get the kill. So just a crazy swing of the cooldowns there. They also lose a barrier off the front there. They get another one on the other side, so it seems they might be coming back into this. Of course, you know, you did just lose the set 5.5, but it's not going to go to Tempo's head just yet, as the X Maximus secures a double barrier there, and Tempo Millen not quite getting the thing there, but the base drop from Carmine will get the goal.
I will say, like, overall, I've seen some really good death touches out by Dropletto. Like, just some annoying, I'm going to displace you death touches just to make sure that it's hard for the enemies to play. And I just really want to call props out to that.
Yeah, it is always nice to see those used for, you know, beyond killing on Aimee's app. There's a lot of creative ways to use it. Core flip from Merchant doesn't get the core, does hit stun tempo swing, but not going to do too much there, as the Atlas ult does get a little bit of healing, not as much as it used to be, but still not too bad. Death touch is going to hit there, and the secondary from the Vice is going to send it down. Merchant pushing up again, but not able to get the connection onto this barrier just yet.
Oh my god, she just kills them all there, and now this is looking all but done and dusted for the side of the Rat Pack. They just have to pass it around the Dropletto, and maybe he'll be able to stall long enough, but no, it just has to go down, and Temple Mountain slots it in.
Yeah, great angle there with the setup from Carmine, using the base drop to completely block the top clears, and of course Tempo just being in the perfect position. If Dropletto tries the out clear, then Tempo just has to take a step back, but went for the Sorin angle, and Tempo stepped up, put it in the goal, and that was secured. Great core flip there from Fresh. Not the perfect angle, but does get a clear really nicely there. Dropletto with the extra size, though, from that center orb is going to mean that there's a lot more here to go around, as Supernova gets the kill onto the Octavia, but a great save there from Fresh is going to mean that there's not quite too many consequences from it. The primary comes out from Grimella as well. Very comfortable on this now pick from the last game still, but Carmine dribbling along the bottom here, uses the base drop once again there, does not get the second barrier, but at least one is not too bad. The fight for the orb in the middle is going to continue once again, but they're going to actually give it a break there, as the X Maximus is used to get the orb, and Dropletto is almost able to score there, but the perfect angle from the pendulum swing is not hit. Grimella with the corp on the bottom. Doesn't matter, as Dropletto just intercepts the clear and puts it through in between Fresh and Carmine, as Bozo Bunch takes a lead in the set once again.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch taking this first set, and look at the Monumentalist, but I don't know if you can take the Monumentalist, right? Because Octavia will get explosive, but then stacks also exist. Like, there's so many good things here for the Octavia that, yeah, I guess the now just opts for, let's just take the Monumentalist. And is this going to be extra special or something else for X?
I actually really like the stacks on stacks here. Just preventing any kind of speed play around from that now.
Yeah.
Because, of course, if X pops the X Maximus, you just use your proximity drone, hit him to slow, and then speed yourself up. But even just running away from the X is a very valid strategy. And, I mean, with how much core control there's actually been from this X, I think it's actually pretty valuable to just have those stacks on stacks. It's also pretty valuable to just do a bunch of damage to Octavia. As we see that happening, we see a barrier going down, the X Maximus as well invested. Supernova goes a little bit wide, and Templeman actually finds a perfect angle onto the barrier there. The secondary, or the primary from the X, excuse me, is going to send it backwards, and we have the primary from Grimella able to get the barrier. Tempo swings a little bit too early there, use the sad boys on that one. The base drop is pretty nice, and Tempo gets the pass, sends it down to the bottom. 1-0 here for the Rats as they begin to take the lead in the set.
Yeah, overall, it's really hard to say who I favor with that draft, right? A good bit of speed for the side of the Rat Pack. But then, of course, you have the Monumentalist, and then also the prime time for the Vice, I think, is going to do a lot for Merchant.
Yeah, is going to be pretty nice to just have those extra power chords, just strong ability in so many cases. Tempo Melon, massive here with the core flip, with the X Maximus, with the orb in the middle, able to get one barrier from there. Do a little bit of damage to Dropletto as well. Power chord comes through. The angles in the middle can be very hard to calculate there as we see it kind of bounce around for a little bit. Pendulum swing tags Tempo as well as the secondary. The core flip comes out, but the pass is not completed. Base drop from Carmine is pretty nice as well. The power chord sends a little bit backwards there, but not too badly. The orb in the middle respawns once again, which time it's time for everybody to blow their abilities on it, as we see the Death Touch hitting the X instead of the center orb there, and Grimella is the one to pick up the orb of all people there, so it's going to be a very large now here for a little bit with a great cooldown reset as well. So Merch with power chord able to get around the bell ring, able to get through the bull rush as well with a little bit of damage there. Tempo not able to find the barrier on this one. Merchant once again teleporting forward, trying to win a strike ward here, but Carmine is just too good at those. As you see the power chord once again whiffing, just needs a little bit more projectile range, and that's going to be Tempo Melon executing the Grimella there. The now is off the field. As you see the core flip coming out as well with the bull rush up to the top. Hits the goal gate though. And on, you know, Tempo is just really nice. Wanted to give Carmine the opportunity to get a little bit of experience, you know?
Yeah, right. That's exactly what that was. Tempo maybe just having a little bit of fun with it, and it still works out. One thing I do want to call attention to, though, is Tempo Melon actually has the full stacks on stacks already, right? Now that that second point is over, and they're already winning this set thus far, and now they get the open net. This is looking like curtains here for the side of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, even with the Monumentalist on the now, there's not really a lot of damage here. I mean, Dropletto is really good at just moving the core around with that Death's Touch, is able to get one barrier, but the Supernovas from Merchant haven't been connecting on this X because he's just too fast, and there we go. All around the world, bouncing off the drums, a 3-0 set here for the Rats as, well, X might be a little fast.
As they say, set 2X has scaled, right? And now X has everything available for them, and yeah, the bulk up looks pretty correct here with the Reptile Remedy start. You get even more damage. Octavia very likely to get the Super Surge, and even if not, I think she's pretty okay with this Glass Cannon as well. Gives her a good amount of speed and lets her move around. No, just takes the build different to deny one of the size away from Rasmus. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's as much of a problem there. What I'm really surprised about is that Stinger was not picked up by the Vice. Just the ability to keep tagging, because there's been a lot of power chords without much damage, but they have still tagged, and so that little bit of damage can really stack up a lot over the course of the game, and so letting that swing by, I think, is a bit of a mistake, even though you do get Glass Cannon, which is a nice bit of power.
Power and speed.
Power and speed. I don't know if it's going to be as effective as just being able to execute Tempo Melon and remove all the speed from the stacks on stacks. We do, though, see quite a bit of damage coming out here onto both Carmine and Grimella. Both sides just trying to knock out that midfielder, that all-important chain we were talking about last game, and just how important it is to recycle the core around and around. Dropletto not able to hit it with the Whiplash there. Grimella, though, super speedy on the bottom here. Power Core just going to hit the secondary there. Great secondary from Fresh means that kind of diffuses that entire play with all three people on the bot side. Grimella very low, but is on the top side for a little bit. Uses the proximity drone to get a little bit more speed, run away. Dropletto not able to get the kill onto Carmine there. Uses Death Touch, forces out the core flip from Fresh, and a great angle by Carmine. Takes a barrier. Unfortunately, it's his own one there, as the core flip there is going to mean that another barrier goes down. Core flip here from the X as well, countered by core flip from the Vice. The secondary from Atlas also invested there, and it's just going to go all the way around. Dropletto not going for the strike on that one and just letting it coast in. Nicely calculated by this Rasmus.
Yeah, I don't want to say I'm speechless after that point, but there's not much I can really say, as there are a lot of really awkward angles that we just saw, and as we're just already getting back into things, one barrier taken, and we have a bit of a Mexican standoff here in the middle, and it's Dropletto who wins there, takes the size, and, well, now we get back to both brawlers playing the game.
Well, almost both brawlers. We saw that Dropletto almost gets executed there, but was a lot invested and doesn't get the kill once again. We've seen before that the Rats have sometimes overcommitted to kills that are a little too ambitious, and that's cost them a lot. However, they're keeping really good midfield control, which is buying a lot of time for those cooldowns to come back, and the strike war from Fresh has been on point, meaning it's not going to be anything too much just yet. Dropletto once again securing this orb in the middle. Again, very large Rasmus gets the cooldown reset, gets a little bit of power as well, I do believe, off of that. And that's going to mean that there's not quite the barrier. Again, the defense here from the Rats have just been so good, and unfortunately, Tempo Melon just gets the prediction off of Merchant's clear. Frightfully Fresh as well, running forward with the core flip as well. Base drop is going to block this clear lane for a second, but is not going to be too consequential on that one. Carmine building up, not really building up speed, but just keeping speed. As we see, Merchant goes for the bottom clear here, but the strike shot from Frightfully Fresh secondary as well, and that's going to be the now going off the field. So with the Vice to follow, as Tempo Melon just gets things done. Gets the kills, gets the core in the net.
I mean, I think Tempo Melon just took off like 5 energy bars with that, and she is fully stacked now too. So this Stacks X is genuinely starting to be very, very scary this game.
Yeah, very scary indeed. We can see looking there, almost able to get the kill. Didn't really have anything to fall that, just used the bull rush and forced out the evade there from Grimella, who now has not quite enough energy to evade again. Dropletto not hitting the angle he wanted to actually get the barrier, and that's going to mean that nothing of value is going to be really taken off of this play. We'll see if they can get through with Whiplash Strike, and yes, he will. Dropletto able to finally open up the net. The Vice Supernova actually sends it backwards off of the angle that Dropletto wanted to hit earlier. But on the other side, and this time Grimella forcing it through this top lane, power chord goes wide, meaning Merchant has to go back once again. The forward pressure from the Vice not able to do too much with the defense that he has to also do as well. Just, teleports forward and immediately has to go back off of that one. Primaries exchange between the goalies, Tempo Melon and Carmine on the bottom here, forcing that barrier to go down. Merchant finally forward, tried to predict clear, but got the read a little bit wrong there, and the core flip is not going to go into the net. Thankfully for the side of the Bozo bunch, it's not going to go in just yet. It's going to go just barely around. Nope, Tempo's going to get it and put it in the net.
Yeah, I mean, can we just talk about that angle from Carmine there? He didn't even, send that as a 90, right? That was just directly off of the side street wall that ended up ricocheting that way, and that looked 100% intentional. I'm not kidding you. I think not enough people use that angle, and every time I've used it, I've just seen it basically win a whole point.
Yeah, I mean, some of the angles you can hit on some of these variants are just crazy. That's going to be the core flip taking off the now, but it is not going to take any barriers so far, so if the Supernova buys enough time here, which is looking like it will just a little bit at least, they only lose 1 barrier so far unless they can turn into a double. Tempo forcing out the flip though, but Grimella does respawn, is able to send it forward, and actually the second barrier goes down. Grimella getting that one from downtown, so the fortunate bounce there as Merchant passes up to the top into the Death Touch, but the primary, the Astral Projection from the Atlas, is just able to intercept things. Proximity Drone doesn't get too much of a connection on the core, but it does get a little bit of work done here. Grimella trying to get it through, and Merchant trying to get around top to Dropletto there. But Tempo is just so fast that she's able to run complete circles around the side of the Bozo bunch and almost get the kill onto Dropletto there with the X Maximus Bull Rush combo.
Yeah, and once again, she's doing a really great job of covering this top step, but now the base drop. A good Supernova actually out by Merchant to make sure that that barrier does not get taken. Another interruption Death Touch. A good interaction, one there by Grimella, and now we're going to the final point of set 3. It looks very familiar to the last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a 0.5. We're only on set 3, but set 3.5 is still pretty good. That is going to be a barrier being taken down, I think, by an unfortunate power chord lightning strike there. But we are going to have potentially an answer on the other side here. Merchant setting up the Thunder Strike there to try and get it forward, but is going to lose a barrier instead. Unfortunately, not going to be able to use that one. Frightfully Fresh dribbling with the strike shot, but it's read perfectly there by Dropletto, who doesn't quite get the Death Touch, but at least gets 1 barrier, forces out the core flip, or Frightfully Fresh would have lost a second barrier there. Merchant now able to go forward, gets a strike, gets almost taken out there by the Astral Projection there, but not quite. The strike shots again from Frightfully Fresh, able to send it forward. Core flip from Merchant, gets a great angle on the bottom there. Grimella gets the pickup, but not quite onto the barrier just yet. Merchant trying to send it forward with Power Chord, isn't going to find it just yet. Grimella going forward with the Proximity Drone, has the core flip, is going to immediately invest it with the primary, but it's actually going to be Tempo Melon getting the kill there. Barrier for midfield, does it work out? No, it will not, as Tempo Melon puts it into the net.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a perfect strike ward there by Tempo Melon against the Merchant Power Chord, as I think if she hit it any later, there's a real chance that that Supernova actually collects it, and Merchant gets another chance at a clear. And unfortunately for the side of Rats, Octavia is not first pick, so the Castellas can get denied. But there are so many other things that she can get, right? This team player is available, the Quick Strike is available, both really good. But that means heavy impact.
Yeah, Heavy Impact is not going to fall to the Vice, though, because she is going to opt to take the team player. I think that's a worthy decision there.
Yeah.
Because Atlas probably isn't going to take it, so you at least get it onto that Rasmus, which is pretty nice to see. The one thing, though, is I don't actually know about the Castle aspect. I mean, maybe it's just me being a lobster, but I feel like after the Octavia nerfs, it's no longer quite as important to deny that when you could maybe just pick up the quick strikes on your now instead. And yeah, I mean, the Octavia is going to be fast for longer, but she's not going to be faster for longer. She's not really going to get as much of a benefit as she used to.
And oh my god, what an insane expanse there. I think that expanse single-handedly saved the barrier from going down, as there's a lot of attention there from Merchant on that offense. And now Carmine, he's just speeding up with this quick strike and just giving Tempo all the pressure that she needs, all the refeeds she needs to take another point.
Yeah, another point taken in very cleanly as well. I mean, it looked messy with all the abilities, but it felt like the Rats just navigated between every single ability that was thrown out there perfectly, and just, you know, hit the court in very clean lines to each other, not letting it be interrupted as well. Merchant does find a really great clear up to the top here, but fortunately Dropletter does lose a bit of momentum in the midfield there, and the Astral Projection again from Frightfully Fresh is able to defend these barriers once again. Merchant going to be defending against the Core Flip really nicely there, sending it full as well with the Power Chord. As Dropletto not able to get through with the Pendulum Swing because of a Core Flip from the Atlas, but at least does force that out. Carmine very low on health, but is going to sit in this healing pool for a little bit longer. Is going to get the Orb as well, and now is still quite fast, as we see the Core Flip countered by an X Maximus Core Flip Bull Rush combo there, as we see a Core Flip finally coming out from Dropletto, countered by a Strike Shot, so it's not even a barrier going down the other side. Doesn't get the Death Touch angle either, just keeping on hitting the corner. Unfortunately, Dropletto's not able to get the barrier, as you see Carmine sitting in front of the net, low on health, but still in position to strike the core if it's necessary, but it's not going to be, as Tempo Melon just strike 1v3s in the face of the entire enemy team and just gets it around.
Okay, I think that might have been a 1.5v3 because there was a Sonic Boom that came through that hit stunned Grimella, and I think that was really crucial, making sure that Grimella could not contribute to that clear. And now we are up to the Bouncy House. This is the map variant that Rats have won their last 2 sets on. Both of the last 2 sets won on Bouncy House. So curious to see if the Rats will follow that trajectory or if Bozo Bunch has anything to say about it.
Yeah, great passes though from the side of the Bozo Bunch, so they're looking for it. Base drop does come out, so does the Supernova, so each of the twins using their ultimates there. We have the X Maximus secure the barrier with the Core Flip in front of the net as well. The Bell Ringer comes through, but it's not quite enough to get the kill, or get the gold just yet. And Tempo Melon and Carmine very low on health after that play. He sacrificed a lot of health to get that done, so potential angle to maybe get some kills, maybe get something done. The Expanse from Atlas is a little bit scuffed, but does get the job done, and Tempo Melon executes Dropletto. Soaring angle found by Merchant. Primary as well, the Thunder Strike from Merchant, pushing it forward. Using the Core Flip, though, unfortunately doesn't get the cores. That's a massive loss of energy, but Rasmus is now back on the field as we see the Core Flip from Grimella buying a lot more time, getting it forward once again. Death Touch keeps Tempo from getting it. Thunder Strike comes out as well, sending it forward with Pendulum Swing, gets the Core Flip from the Atlas. The Power Chord keeps it away from the X as well. The X Maximus was invested as well. Cosmic Expanse is going to build up a little bit of energy there for the Atlas, but he actually ends up own barriering. Unfortunately, great setup there by Dropletto. Thunderstrike does not get the core on that one, but does give Merchant a chance to play up, catch the pass, get the power core, but not enough to get it in the net. Grimella with the primary, trying to get it through to Dropletto, to anyone to send it in the net. Merchant not getting the angle he needs because Frightfully Fresh was flanking up, but not that one as it just coasts by. Frightfully Fresh going a little bit too low on that one.
Okay, Bozo Bunch rewriting fate. They're not going out just yet, but they have to do this 2 more times if they want to have any hope at winning this game. And already it's looking a little spooky, as remember, Tempo Melon has full stacks and 5 Rampage stacks, so she is very much scaled this point. And with a lot of point left to play, she can only get so much more scaled.
Yeah, almost gets the kill there onto Grimella once again, and still has the Core Flip available. Primary gets it through Carmine, but not quite just yet, as Droplet is not able to secure that last crucial strike or strike shot as well, getting it forward. It's an open goal, and Tempo's in front of it with a Core Flip. As soon as it gets forward, it might just be a done deal, but Grimella is fighting tooth and nail to keep that from happening. Droplet on the top of the Pendulum Swing. Supernova comes out as well. Tempo Melon finally has it, and it's actually going to be going into the net, I think, off the back of a Power Chord, as we see the Rats taking the game and taking the series 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, the Rat Pack, the power of friendship, that's how you get it done. And hey, first game came out of it, all right, it's gonna be a stomp. Rat Pack's looking so good. And then Bozo Bunch, they pull it back in a nail biter of a Gates of Obscura game, a set 5.5, and now as we go to game 3, it was also a very, very close game, as I think if Bozo Bunch won that set 3, there is a very real chance they just win the game.
Yeah, I mean, if they get a little bit more damage, they're able to take the stacks off of Tempo, just kill Carmine
Yep.
as the Octavia. There's so many opportunities to turn around, but they just didn't get what they needed. They weren't able to get the purchase, and I mean, we talked about earlier, but the stacks on the X, you don't usually think of it as an X awakening as much. You usually think of it as the midfield, maybe the goal if it's like a Fanny or something, but X with speed is a demon, especially if the person playing it is called Tempo Melon. Because what a performance there from the X, just being everywhere all at once, able to just put everything into the net.
Exactly. And I think overall, Rats have to definitely be proud of themselves. You know, coming straight through qualifiers, you kind of knew this team as a very wild team, but nasl, a whole different wheelhouse. We'd have to see how they perform, and they're already up 2-0 against two really good teams, right? If you think about it, these teams were, honestly speaking, I think, what, Caliland? That's right, the Caliland finalists?
It could be. They definitely have performed pretty well in the future. Or in the past, sorry. And they will perform well in the future.
Yeah, so we will have to see what comes in the future. But there are still more games left to be played today. Our next one on the block is Heavy Metal Gundam versus Polar Cortex. But we will be getting to that after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
See you around.
point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
普通のシエトの平坦を憧れにして終わらせるな託された夢が突き抜けて今私の年へと変わってゆくさあ Let's change our love に飛び込んで熱狂を起こすとワンシャになれ Let's change our life に行こうぜ本能を覚ませ感動を起こせ伝説刻んで立ち蹴って蹴って蹴って
Hello, everyone. Jump scare. We're getting into game. I'm joined once again by Aja Cannon, HMG versus Dog, and already it is an Omega infused accelerator start alongside Berserker, half and half, and well, we see 3 mags, 1 slicks, and a lot of speed on the side of the Dogs.
That we do. Kind of interesting to see the Berserker pick up, but I think a lot of people... Oh, Milkman, no! Whiffs the strike shot. Unfortunate way to start the game off, but not too bad just yet. They do manage to kill the Kai. Crater Maker goes out, sends it backwards a little bit. Great Hyper Beam there deployed by Weston. Actually, Luna goes off the map as well, so it's quite the exciting first point here. Strike shot comes out, but Zay is not quite able to get a pickup on it. Milkman trying to buy a lot of time on this one. 3 seconds until Luna is back on the field. Molten Bolt gets the Kai away from the core for a second there, and the strike war is won. We do have Nicki Minola taking a lot of damage, but no, so far no kill onto this Dubu just yet. Piercing shot going to go a little bit wide. It's going to be the kill onto the Dubu. Luna taking him out there. Crater Maker interrupted by a barrage there. Strike shot and the shotgun as well from Milkman. Zay trying to get it around and over to the goal. Piercing shot again, not quite getting connection. Rose Orb as well, keeping it forward. Rocket not going to find the connection either. They're just so close to getting this in, but not quite. Weston is just positioning really well against the Stoker Fortress as well, being deployed there. It's almost time for the Hyper Beams to deploy here, or to recharge that they could be deployed. Milkman cycling the core around and almost setting the Kai up for the Quangle, but it's actually going to be taking out the Kai there, and Zay Forever sends it into the goal.
Yeah, very well played out by Heavy Metal Gundam opener to this game. And this Inky's Splash Zone pick, this was actually the Handless, or the Dogslayers 3 pick. So curious to see how they will adapt, as we do actually have, this is the Dubu midfield with the Kai forward, or just, you know, rotating it around. It's really hard to say at this point.
It'll be Weston, though, being taken off the field. Twisty trying to dribble it forward, trying to get it forward there, but taking a lot of damage. Does manage to dodge out of the way of Josh there, so is not going to be taken out just yet. Piercing shot gets him close, though. One more ability could take the Kai off the field. He's not going to just yet. Estelle has been put in prison for her crimes against humanity, as Twisty gets the pass down to the Dubu here. Crater Maker sends it backwards there, but also puts a lot of speed on it, so Milkman got a great clear to the bottom. Eagle Blast goes a little bit wide, unfortunately. Back pass, or rather intercept on the pass from Zay there. Primary comes out from Weston. Strike is really nice there. Counter the Crystal Thorns as well. Molten Bolt keeping it forward as well. Barrage, though, fighting back tooth and nail on the top side of the map here. Piercing shot gets the connection finally onto Weston and the core. Dubu trying to get up on the top side of the map here. Luna coming over through the Hyper Beam as well. Weston trying to get the clear through. Will get it past the Piercing shot, but not the rocket just yet. Crater Maker comes out, forces the dodge out of the Dubu. Gets it forward with the primary as well. Core flip there from the Josh there, and unfortunately it does seem that Zay might have disconnected there, so we're just gonna keep on going. But Zay trying to hold on here as he's now back on the field once again.
He's back on the field, has the flip, uses it there, and takes down Twisty along with nearly scoring there. And once again, Zay cooks it up, a good Rose Warp, and sends it right through. Heavy Metal Gundam off to a really strong start.
Yeah. HMG able to get that 2-0 lead. Very important to start off on the right foot there, especially with these teams starting off 0-1 here. So having the opportunity to secure one of these teams, get them to 1-1, being a little bit more comfortable, and then eventually, of course, being the one game up in the series will help a lot with that if they can get it. But of course, it's going to be Twisty taking a lot of damage once again. The Kai, of course, not really well known for his durability, especially when he takes the OIA on that one. As we see Nicki Million getting the core once again. The Dubu forward putting in quite a bit of work. Topher Fortress not finding the connection onto the core. Twisty has the core for a split second there, but immediately gets rid of it, not wanting to be pressured too much. Going to take a lot of damage off the back. The Crater Maker just doesn't have any evade left over, and it's going to be executed there. Set up there by multiple members of HMG. As we do have Weston getting up to the top, trying to get it to the Dubu. We're actually getting a really good defense there. Zay is not quite able to get the connection, but Josh does. Seeing it through with the dash and the strike. A 3-0 sweep here in the first set for HMG.
Already very clean, and I think HMG has found the name of the game. Now, question is are they going to choose to continue that same way, which is just kill the Kai again and again? And I really want to see, the bulk up pickup. That's exactly what I want to see here. It'll likely be the team player that actually goes over to Weston here, or they maybe just go for the speed and try to buff things up. But yeah, team player, the missile prop, knowing that it's not ever falling to the Drakkar. We're seeing all the damage come onto the members of HMG so they can continue killing Kai.
Yeah. An opportunity to just take the Kai off the field, execute the midfielder, is always much appreciated by a team that has so much damage already on the Luna, the Estelle, and the Drakkar. So just the more the merrier, get it done faster, have more abilities left over. Crater Maker going to come out as well, getting a lot of evade off of Twisty and Weston both there, as now Twisty doesn't really have any way to survive if the pressure mounts once again. Almost gets the barrier, but not quite, unfortunately. Is going to mean that the barrier still stands. No hyper beams to deploy just yet. Nicki Million buying a lot of time in this corner here, giving Twisty a chance to regenerate himself a little bit as well. And just, buying a little bit of time there. Nicki Million, though, going to take a lot of damage. Is going to be able to dodge the piercing shot and not die to the shotgun, and is going to run all the way back for the goalie orb with the speed from Weston. Good guy Weston helping his forward steal his own orb. As Twisty also gets almost executed. Will with the Crystal Thorns. Nice pickup by Zay there. Barrier does get taken as well in the midst of that. Josh goes a little wide on the dash there. And the Ensnare Drums as well comes out. It's going to be another Hyper Beam here. Not quite getting the connection. It was really close there as HMG did get a really nice setup, but not quite the connection. Twisty with Giga Blast trying to send it forward, trying to keep it forward here. Gets it up to the Dubu, who somersaults trying to get it through, but the core flip forced out from the Dubu is going to result in a clear there. Josh holding on to the core flip as well. The Topher Fortress sends it forward. Core flip finally forced out of Luna here. Twisty going to be killed again with the Crystal Thorns there. Zay just keeps on finding the damage here, finding the kill. Dash is not going to get it through the Weston just yet. Core flip from Zay wasted on that one, unfortunately. But the piercing shot does finally get that all-important timing right when the core is on top of Weston.
Yeah, I mean, so much damage, so reliably getting it onto Kai, right? Knowing that Kai just has to be on the core to interact with it, and then just says, okay, if you want to be on the core, you're just going to have to eat every single bit of damage that we have, and then they find it so well, but hey, the side of Dog Slayers are looking kind of good here, right? They take the early first barrier. Now, the question is can the side of HMG manage to clear it out? And they find another good strike where they're out by Josh that time. And now the Crater Maker buying some space. A good bit of damage coming onto Weston. Orb denied. And now Weston's looking a little worse for wear. But no abilities here for Zay Forever means that it's going to be really tough for him to make any sort of play. And then Twisty slots it in. Well, when she's not the one being damaged, maybe she can actually play the game.
Yeah. Twisty finally being able to play the game indeed, does find a great strike barrage angle, puts it right through the middle of HMG there. As we see a little bit of a pass down there, great corner clear all the way around. Zay picks it up at the top side here. Rocket goes a little bit wide, strike shot does as well. The clear is finally completed by Weston there, gets it over Nicki Middle, and Topher Fortress again going wide. A little bit too eager, a little bit too ambitious on that one. Goes straight through it while it's still deploying. You see Crater Maker once again being used here, just very aggressively, just to get some evasion off of the opponents. Giga Blast, though, the dying breath of Twisty able to secure the barrier, and that actually buys a lot of time as soon as the Hyper Beam can be deployed once again. Weston is going to go for it there. Doesn't actually get the clear into it, but does finally get the clear all the way. Actually, the enemy team completes that, and Josh almost backpasses into his own net there, but is able to keep the play alive. Nicki Million very low on health. Giga Blast goes a little bit wide, though, unfortunately. Twisty goes up the top right corner. The Crater Maker gets a lot more energy. Twisty no longer anything left in the tank. Serum comes out and forces the core flip from this Luna as the core just goes a little bit wide again. The Crystal Thorns as well. Dubu, though, going off the map, and the downtown almost shot from Weston, but does not complete. Core flip as well from Zay goes straight through.
Yeah, I mean, just reaction checks Twisty completely sent straight through. 2 flips there for Heavy Metal Gundam, so they better really be winning that point, and they definitely did. Now, question is can they do much more? This Omega Infused Accelerator really not paying dividends for the side of Dog Slayers, as they just keep getting bursted out by the members of HMG. All orbs denied, and except for that one, and then it makes it so difficult to play.
Yeah, and we see more damage again. The Topher Fortress does get a lot of nice things as well. Sets up the barrage nicely, forces up the core flip from the Drakkar. This is the opportunity that the Dogslayers are looking for here. They're trying to get it through. The Ensnare Drums is nice, but Zay is able to teleport out, but it doesn't matter as the core just sneaks along that top side. Twisty does sacrifice basically the entire health bar to get that done. But so does the Hyper Beam come out, gets it over to Milkman, and gets over to Nikki Minolan, who logs it into the goal with the Candy Cane.
I think maybe maybe Milkman might have missed that angle there on the corner, was probably looking for that corner angle straight to see if they can cheekily steal out the bottom side of the barrier there. And now we do see Weston taking a good bit of damage here. They're wanting to get rid of the flip, but they might not get a chance to, and it just sneaks right on in. Hold on, wait. Maybe Dogslayers have a real chance in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to accelerate the plays so that they don't take as much damage on the in-between, forcing the abilities that HMG has to use them defensively. Just gives a lot more opportunity here. And we have Kai able to potentially pick up the Reptile Remedy, peak performance for a little bit more health, or even just deny something with Prize Fighter, although I don't think that's going to happen. Reptile Remedy is going to be the play, as we see Kai, Twisty, potentially looking to maybe actually live. It's really difficult into this comp, but Reptile Remedy might be the one to let him do it.
Yeah, heavy impact here, actually a little interesting. I think I would have actually preferred the Prize Fighter almost on the Luna here instead of the heavy, but I think heavy is still solid. And yeah, peak deny is very smart here by Zay, right? It scales with the bulk. It also is just more stagger that you take away from the enemies, and now there is no more stagger left in the draft.
Yeah, does mean that there is a lot less survivability, but it also means that there are other things that can be picked up, because it's one of those things where, you know, if you're on the back foot, you want to take the staggers that you can live, but it means you're going to be giving up other things as well. So opportunity here for some playing to win rather than just playing to live, although it is a little bit risky at times. Weston using a lot of speed there, trying to get his teammates in front of the net, and they actually will. Nikki Minolan with the help of Twisty, and of course Weston's speed means it's going to go straight through once again. And of course, you know, Drakkar, great goalie. Zay on the defense as well with midfield, but Dubu is just a really good offensive brawler if you're able to just get in front of the net. He just has so many tools, as Twisty also is able to just run barely out of the Crater Maker there.
Yeah, and yeah, Twisty looking a little worse for wear. No evade also available for her. And a lot of damage coming in through by HMG. Milkman, no strike there actually, so the side of Dogs are looking pretty good here. Now, question is can they find this clear? It's looking a little awkward. It gets back up to Nikki, and there's the Tofu Fortress. It cordons Milkman off into the corner, killing him as well.
Yeah, the execution on Drakkar finally paying back HMG for all of the damage they've been dealt. And it's looking like the Dogslayers are going to be doing a little bit more. They're up 2-0 right now. Don't want to jinx them too hard, but they're finding a little bit more. Twisty, though, does get found out on that one. Crater Maker not quite able to get out of the way of the Crater Maker, and some great passes here from HMG means they're going to get the core forward, but Nikki Minolan finds the angle to get it all the way around, stalls out the play a little bit longer. Core flip from Zay countered really nicely there by the side of Dog. As we see Nikki Minolan trying to run down to the bottom side here, gets hit by the piercing shot, and the core just flies on in. Josh getting it. Even from inside the prison, didn't need to invest the core flipper or anything.
Yeah, I think very smart by Weston there just to hold the flip, right? You're still up 2-1, so you have at least one more, at least two more, or most two more, ideally only one more point to work with, so the flip has potential to be really powerful there. Now, this is a very dangerous spot as Josh gets the flip out, gets a good Rose Orb actually passed back, a counter flip there to deny anything. Now Nikki, she has the flip, but the wall, it's right there. She can't flip through her own wall, but instead she still gets this barrier with the log, but her health situation not looking great with no evade. And now a great Giga Blast camouflaged by the Hydro Pump. Really well played by Twisty.
Yeah, Twisty finds a crazy angle off of that. Milkman was not expecting that, and even if you do, there's only so much you can do. Maybe hit like a frame-perfect dodge or something. But it is going to be a lot available in this when we get some like a Siege Machine on the Dubu, even just among Titans, so he's super fast and runs all over the place. So many options here for him to choose from.
Yeah, the prime time is actually very worrying, and I think Josh realizes that, picking it up for himself, denies it away from Twisty, and now aerials for Drakkar, hotshot denied away from the Estelle. Very smart there actually by Weston, because I think hotshot on Estelle here is potentially game losing, funnily enough. And yeah, it's as you said, right? The Among Titans on to Nikki Minolan. That's going to be a funny one.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you're dealing with a kill comp, it sounds kind of weird, but in a way, speed is survivability. You're just able to dodge out of the way of everything, especially giant telegraphed abilities like the Crater Maker. Crystal Thorns, though, from Zay Forever does secure the barrier. The other barrier is secure, and that's going to be Zay getting executed, though, in the Hyper Beam. Twisty trying to go forward with the barrage, the log as well from Nikki Minnow not found. Great passing back and forth here. Nikki just puts it up into the top there. And even with the last Hyper Beam from Milkman, just not going to really do anything. When Dog gets the kill, they really are able to just run away with the game.
And hey, it's looking really good for them, right? This first set, and honestly, the first half of the second set was an absolute stomp out by Heavy Metal Gundam, but ever since then, the Dogslayers have looked really, really good as they found their way to live, and because they found their way to live, that means that they're able to actually core control and they're able to play the game.
Yeah, and it also puts a little bit of pressure because then you force the other team to start playing a little bit more defensively, which means that they're not going to be getting as many kills. Gigablast almost just takes Zay out there. As Weston gets a great defense into piercing shots, and Nikki Millen rolls out of the way of the rocket. Really nice to see on that one, but the barrier does go down in the end. HMG looking to potentially score here and turn things around. Piercing shot, rocket, not going to be enough. Josh unfortunately sends it right to Weston on that one. Twisty taking a lot of damage, but isn't going to go down just yet. The Molten Bolt from downtown, though, that extra range from the aerial is really coming in clutch. As Twisty not going to die just yet, but will with the rocket from Josh, finds the angle between Nikki and Weston just to hit Kai. As we see Weston trying to keep things alive. The hotshot actually pays dividends on this one. Log forward. Nikki Millen not able to get the barrier, but does get a lot more time. Kai now back on the field. Twisty not able to counter the core flip, but it does not go into the goal there. Core flip from Nikki, unfortunately wasted on that one. As Weston tries to send it up to the top, will actually get it through the Giga as well. Countered by a rocket. Both of these teams are just going tooth and nail on this one. Milkman able to get the shotgun out of the way on that one. Core flip from Zay down to the bottom is going to put the first goal of the set in for HMG. Dogs still fairly comfortable though.
Yeah, I mean, Dog's looking pretty okay, but look at the energy situation. Yeah, I mean, Luna did just use that Crater Maker, so she won't have it available for a little bit. But the energy situation is really not looking good, but the fact that they're able to even stay alive is a testament to itself, right? They're able to make sure that they're able to get these points, that they don't lose on the spot, and it's just really well played by the Dogs.
Yeah, even forcing out the core flip there from Milkman, using the snare drums as well to go a little bit wide for it, but the investment on these abilities, just knowing when to push the play and knowing when to pull back when you're Twisty and you're almost about to die. Great survivability there. Hyper Beam.
Wow.
Gets it right forward, and a great piercing shot takes the core out, takes Twisty out. And that is going to be another goal here. 1 point away from tying up the sets is HMG.
I mean, hey, I guess that's the way you win, right? You start damaging someone, you throw the core at the person you're damaging. Well, now they're forced to interact with it, so they can't just run away. And, well, they're also forced to suffer the damage that comes from interacting with it. And we see that once again. They're finally finding their damage again onto Twisty. She's completely staggered. And, oh, no, I think that was that perfect pitch that actually clears it there by Weston. Otherwise, I think the barrier does go down. And now this nuke a little bit dangerous. Josh collects it with the boost. A good back and forth pass sequence by Josh and Milkman. Now, looking at the flips to come up, Zay and Milkman nearly with their Milkman burns the evade there. And now there's still an open net, a surprisingly long open net point for an Inky Splash Stone map.
Yeah, you usually see the barriers going down pretty quick. We're almost in overtime, and again, a great primary there from Weston is able to defend things. Unfortunately, the barrier does go down in the end, not quite making it to overtime on that one, but Milkman is executed. Topo Fortress comes out not quite perfectly, but actually does get a really nice ricochet off of it. As we go into overtime now, it's going to be red coring all over the place. Zay finds the angle to the top, and it just was not expected. Twisty tried to use the barrage to keep it, but the patience from Zay was pretty good on that one.
I think somehow that just went above the barrage. Like, it looked like it was kind of through it, but maybe it was just above it. And now look at what they have available, right? I think they almost want to full open here for the Luna, right? Because the Luna can get Twin Drive, Glass Cannon, or ideally one of Deadeye or Extra Special, all of which are really disgusting. The Quick Strike, a really nice pickup as it allows Zay with Slick Kicks to dribble a lot more. And now look at this. Luna's guaranteed to get something good, and that's a Deadeye just available to her.
Yeah, you'll love to see it on the Luna. We do see the spec training on the Makos that in Snare Drums is going to hurt a lot. I almost would have liked to see a Glass Cannon there, although Weston is taking a fair bit of incidental hits, so maybe not the best one on it, but still spec training. we might see, when we see the red core off of there, we see a really early barrier as well. I mean, the extra size on the Dubu does counter the Among Titans, so Nicki Minaj is going to be a little bit more oppressive on the play there, and of course the extra special, we've seen some really sick Giga Blasts from Twisty on this one. So a few more definitely wouldn't hurt on that one. Nicki Minaj low on health, but high in spirit, as trying to fight in front of the Golden Giga Blast. Not going to get the connection perfectly, passing back from Weston through Twisty, but the barrage is not yet through.
Yeah, now Nicki Minaj finally taken off the map, and the nuke making things very dangerous. This could be it. But no, it just gets passed around. They're just waiting for that cannon to come through, and a great boost whammy combo out by Josh there to secure the first point of set 5.
Yeah, the whammy dash out of Josh was pretty sick on that one, and it's kind of a checkmate because you can't go down the hyper, you can't go up to Zay, so you just kind of have to sit there and hope, but that's when Luna really just sends it right through, and speaking of sending it right through, Twisty, just on top of things.
Yeah, they just send it right through. I think they're just trying to clear down to where it's open, but Twisty, she's fast enough, she'll get there in time, and the net's just opening for her, so she gets to slot it in very cleanly.
Yeah, two Fortress Giga Blast both going a little bit wild on that one, and Weston gets executed. Unfortunately, had to choose between the barrier and his life, and chose the barrier, as the goalie does. The barrage as well, not going to get a perfect clear, but will buy a lot more time. Nicki Minaj, great back clear there off the goal gate, as we see the somersault from Nicki Minaj buys a little bit of time, but Zay was patient enough on the core flip there. Twisty low on health and will be taken out there by the Luna. We do have Nicki Minaj trying to get things done here on the bottom. Back pass from Josh to Zay up the top there. Primary from Weston comes out. Crater Maker as well forces a lot of energy. Josh with the core flip not going to invest it just yet. Milkman as well playing very far up here. And the somersault is a little too slow. Josh is able to get it through. Nicki Minaj not able to get to the core in time. And HMG turning things around from being a set down to now being almost on game point.
Yeah, I mean, HMG, they were in it at the start, then they looked out of it, and oh my god, Josh finds another kill onto Twisty. This is just murder. And now Nicki Minaj, she's left to play in this corner. Still looking kind of alright, right? But this barrier, it's about to go down, but not if Weston and Nicki have something to say about it, right? The tried and true dog duo, they managed to save things for a little longer. And now with Twisty back out on the map, it looks kind of okay. A good evade there away from the Crater Maker. And with Twisty looking a little low, we could see a repeat of what happened before. Again, good saves out by Milkman, not having to burn this flip. And the boost, that means that this net is open. Very dangerous. Weston sidesteps the piercing shot, is able to save it. Now pops the drum and bass, lets his forwards fly, but there's still a barrier to chew through. And Milkman also has a flip, doesn't have to burn it there. And now this is honestly looking a little risky. Forces the flip out by Milkman. And now with this Crater Maker, Josh needs to be careful with his own life. A great clear out by Milkman that buys so much space. And now the ensnare jumps, they makes things really risky. I think both of these teams are just going back and forth, and I'm honestly scared for who's going to win.
Be very close. That log could have taken it out, but Zay blocked it and will actually execute the Dubu on that one. Nicki Minaj off the field. It's a power play here for HMG. They could lock out the game right here, but Zay's flip is going to go wide. So does Ulast, though. Weston trying to hold it down with the primary. Will hit the core. Crystal Thorns gets it done, though. Zay puts it in. Well played by HMG. I do also say one thing we did miss there. Dubu, Nicki Minaj, actually saved herself with the Tofu Fortress. Was going to get taken up by the piercing shot a whole lot earlier. And just a really cool play on that one where you see the Tofu Fortress actually hit the wall right behind her and prevented her from getting knocked off. Did not mean much in the end, but did stall it out for a little bit longer. Kudos to HMG for taking game one, but it is also Inky's very weird maps. I think when we get to some more common ones, we might see a little bit of a different playstyle, because this was very hectic.
Yeah, but I think map 2 is actually going to be Gates of Obscura, and that Gates of Obscura will be Heavy Metal Gundam's map pick, because this Inky's was actually picked up by the Dog Slayers 3. So curious to see if dogs have some sort of adaptation, as I will say this was like a double midfield style comp, and you'll probably be seeing a lot less of that on Gates of Obscura. So maybe that's something that dogs actually just struggle against, and they might just be able to solve things just by the nature of the map itself.
Yeah, and I mean, when we did get to see the dogs play, they played really well. So if they can just stave off the kill pressure, you know, I don't want to dog on Twisty too much, but the Kai pick on the OIA start into the damage comp is not usually a recipe for success. Very difficult to play into that. And to be fair, Twisty played it really well, survived really long. but there's only so much you can do in the face of every ability in the game and the kitchen sink being dumped on your head every couple of seconds.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I think overall, core control wise, I think Dog is actually in a perfectly great spot. It's just the KOs that really messed them up that game one. Now, going over to this Gates of Obscura, I'm curious to see how they adapt, as we'll probably once again see some sort of lockdown goalie for Weston. Maybe we'll see something like the Finny or the Estelle to be a little more proactive with dealing with some of the KOs. Just KO them yourself instead. But for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, I'm honestly curious to see what I'll see out of Josh, right? Because Josh is a player who tends to be pretty quiet, but he makes these quiet but big impacts. And we kind of saw that with a lot of these kills that he was finding with the Luna. He might pick up something like the Kai or the Now, or one of his own personal most played and, in my opinion, strongest picks, the Estelle.
Yeah, do have a lot of strong picks, and Estelle is pretty darn good. I mean, is one of those characters that you see kind of fluctuating a little bit at times. You know, was super weak for a while, but I've always stuck with the Estelle at the very least. Always been a fan favorite of mine. Always been a favorite of mine and fan favorite overall.
Yeah.
And I think Estelle, pretty good spot right now. So seeing it a lot more, and that's always fun because I think she does add a lot to the plays. You know, sometimes the combos are simple, you know, the strike primary, but some of the angles that she can hit and some of the checkmates she can have, especially with Rose Warp, are pretty sick. So we do see, though, it's going to be a quick strikes and the aerials, and it's going to be instantly the Asher ban followed by the Aimi ban, which don't really synergize as much with those. I mean, of course, they're pretty good with them, but not my first thoughts. Usually I'd be thinking an X, especially with how strong he is, and then, of course, the Estelle you're talking about, potentially banning that out, but they're actually going to let the Estelle fall to the 2-3, and actually first pick of all people, the Kazan on that one.
Yeah, I think this draft in and of itself, it's like the pure illustration of comfort, right? Because I think Asher might just be something that is really, really good on this map, that Dog just says, yeah, we don't want Twisty to play Asher. We're not really comfortable with that, so we're just going to ban it out. And similarly, Heavy Metal Gundam saying, yeah, I don't think, you know, we can play this Aimi on this map. You know, neither Trevor or Josh want to play it, so we're going to ban that out as well. And then the Kazan, which is one of Twisty's tried and true picks, right? She is known for that. She is really good at it. And we do see the Kazan paired with Vice Atlas. And on the other side, it's just Dubu plus the Rastel combo.
Yeah. I will say, minus points for not canon comp. We were very close to having the Frostfire comp.
Yeah.
But still a pretty good combo. I mean, the Dubu, and this is one of those things we did see Nikki Minilin on the Dubu Ford last time. And of course, the teams are flipped, so this is on HMG's side, not Dog's side. But we could still see that Dubu on the forward, especially on Goo.
Hey, Rasmus goalie is real. I still think it's going to be Dubu goalie because of this map, but it's possible.
Yeah, it could go either way because Rasmus forward, Rasmus goalie, Dubu forward, Dubu goalie. About the only thing I'd be surprised by, though, is if we saw somehow the Estelle goalie, because generally you favor the more melee goalies on this map having to hold them down. But we could see some crazy Dubu Rasmus forward with Estelle in the goal box as well. Would be fun to see. On the other side, though, unless we don't want to jinx it either, but we could see Kazan goalie, probably going to be the Atlas. And it'd be interesting to see what they pick up here. I imagine a lot of quick strikes going around. Maybe even on like the Vice instead of the aerials, although she does benefit from both the ranges on that one. I think about the only definite one is like quick strikes Kazan and aerials Estelle.
I don't even know. I actually think there's a real world we just see quick strikes Estelle, right? Because quick strikes is quick strikes, and in a full quick strikes game, you really don't want to be striking slowly, and it looks like everyone but Weston seems to agree with me, as we have 5 quick strikes pickups. And same as last game, the only person going slick kicks here is Zay Forever, while everyone else is locking the Maxwells.
Yeah. We do see... Might not make as much of a difference, but we are going to see how they play around that, whether it's the midfield or the core Hagen. Nikki Milno is going to be the first one to pick up a barrier in this game, though. Zay Forever also taking a lot of damage off the start here. Nikki Milno self-teleporting to that little thing there, but it's going to be Zay picking up a kill here, finding the Kazan out of position on that one, as we see the portal pass there, just buying so much time, and Nikki sending it to the bottom, doesn't find the angle, does find the Supernova up to the top,
Oh
and
my god.
Milkman own goals.
Yeah.
Did not find the corner angle he was looking for.
Yeah, apparently, okay, that works, sure. Not really what the dogs were intending, but they'll be more than happy to let that slide. And I will say, on top of that, I do want to call it Weston's strike shot early on in the point, right? Because the side of HMG, they're trying to use that top portal to, you know, clear things out, but Weston just punishes them with that strike shot, and it's just so well played.
Yeah, really good strike shot usage there, and especially with the aerials as well to make it go just a little bit further. Although, you know, aerials on Atlas, usually not the first pickup you think of, but it is also like the perfect range for his primary in some cases. So it is nice to see on that one. Zay very low, having to retreat means that Milkman is playing up, so we see a little bit of the Dubu forward and a little bit of the Rasmus goalie. Crystal Thorns is going to get a little bit of a clear, but no completion on it just yet. Supernova comes out to secure a barrier. Weston gets the portal pass there over to Twisty. Twisty trying to get something done as well, and it's going to be the Astral Projection with the help of the Vice as well to get that core in, and Dog takes a 2-0 lead here.
Yeah, Dog looking pretty good. This is the HMG map, and they got some really good picks on this map, but hey, maybe Dog just has that dog in them, and they know exactly what they're doing, and a great kill to open things up, and they don't even lose the barrier for it. Though Josh, he wants to say something about it. He's pushing up very aggressively. Now Milkman, a good clear attempt, but now it's just flipped in his face. No roll in time, and Nikki scores a 3-0 set for Dog.
Yeah, really well played there. And of course, one of those goals might have gone a little bit different, but, you know, I'm sure that HMG, they're a little more comfortable, a little more lackadaisical about it. They have the room for it. But that is also going to be a heavy impact device. Could even see a Stinger Vice, but is going to be a heavy impact. It's just too good to get that cooldown reduction, too good to get the damage on it. And Twin Drive on the Kazan, really good on him. Also denies it away from the Estelle, although also denies it away from the Atlas, so...
Yeah, I mean, idea is, you know, if you let that fall to Estelle, Estelle's just going to take it because Atlas is never allowed to get that Twin Drive, and might as well just take it for yourself instead of waiting. But that also means, right, that we're going to start seeing a point where Milkman, he has the Pauldrons, he has the demo, like, he is starting to size scale, and even if Twisty, she knows exactly how to play this Kazan, and she's very aware of the ranges, we're going to start seeing Milkman more consistently beat her out.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to go as the Kazan into just a massive goalie because you hook it away and then the goalie is the size of the hook. Also, Milkman waddling back. Unfortunately for him, though, the barrier does not fall. The core's a little too slow on that one. But Astral Projection sends it through, sends it almost into there, but the size on the Dubu is pretty nice. Crystal Thorns with the Whiplash countered by the Expanse. Josh with back passes. Actually very close to death here. Is going to be hooked off the map with crooked leverage. Kazan getting revenge against his boss on that one. Piercing shot gets a double tap there, but doesn't quite get too much else as the double barrier goes the other way. And Dog looking to get a little bit more here. The Supernova held there for a little bit, does not get the kill, but gets a lot of damage onto this Dubu, who might have to play a little bit more safely. Weston is able to get the clear here with the Expanse, not quite confirming it, but does eventually get it forward there. Milkman going up to the top here. The Rose Warp is well used there, but Twisty just finds the angle to the top, and Tofu Fortress is a little bit too slow.
Yeah, I mean, I think Twisty just seems to have Milkman's number. Same thing with Nikki, honestly. Every time I just see Milkman losing so many interactions, and it's just Dog is playing that so well.
Yeah, the Whiplash is well coming out with Pendulum Swing, secure a barrier though, so HMG is looking to fight back a little bit, but they don't get too much. They get one barrier and trade half of their health bar on both the Estelle and the Rasmus for it. They're not quite able to get the second one either. Great defense there by the side of Dog as the portal pass goes to Nikki Minnow, and Supernova comes out to keep the core forward and does secure another barrier as well. Josh very low on health and is going to get kill flipped by Nikki Minnow as we have the core going forward into the side there, but does not go into the net there. But the offensive Soren angle on that one as we see the log go down to the bottom here. Death touch onto Nikki Millen does a little bit of damage, gets her out of position. Power Chord sends it backwards as well, so we're not getting the perfect connections. We're not getting it through like we need to here for the side of Dog, but Nikki Millen does get knocked towards the orb. Won't be able to pick it up, though, just for fear of being punished by the Estelle. And Weston, no, his goalie brain, he went out of position for the orb, no!
Yeah, all good. I think he thought he would get that flip safely to Nikki and then could just quickly orb and jump back to where he was, but unfortunately for him, Josh did catch that that flip out by Weston, and hey, that means that can't really be getting out of there. And now they're back in this corner. This is the portal corner, so it gets very easily cleared. Now it's just rotating again. Now this is the favorable spot for Dogs, but that one also gets surprisingly easily cleared there. But a good roll there out by Milkman, and we are back to 1-1 in terms of barriers.
Yeah, 1-1 on barriers, fairly even energy across the board. It's a little bit different here and there, but not too much advantage either way. Milkman, unfortunately, going to whiff the flip there after the power core takes it up to the top. Zay forever gets a portal pass Dutch to the death touch. Really actually nice on that one, but doesn't get too much done on it. Doesn't invest the special ability on that one. Twisty wins strike war in the midfield, but Josh does get a pass forward to Zay. The expanse comes out as well. A lot of abilities used there. The somersault and the rose orb both invested there. A bit of a miscommunication, waste of one of those abilities on that one. But clear is completed, so not too bad in the end. Pendulum Swing keeps it in the corner. Crystal Thorns as well. Whiplash trying to get it through, but isn't going to find too much there. Great clear by Weston as well. Goes all the way around that corner there. Piercing shot does not find the connection either. Vice teleporting forward does not get there in time. Josh gets the intercept on it. Red coring though in overtime as the core speed has just picked up.
Yeah, and now that's no more secondary for Weston. A good strike war one there, and oh no, we're seeing Kazan activity, but no. Milkman does actually manage to save it there, but burns the Tofu Fortress, so that's really not good for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. They try to get it down to this bottom side. A good death touch, but not good enough as it still doesn't hit that barrier, so they still have a barrier to chew through. Now Josh gets the pass up to Zay. We've seen this rotation out by them again and again, and this time it's successful. They take the barrier, and now pass down from Zay to Josh. They're trying to layer their abilities, but now it's Twisty basically in 1v1 against Milkman. Milkman wins out this time, and now a little dangerous to clear. A death touch this time, sniped out, passed out to Josh, and now it goes back down to Weston. The flip available for Nikki. Zay is just saying, okay, we need to take this through the Atlas, not the Vice with flip. And just tries to play it through this bottom side, but it's just not being found. The clears again and again. And HMG are just not finding their answer.
Ooh, the somersault though from the Dubu with the extra size is able to get that, but does pay for it with his life. Crystal Thorns singing it downwards. A lot of time bought here. Just a few more seconds till Dubu's back on the field. Twisty at the bottom with the core flip. Not going to be able to invest it in time. Didn't get the angle for it. Is very low on health as well. Is going to use that there. Almost gets the kill onto Zay with it, but does not get the goal nor the kill either. Atlas is trying to save Zay on that one. Somersault again on the goal line. Milkman just too clean with it, but the strike layering from Josh, and Milkman stops him from going in. Piercing shot as well. Crystal Thorns on the intercept as well. Crash projection gets it forward. Rose Warp gets it in.
Okay, you know, Milkman, I am sorry for everything I said about you in that previous point. You know, you had 2 clutch saves there with the roll. There is no way you do that twice. And, well, Josh as well, an insane way to end that point. Gets the strike around Weston into that Rose Warp to redirect it, and now HMG is in a really good spot for this set too.
Yeah, but there's also not much health left on this Estelle there. The Supernova comes out as well. A little bit too patient there from Nikki Minolin though. Tofu Fortress comes out as one barrier does go down on each team's side there. Tied up on there, but Josh's low health bar remedied by an orb there for now at least. And not too many answers here, but there we go. Kazan trying to put damage on the Estelle, keep her low, potentially get her staggered very soon once again. But they really have to either focus on getting the core control or at least get the kill, but can't really do both of them. Josh really nimbly navigating that, but unfortunately does get hit by the hook in the end, and that is going to be a power play here for the side of Dog. They're not quite able to get it into the barrier as well. The strike clearing again from Zay and Milkman. Somersault as well with the whiplash to follow it up means the barrier will not fall, and instead Nikki Millen and Twisty might fall. And the barrier is actually going to go down. Weston not getting the perfect defense. There's going to be Vice going off the side of the map there. Great dodge from Zay is going to keep himself alive off the side of the map. A strike shot from Weston saves the core flip there for a little bit later. Twisty putting a lot of work and gets a great read off of Milkman there. Goes through the portal. Astral Projection goes a little bit too short on that one. Unfortunately, hook interrupted by the somersault there as Pendulum Swing countered by a strike shot. Great counter on the piercing shot there from Weston. Hits a bit of a Soren angle there as well. Goes up and down and all around. Twisty moving forward. Almost has the core flip. Hits into the log though. It's red cores it across the map. Pendulum Swing to whiplash. Piercing shot as well. Invested. Astral Projection gets it forward. Twisty dribbling in the middle of the map. Can he get it past the Milkman? Somersault and the strike with the log as well. It says no.
Yeah, I mean, very well played out of both sides here, right? Weston and Nikki, they're holding it so well on the defensive side. Milkman, though, he might have flubbed the flip there, so now the side of HMG, they've entered panic mode a little bit as they have a lot fewer resources. And Milkman, though, needs to be a little bit careful about the next crooked leverage. Good, well-timed clear once again. Now Josh, insane! A Rose Warp to redirect and gets the snipe onto Weston, killing him.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the exact play that Josh was going for. I think it was more of a Rose Warp into primary on the core, but hey, I'll just take killing the goalie and scoring anyways with the Rose Warp any day. And is rewarded with it, potentially stacks on stacks, prime time, even missile prop, orb dancer, so many good abilities here, and it's going to be the prime time, denies it away from the Kazan, from the Atlas. I think that's a really good pick.
Yeah, and this is just more size. I mean, yes, Kazan gets stacks and stacks. That is still very good, but even more size is so big for Dubu, right? Because yes, the Kazan being fast means you can rotate it around, but Dubu will just win every strike war now with 3 size effectively. But the prime time on Josh, right? The prime time on Josh is also very big.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of abilities coming out of that. Unfortunately, the somersault from Milkman is not going to save the barrier there. The somersault, or the supernova there, sorry, does get a little bit of damage, but not too much else. Expanse very forward from Atlas. Weston trying to play a little bit more up. It's a very defensive goalie, this Atlas, but you can still play up. You can still affect the rest of the plays, and looking like he's going to have to do that a little bit more with just how rock solid the defense is here from HMG. But as soon as I say that, of course, a barrier goes down, the goal opens up. Crystal Thorns does not get the connection either. Weston trying to pass through the portal. We have a corner offense here once again. Barrier goes down here. Josh almost gets the connection onto the barrier, but not quite. The log keeps it forward a little bit longer, but not too much longer. And Josh, again, finding these angles to get it all the way around, but not quite in to the net. Twisty in front, again, gonna miss the crooked leverage, unfortunately, as we see the core just hovering in front of HMG's goal for so long. Ash Projection gets it forward again. Somersault Toku Fortress combo, not quite getting the kill onto the ice, but putting a lot of damage and some pressure, forcing Corporate out a little bit early. Rosewarp comes out as well. Nicky Millen very low, but dodges out of the way the pendulum swing nicely just by moving around it. And the Whiplash countered again from Twisty, just using a lot of different abilities on the Kazan there. Ash Projection just tags the Estelle once again. Somersault goes wide, and Twisty pulling the core into the net with crooked leverage after the core flip. Really nicely done.
Yeah, and I think Josh, honestly, yes, you lost that point, but Josh is very happy as he was getting very, very low. So being allowed to keep this flip, pretty satisfied. So HMG in general, their energy is looking pretty good here. Our question is can they make any use of it as they're getting into this corner, right? A good flip there out by Weston, but now look at the energy situation altogether for the Dogs. It's really not good.
Yeah, not a single, well, there's now a single evade there on Nicky Minnell in there. Of course, you do at least have the Atlas ult, so you can do a little bit of saving, and they're actually able to buy a lot of time here and get at least some evades if they need them. Supernova is going to nicely be combo with Portal Pass from Atlas, and eventually, with the help of Twisty, is going to go through, but that's only one barrier down. Strike Shot goes a little bit wide, and Weston is playing forward with the Ash Protection as well. Use the secondary in the half field mark there, as we see Weston back on the defense here. Very premature dodge there, assuming that he's trying to get the read on a pendulum swing or a piercing shot there. But there's going to be no energy on this Atlas run. It really matters now. Josh very low on health as well. Dueling it out with Twisty here, as we just have very low HP. Unfortunately, Zay does not get the connection on that Death Touch pendulum swing he was looking for. Nicky Millen very patient against the log as well. Crooked Leverage takes the barrier as well. Nicky Millen is going to pick up the orb for the core flip, immediately use it, and Zay forever use the pendulum swing. Nicky Millen not patient enough on it. Supernova comes out as well, and that's going to be Estelle getting knocked into the corner there. Really great angle found by Twisty on that one. Tifa Fortress red cores it all over the place now up to the top. Pendulum swing actually sends it back through the portal, buys a lot more time. Does touch as well. Zay forever is just not letting control go. The Strike Shot Ash Projection combo is great though, as we see Estelle finally back on the field. Expanse comes out, sends it through the portal. Josh gets the pickup, sends it forward. Power Cord gets it over to Twisty. Twisty gets it through the portal. Piercing Shot gets it up to the top. Twisty trying to get into the net, but Somersault is going to say no.
Yeah, but look at Twisty's health bar. Remember, she has full stack, so it's very dangerous, but now she's in a 1v1. No crooked leverage found there that time, and a good flip by Zay means that now the stacks are completely reset. But being only 1-0, there is a lot of time left in this set for her to build this back. Question is can HMG use this power play for anything else? And a good death touch by Zay Forever means that Josh is able to play on the top side without any issues.
Yeah, taking the score up to being tied 1-1 in sets and goals both. And with the energy advantage as well, with Milkman having that core flip still available, Supernova going to come out, do a little bit of damage, but there's not really too many damage awakenings on this fight. Well, actually, I say that. I mean, it's heavy impact missile prop. It just doesn't feel like it. There's not really much of a chance to stack the damage. Like, Kazan doesn't really have the damage to contribute either, so we see Nicky Minnell just trying to battle against the Titan of a Dubu that is about 4 times her size. as the piercing shot goes a little bit wide there, but the piercing shot, or the power chord actually gets a nice pickup on it. Weston, front of the net once again, using Ash Protection really nicely just to get it through that portal time and time again. Somersault sends Nicki Minilin towards the orb. Pendulum Swing Whiplash combo is actually a little bit too potent, knocks in Nicki Minilin too far away from the Pendulum Swing. Josh in the top corner here with the piercing shot is going to force out the core flip from the Atlas. Supernova as well is going to be used. It's actually going to be the core flip from Josh to get the goal.
I mean, very well played by Josh. I think, you know, the side of Dog may have been a little bamboozled there for a moment, as it was just a lot of damage coming through by Josh, and suddenly he's all in there, all ready to core control.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have been fantastic about rotating between healing and core control. They're doing it so seamlessly, but we do see another berry going down there. Twisty kind of hitting it to a neutral, unfortunately, and actually Zay gets the pickup on it. Rose Warp Pendulum Swing not going to be enough either. Josh not taking the damage from these abilities, not actually getting hit by them, so not really much of a cost for this corner offense, as we see once again the Dogs kind of struggling to find their way to actually make this kill comp work with the Vice and the Kazan. The primary from Twisty was very close, but not quite enough to get it done. Great crooked leverage there, but it's a lot invested to just get it to the top side where it's going to go through the portal anyways. Nicki Minilin gets saved. Weston with the clutch save on that. Full heals Nicki Minilin off on that one. Of course, that is its specialty now. Not as good as regular healing, but on the save, it does heal a ton.
Oh, no!
Nicki Minilin, how could you? The miscommunication means that the barrier goes down, the goal is open, but hey, maybe that's their comfort zone. 2 points and a set. No barriers. This is where they begin to fight.
Yeah, very, very favored for Heavy Metal Gundam, and Milkman has the flip as well. A good Crystal Thorns there, and it's not even needed as Zay Forever, the Whiplash, sends it right past Weston. Very well played by Heavy Metal Gundam, and they're now one set away from taking the Series 2-0.
Yeah, very close to it indeed. And yeah, Dogslayers, they've had a lot of great moments. They've shown that they have what it takes to go the distance in this, but in the end, it doesn't seem like as close of a game just because HMG is just shutting them down time and time again. They're just not letting them play to their strengths. And yeah, Atlas gets time as creator. It's going to be great on the defense. Really great way to just hold it down a little bit longer. But you look on the other side and it's size on the Rasmus, damage on the Dubu. Among Titans on the Estelle, so the Dubu's even bigger, the Estelle is even faster, and the Rasmus as well gets... I mean, this is kind of a lost draft just from that. It's so unfortunate for the side of Dog, but HMG just really gets what they want.
Yeah, I mean, now this Dubu is so brutal. Look at this Titan. And Zay Forever, he just gets to stack this Rampage bit by bit. Because, yeah, he's been taking a lot of damage, but it really hasn't been him who has been dying a lot, right? It's been more of Josh. And that's typically the way it goes, right? The midfielder is the one that interacts with the core the most, or the one that gets shot. Okay, never mind. I'm just wrong, I guess. All good.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing about that, though, is that Vice did not actually get the last touch on that, or a touch in the last few seconds of it, so does not actually get a prize fighter stack. And really, that's what I'm looking at to turn this game around. If the Vice gets some of those prize fighter stacks, get some actual power behind these percentage boosts, it's just going to scale so insanely well, but just not being able to get that is insane.
Yeah, it is so tough, right? They just have to find these well-timed kills, and another string of abilities burned there and no kill found, and now the side of HMG looking pretty good here. The Tofu Fortress there coming out to counter the Supernova. Bit of a Celestial Intervention there just in case anything goes awry. Good death touch there by Zay Forever, and once again, no kill found, and we are going into overtime, so we're going to see a lot of red cores, especially with the 1-2 punch coming out from this last draft.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch on the Kazan, of course, also very good, especially with that open prime rage immediately getting all that core speed on it. Josh very low on health, but still has the core flip, use the Crystal Thorns as well. Twisty trying to get the interrupt. Zay Forever not getting the pickup on it either. Piercing shot comes out as well. Dubu trying to pass it, but Thunder Strike comes through. Zay Forever dribbling on the bottom, Ash Protection gets it through. Corner offense not perfect from Zay, misses the opportunity to get the goal there. Nicki Minilin running forward with Supernova as well. Great intercept by Zay Forever on that one. Piercing shot gets it up to the top. We have Twisty getting the interrupt, getting the core flip, but the Tofu Fortress from Milkman is just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, so perfectly timed, and now another pass, and Nicki Minilin, she's the one who burns the flip there, but her health bar not looking great, but Twisty, she finds the barrier there, so it's actually looking okay, but oh no, the back pass nearly goes awry, goes up to the top side, and now Josh looking to score this here, burns the Rose Warp, tries to play through this middle, and now Strike Shot coming through, a little dangerous as Twisty finds the pop-up there, the log coming back through as well, and now the side of Dog, they're finding the clears they need, but maybe not for long enough, as Josh wins one interaction, wins two, just quickly strikes, and finds these dribbles, goes, but it just has to get back up to Zay. Zay's the one who almost has the flip, but Josh saves it. The Rose Warp, and it's looking so risky. Once again, Milkman finds it. This time the Tofu Fortress and Zay forever. He has to just win this right here, and it just goes right past the Atlas. The Atlas dies as well. HMG pulling it out when we thought they had lost it the most.
I mean, Josh with an absolutely insane Rose Warp. I mean, he's been doing them all game long, but that one, Rose Warp into Soren angle with the red core, was absolutely perfect. If I don't see a clip on that one, I'm going to be very sad. But what a move that was. And of course, HMG does lose barrier off the first part of that play. Dog still in the fight on this one. Josh low on health picks up an orb, and we do see, you know, the core flip used from Josh just to survive. And we see another barrier going down. Zay forever taking a little bit of damage as well, but it's just not finding the kills on the Vice. It's not finding exactly what Dog needs. So even though, yeah, their advantage right now, it doesn't feel like it. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of saw what Nikki was going for, right? She was just waiting for Zay to get in the corner, just holding all her abilities, sitting on top of him, and just face rolls. And when you're Erasmus in the corner trying to do offense, well, you're just going to find the kill. And very well played by the Dogs there. Twisty is now also fully stacked up, so she is just going to be running around so fast.
Yeah, and we also have 2 prize fighter stacks on the Vice now, so that's a ton of damage going to be coming out from all of these abilities. We see Twisty low on health, but is going to live for now. Weston using ult a little bit too early there. Was just trying to get the save, but is not going to get the heal off of it. That's a lot of damage onto Zay from Nikki Minilin here. Potentially looking for a supernova pretty soon as well. There's too much energy to speak of there. Josh almost dying just to the primary from Twisty there. Rose Warp actually to follow. Great somersault, but a great dodge as well from Twisty means that he's going to live for a little bit longer on this Kazan pick here, as the barrier just barely goes down off that angle. We have the Tofu Fortress coming out as well, and Zay evaded way too early. Nikki Minilin and Twisting hunting for blood against this Erasmus that has been just doing so well at living, doing so well at just getting the core around. But now Zay back at full HP. Twisty, and unfortunately Weston not able to save the barrier with the core flip there, but it goes up to Twisty and she puts it into the net. Milkman not large enough for that one.
Yeah, misplay there out by Zay, as I think even if he did go for the strike that goes and doesn't go through the portal, Weston can probably still send it through, but it would still be slightly better than what happened there, so really wanting to see a little more out by HMG, but once again, Twisty very fully stacked. She is going to be so fast. First barrier already falling, and I think Dogs are pretty poised to take us to set 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential here for the Dogs to come back in this. Of course, we have the stacks on the Kazan fully stacked. We have the stacks on the Vice getting stacked. We have a little bit of damage there on Zay, who no longer has any energy, and I'm seeing a kill coming in. The kill flip from Twisty executes Zay forever on that one. A double barrier as well found by Twisty. Weston playing up as well, pass up Nikki Minilin down into the Kazan, and down almost. There goes the Dubu. Another stack for the Vice. Another 2 stacks make it fully stacked on the Vice. Rasmus back on the field here. Kazan looking for the pass here from the portal, and will find the hook, forcing out the flip from Josh. That's all of the resources burned from the side of HMG, but Dubu's now back on the field. Can Nikki Minilin find it through? No. Zay does get the interrupt. It's Twisty down at the bottom here, and that's another kill onto the Dubu. The stacking on the Vice is complete. She can just kill people.
Yeah, I mean, Dubu had that Tofu Fortress coming up, but he was stuck in the middle of the animation, so Nikki Minilin, she's able to just collect the power chord kill, and she is rewarded for it. Curious to see what she picks up. The specialized training, a good reward, but oh, you have to deny that team player. Team player is just too good on an open map like Gates of Obscura.
It is way too good to just let it drop. There is a case to be made for just saying screw it and just going full damage, just saying, yeah, you can't use team player if you're not alive, but definitely agree with the pickup there. Peak performance on the Kazan, not very much damage, but is a lot of survivability and speed, which also contributes to that. So this is going to be a very fast Kazan, and we're going to see kind of a David versus Goliath, as we have the tiny, very fast Kazan versus a Milkman the size of the universe.
Yeah, but look at the damage that was also picked up this draft for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, right? The spec training on the Rasmus, but most importantly, you get the Deadeye on this Estelle. So now this Estelle is actually going to start hurting when she gets a lot of these hard hits from far away. And Dubu also picking up the spec training is so big. You get so many more ults, which means you have to deal with so many less random plays, quote unquote, by the Dogs there. And now the second barrier falling for both sides, a little awkward. nearly slips on in, and oh my god, the Spec Training just able to pull Twisty completely across the map. A good Celestial intervention by Weston means that she's able to live a little longer.
Yeah, great secondary as well, and that's going to be the Rasmus going off the field.
That's
I think
one.
Vice contributed to that one, so that's another stack for the side of, or for the Vice here. The backwards Super Fortress really nice, but doesn't cover the top, and Twisty puts it in there. Dog is on a lot of momentum here, looking to take down HMG.
Yeah, somehow that gets through. I just feel like in that situation, it really shouldn't, especially if you commit the wall there. You should be able to deal with that top side, and now Nikki just charging that Supernova, but the Tofu Fortress there to completely shut it out. And now Zay Forever needs to be a little bit careful. The way Nikki's posturing, she is absolutely looking for a kill, something like a power chord flip, or, you know, anything in terms of this damage. And now Josh, he's the one looking very low. And Nikki, she just wants to stack more prize fighter, but Josh, he's answering back with a good amount of damage himself. Pass up to Zay Forever. That's the first barrier taken. Now Josh is sitting in the middle of nowhere, just trying to live as best he can. Another prize fighter stack for Nikki, and she continues to be stacking.
Yeah, great kill flip angle on that one. Josh trying to run to the corner, doing anything to live, but not able to do so. Twisty low on health, though. Potential kill angle here for HMG if they can turn things around, but not going to quite go in. Josh trying to take Nikki Middle out, reset those stacks back down to 1. Very close here, and I don't believe there's an ult on Atlas just yet, and that's going to be the Vice going down. Reset back to 1 stack. Still has the 1 at least, isn't a full down to 0 reset, but we do see the piercing shot employed there, not going to get connection there. Weston got a really great clear down to the bottom of the primary from Twisty, buys a lot of time here. Milkman with a great clear, but better by Twisty, just going straight through there. The expanse as well from Weston, answering the disrespect on the direct core flip there, as Pendulum Swing sends it through. Well played by Josh and Save Forever just to get it in the forward position and send it in the middle.
Yeah, and I think for Dog, the saddest part about that was actually the sour spot Pendulum. It's the slowest it could have gone, and unfortunately it just slid barely right on through them. Now, one thing I do want to call is pretty much no one in this game has any sort of meaningful energy amount outside of Josh. So a lot of the damage that's going to come out on this next point is really going to stick. And now Milkman a little bit over pushed there. It does lose 1 barrier, but we'll have to see if Dog can convert more.
Yeah, do see Josh employing the piercing shot there, not quite able to get the barrier. That's going to be a kill found onto Josh there. Another stack for Nikki Middle, and the process resets once again. As we see Zay Forever, though, putting in the work in this power play, fighting back, getting a barrier to respond to the earlier one that was taken, almost getting another one there. Great ash prediction, though, from Weston. Will shut that down. Piercing shot employed, not going to be able to get the barrier there, not going to buy too much time. Crooked leverage from Twisty, gets it away. Tofu Fortress, Pendulum Swing as well, Whiplash. So many abilities used, though. Supernova comes out as well, does a ton of damage, as Zay Forever also went a little too early, and the power chord executes the Estelle. Thunderstrike as well comes down as Nikki Middle in 3 stacks on the Vice, has a core flip dribbling in front of the net there, and is just going to send it straight on through their power chord behind just for good measure.
Yeah, akin to how the previous point was, this one a little faster than the last one. Nikki Middleton finding her angle through as Dog Slayer's looking pretty good here. And once again, Nikki, she's back up to 3 prize fire stacks. Twisty, full stacks on stacks. She's going to be so fast. But they're just trying to get this kill onto Twisty as best as they can, but she's just not letting them.
A bit of a Dubu particle accelerator moment on that one, as it just goes straight through, phasing quantum physics style. As Zay Forever trying to run from the Vice, from the Twisty. Supernova is there as well. Unfortunately, Twisty's ult not quite able to find the connection there, but Weston does strike shot Zay Forever away just to get that orb, prevent the healing there. Does pick up the midfield orb there. Does also employ the Death Touch. Great Crystal Thorns from Josh means that the barrier is going to fall here, and we see the kill onto the Atlas, the goal from the Rasmus, and I mean, it might be a set 5.5.
Yeah, it very well could be a set 5.5, and it definitely is. Atlas falling there, crucially for the side of Dog. It's not either of their members who had stacking awakenings, so there is at least that. But the Atlas going down there, that does mean there is a little bit of energy they lose, and now Josh teleporting onto this top side, wanting to continue on offense there. A little worried, just opts to flip there early. I think that's very respectable, but now doesn't have it for the next series of damage that will likely be coming out onto him. Now Zay Forever playing this bottom side, a lot of damage onto him, and I'm a little worried for his health at this point.
Yeah, also employed the Death Touch there to do a little bit of damage, but Twisty and Nikki Middleton taking a ton of damage here. Supernova comes out. Great dodge from Nikki Middleton, is able to save the life there and prevent losing the stacks there. Zephyr taking a little bit of damage once again. Twisty and Nikki both a little bit more healed on this one. Topher just comes out, going to red quarter around, but Weston to clear down to the bottom. Whiplash from Zephyr Ever is not going to go through. The great defense there. Great layering of strikes from Nikki and Weston on that one. Rose Orb comes out as well. Pendulum Swing secures one barrier here. The first of this point, as we almost approach overtime with a single barrier going down. Piercing Shot doesn't get it through. Pass up to Zay Forever does not either. There's a Whiplash Pendulum Swing this time isn't going to find the connection, but the strike will down there. And this could be it. HMG could take the entire series if they just score this one last goal. And the Piercing Shot stuns up Weston. It goes through, and Zay Forever scores the final goal. HMG finally securing this one, Dog playing very well, but just not able to in the end.
Yeah, and Heavy Metal Gundam, they managed to pull out on top. It was looking so good for the Dogs. They had everything stacking. And unfortunately for them, a crucial hit stun there found by Josh ends it all. And a 31-minute game to cap the end of this series. That's a crazy one.
Yeah, really well played to all of the members in this game. I mean, so many incredible plays from every single person. It's so many different moments, so many clips. I'm sure there's at least 3 clips from every single player in this lobby. Just really well played. But in the end, as I always say, it's a game of orbs, and Milkman had 52 of them. Nothing more can be said.
Yeah. And hey, with that in mind, I'm very happy for both these teams. Unfortunately for Dog, they do fall down to 0-2, joining Polar Vortex there. And Heavy Metal Gundam, they're now up to 1-1. They're sitting in the middle of the pack with, I think, 5 other teams at the end of today. And I think their next week, or one of their future weeks, is going to be Polar Vortex, is sitting at 0-2. So I'm curious to see how both of these teams shape out for the rest of the season, because they're both teams that were playing in these, like in NASA and NAST previous seasons, and have finally got their shot at nasl.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of phenomenal play from both these teams, both being shut out and shutting down their opponents at different times. I think if they just refine it a little bit more, then I think we can definitely see these teams in the playoffs playing really well, playing among the best of the teams in the league. And I think that they showcased a lot of good stuff today. A little bit rough around the edges at times, a couple of mistakes here, a couple of frangles there. But they are playing pretty well, playing a lot better than I can, playing a lot better than a lot of us can. And I think if they just keep getting better, keep improving, and throughout the course of the league, we'll be able to see that week to week. I'm really looking forward to seeing these teams.
Yeah, but this week is not over just yet. We do have one final game today. We have the Sad Boys versus Return to Form, one of which is actually going to end this week at 2-0 alongside the Rat Pack. So everyone stick around. Don't go anywhere. AJ, anything you want to say before we hop off?
It's been a pleasure. See y'all around.
See ya. Point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
'Hello, everyone, and we are back. I'm back from my games from earlier, but here we are going into the last game of the day. We have Sad Boys versus Return to Form, and I'm just throwing it out there before we go into anything else. Exo Mega Strikers has made it through draft. What are we thinking about this, Big Tilt?
In this current game stat, it really seems that X is pick man, and it's very surprising that Sad Boys be able to pick them up. As we come into this game right here, time is creator, rampage start, and you have a really unconventional pick with the Dubu midfield from coming out from Balloon.
Yeah, Dubu midfield is a pick that a couple players have experimented in the past, mainly the main two being Carmine Uniclear and Gret from Bozo Bunch. But outside of those two, not really a pick we've seen many people pick. And now we're going into this game, and Bells is able to start a strong offense game in the corner, going Bond, keep getting it back, and a great bell ringer from Bells is able to not quite find a barrier, and neither is that's from Kainu.
It seems like the midfielder, the normal midfielder here for RTF, Hungry Boy, is not in play. Maloon subbing in here, and it's really up to Maloon to really fill the gap that is Hungry Boy, because Hungry Boy is basically the core of the team, and Maloon gets taken out really quickly. First point going to Sad Boys.
Yeah, there is the one downside to do midfield. Not a pick that really contributes to the damage stack at all. It can be very easy to just kind of run him down. And when you've got Amy, you've got X, Sad Boys is looking mighty comfortable just hitting this hamster, and they're looking so comfortable with the double barrier. Vaughn running in with the eject and just strike plus barrage. It's just too hard to defend for Rasmus, who doesn't really have any great defensive abilities, just let out at a moment's notice.
It's really tough for this Dubu midfield to get anything started. If they don't keep the control, keep the possession. Because Dubu, I think you said, Drop, the damage game is really hard against Dubu. Like, you can really fight back, and especially with the Zentaro, who's on Vicious Vambrace, everyone is exploding over here.
Yeah, both Kainu are looking really low, and Leon just got staggered immediately. But a great passing play from the entire team of Sad Boys is able to get both barriers down. Vaughn currently backing up, and like we said, Dubu looking so hard to run right now is able to force to kind of stand away from the corner of play, just like wheeling around in the middle. And when you've got Kai, one of the best hitters at kill confirming in the game, I don't expect to see Bloom stay alive for that much longer, but Vaughn barely missing the barrage and Moffin Curry holding it down in the meantime means that RTF gets a little bit of room to breathe, but it's looking like that Vaughn's just holding down this barrier for too long.
If you hit the backline with Kainu, Vaughn, you can really play it slow, play with confidence, because these are very seasoned players. 2 MVPs on the same team. It's like the high salary cap team. You never expect these 2 players to team together, and it's showing that their prowess. They're playing with confidence, playing with togetherness, and it looks like Bells here will seal the deal here with all this pressure he's putting on.
Super scary offense from Bells, but Moffin Curry just holding it down, forces Ben to flip, but this guy just does not care. Bell's looking for a great back pass, but Vaughn actually, unfortunately, misplaying with the eject. Barely not able to save the barrier. Bloom popping the flip, goes for the pass to Leon. Not able to find it in a great roll, but even better evade from Vaughn means that the core is able to move it up the field. Bloom getting run down, being run away from the turret, but a beautiful little Tofu fortress to hold down the point just a little bit longer. Kind of moving up with this flip. Zentaro ult to hold it down. There's the defense from Leon, one of the best brawlers in the net, but it is still Bloom to fall. And Vaughn... It's barely defending the flip from Leon. Bell's just moving in, but just nothing is being found at this point, despite all the resources being spent.
And Bell's here coming in with the flip. And it's really up to him to seal a deal here. core flip. This is the really win condition that Sad Boys needs to do. Not set point, so they really have to save all their resources for the scoring toy. Baits out the whiplash, baits out the pendulum swing, baits out every cooldown here from Muffin Koi. And now good kill here for on the Leo Leon on the Zentaro, and now power play here for Sad Boys.
I feel like Sad Boys has been in control for so long. Every time the ball has been able to. Sad Boys in control, sending the ball into their own net, spending Vaughn's entire kit to set that up. And return to form might have just caught the biggest break of this week. So I'm hoping to see that they can still pull through the set.
It doesn't look like they need to pull through because Bell's kind of the duo here, pulling all the stops to get the score up the field, get the final point, and it's looking really good.
Looking very good indeed, but what's not is the health bars for a lot of players in this lobby. Muffin not able to actually quite find the kill confirm on Bells, but there still is Zentaro in the lobby. One of the best characters kill confirm in the game, but Kainoob just completely taking over the point. Cyber swiping in with the flip, taking Muffin Corey off the map while also securing not only the entire set, but an MVP first pick for himself. And we've got a lot of strong awakenings on the board. What do you think that they're going to be picking, McDill?
Ice Fighter, Bulk Up, 1-2, all these damage awakenings, just the further snowball the damage comp that XID can really put on, especially against Zentaro. Zentaro is lowest HP brawler, can't really fight back. Well, you can, but the lower stagger really lends him to be blown up really quickly.
But I will say a fun statistic that I checked earlier today, that Bulk Up is the most picked awakening in the North American Strikers League. Yeah, shocker. You get damage, you get survivability, and it's just really, really hard to justify not picking it. And I cannot believe that Bulk Up, X's best awakening, arguably the best awakening in the game, made it to, I believe, a pick 5X. I want to say that this was a major misdraft, but there are a couple notable things that a lot of players have picked up. Vaughn's on the glass cannon, another extremely strong awakening. Kainoob picked up the quick strikes, and he's one of the best quick strikers to ever do it. But from the side of return to form, I just don't know if the picks that we went for is it worth letting Bells, one of the best X players as well, to get this disturbing, broken-ass awakening. I don't know.
No, there's so much damage in the draft. They're like worried about, oh, if I let this awakening get through, I have to worry about the other one. And they're put in a really precarious predicament because they drafted Dubu Zentaro on CTC. So they're basically digging their hole, digging their grave here.
They but fight back from the grave they are with a beautiful flip back from Leo Leon, managing to secure the second barrier, and a great little play off the bounce house, keeping it out of the hands of both Vaughn and Kainoob. That little interaction there, managing to secure the first point of the set. And even though 1-2 punch, I don't believe the damage of it is going to be that valuable this game. We have Erasmus who does do a lot of damage, or a good chunk of damage, especially with the Powerhouse Pauldrons, but it's just Dubu is just not enough to keep the thing going. And when you have to defend in this corner for so long, you get hit by so many abilities that X is able to put it in. Bell's moving up with the primary, knocking everyone out of the way and securing the end of this point with a beautiful flip to smack it right in.
And the backline of Vaughn Kainoob, again, 2 MVPs, both positions, midfield and goalie. They're really confident in Vaughn getting caught lacking with the Dubu roll. They can really flex between the offenses with Bells. Bells can push up with Kainoob, and then with the eject, Vaughn can push up with the Kai speed, with the barrage, with all the resources they have. Leo Leon, best brawler, getting it done, baiting the flip from Kainoob, securing the second point for their team.
I wouldn't call that bait. I'd actually classify that as gap, with Leo Leon setting up himself to get the orb and actually take the last strike against Kainoob. Him just not being ready clearly was not there for trivia today, where we learned that the orb does give you 125% size. Hashtag facts. But going into this point, Kainoob is just looking a little low, got kind of blown up earlier, but there's not really anything scary left from the side of return to form. They are able to get the ball up the field. Leo Leon looking for a strike war, spending the Zentaro ultimate to get it up, but Muffin was just nothing was found, and Muffin is forced to play the 1v2, which he's just not able to defend as the Rasmus. But Leo Leon is currently on fire, looking for the pass back up to Bloom, but it's just not quite enough, and it's looking like we're returning to a bit of a neutral state in regards to this point. Okay, I lied. My bad.
Kainoob slots it in on the bottom side, even it up. Emo's flying left and right, and it's really up to Muffin Koi to lock it down. The Kazan got banned from away from them, but Rasmus is a really confident pick. They can hold it down. They're on Dallas, so that they can ping abuse. This guy is not going to get reaction checked.
Yeah, I will say one thing. What's really important here is giving Leo Leon like as many opportunities as possible to make a little bit of that Leo magic happen. We've seen it happen in actually a lot of these points. I believe about 3 of them now, where Leo was just able to find like 1 or 2 really good interactions, push them really hard, getting like usually multiple barriers in one go, and just off his single interaction. So I would actually like to see if Loom could play a little bit further back, put these Dubu defensive abilities to the test to try and hold this corner as long as possible. But the damage is just too high from the Sad Boys. 2 flips being popped, multiple ultimates, and Kainu just keeping it away from Leo Leon, dribbling right in his face and getting the pass off to Bell, securing the second set. And the damage is just scaling a little bit too hard for Dubu midfield to keep up this game.
Unfortunately, Dubu is the second pick here, so they have to draft damage awakening from X, like the spec training, heavy impact, explosive entrance, and they just have to pick the litter. Zentaro is basically going to get left with the scraps here.
Yeah, and on top of that, Zentaro losing out on both explosive entrance and heavy impact is a major blow. And on top of that, the Giga Goat Vaudo Mega Strikers has picked up Specialized. And I'm not a believer in Orb Dancer myself, but I think there is something to look out for from the RTF draft. Moff and Koei might be the team player of all time. Not on the Kazan right now, so we get free red core like from anything. However, once the overtime hits, this team player, Moffin, is such a good player at finding passes with it, just looking for those small openings, just kind of thread the needle between players, that if they can make these points go long enough, which I think we can with the Dubu pick, we are going to be able to see a lot of team player come out from Moff and Koei.
When you say about keeping those points long enough, oh my gosh, big double barrier. They're going to get out damaged by the XIME. If the points go so long, they stack so many cooldowns where the Dubu is going to be pushed back, they're going to be pushed low, and then Vaughn can push up with the barrage. Bells can do X things, double flip coming up, and this is basically it. Oh, never mind.
No, it's not quite it, but let's be honest. None of us see this point going that much longer. With Bells currently taking so many players off the map, Moff and Koei is so low, and Vaughn and Kainu are sitting on so many abilities right now. And there it is, the kit dump from Kainu, popping the Cyber Swipe and Glitch Pop to push Moff and Koei into net. Not only taking the point, but there's not a single Rampage stack left or on the... Oh wait, I don't even know if they got a barrier or not. But it doesn't matter. Moff and Koei went down to the damage at that point.
This is looking really dire here for RTF. Ooh, double flip. Oh, get both barriers. Leo Leon making the magic happen. And pushing up.
There's a beautiful little play from Leo Leon there. Moffin looking to accelerate the core up the field with the red core. Bloom actually taking a lot of very strong strike force here, but Bells is able to find the ball up to the upside. And the offense of both Kainu and Bell is just a little too much. With no one else left to help Moffin defend, he's forced to just play the 2v1, and neither of these nasl champions are people that you really want to be forced to play just from the disadvantaged spot from.
Yeah. It's really looking down here. Both barriers down, Bell's coming up with flip, kind of keeping possession here. Ping pong with the corner offense. Both flips though from Maluma and Leo Leon. If they make a hero play with the flips, oh, one is gone. Leo Leon steals the other one, but it might not matter here with Bells.
I will say good flip from Leo Leon coming out, but another kill found out from Bells, just barely able to find it with the secondary into flip. Bloom being hit so much as well, but it doesn't matter. Leo Leon is not able to keep the ball away from Vaughn, and a beautiful pass up to the top side means that Sad Boys are able to secure a devastating 3-0 win in the first game.
Yeah, I felt like that game was, I won't say basically lost, but pretty much lost from draft. X got let first pick, and then the backline of Rasmus Dubu was not going to hold long enough against Aimee and X. X is too strong, and Dubu, even though he's a very strong character, I wouldn't say he's too strong in the midfield position.
I will say, I do think that there was an angle for Dubu midfield to be picked. It was a side start, and it was a double barrier map. On top of that, Clarion is known for a lot of its variants being pretty heavily favored as a lane map. which means that's a map I think Dubu midfield can get value on, but I just believe there's a little bit of too much dissonance between Dubu and Zentaro. Zentaro being a character that you want to take a lot of interactions and fast, just kind of keep the enemy team on their toes, mix them up as much as possible. While Dubu is someone who kind of wants to stay in that lane, keep the ball in one spot, and just kind of lock it down, like the Wumpus defend emote. But Zentaro and Dubu just are not sharing the same game plan, and on top of that, Dubu would not be able to fight back against the damage. I just think that Sad Boys had a complete draft gap during in that game.
Yeah, that was stellar performance on each of them. Kainu, Von Bell is playing together as usual, as always. And going to the second game, what do you think RTF can do to make adjustments here?
Okay, well, we're gonna have side, which means that we get to pick Ban X. Woohoo! This patch is so good. Unfortunately, Sad Boys, I know, are likely not going to fall victim to letting X go through. Vaughn knows we've had a lot of these scrims where, yeah, we do just see X win. I'm really hoping that X doesn't go through and pick up another nasl victory so that my character doesn't get nerfed. Score. But I would like to see actually Asher come out. Asher is a character that has been seeing a bit more presence recently, but I think especially into this game right now, I think Asher would have been a beautiful fit on this team. And over Zentaro, she can look for the dash punches as Dubu's holding the lane. And on top of that, if they can ever get up their little double creation combo in the corner, yeah, good luck saving that.
Yeah, I think it's up to Leo, Leon, and Malum to really get their game plans like together. Like they had two different playstyles they wanted to play in that last game with Zentaro and Dubu, but I feel like they're the type of players where okay, we realized that this didn't really work, so we're either gonna go to Leo Leon's playstyle, which is the 1v1 style where you just feed Leon the ball every single time and he'll probably put it in, or we play for the collapsing playstyle where if you play towards like a dual pick or you just stuff in the corner and make magic happen in that bottom side. But it's really up to those two to really just come together.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, I also would like to see a little bit of damage coming out from Return to Form. Not having Hungry Boy in the midfield means that we are losing out on our main picks, Amy, Vice, two characters that blow people up. So I would really like to see Bloom just kind of opt into place for something that both his teammates are very comfortable with. It should be a really easy slot in because playing with Moffat and Leo, it should be really easy for damage. Leo is always a fan of just beat someone up, especially if he's on the X or Zentaro. Two characters really good at just kind of spending their abilities to finish people off. And honestly, just a character that can doesn't even have to be someone that does damage. It doesn't have to be like an artillery someone. It could just be a character that gets a lot of value from the enemy team forced to give space. Like Kai midfield, I think actually is a really good slot in for damage because your teammates can spend their abilities on damage, get someone low, and then Kai just gets to run them down with the rest of his speed or find a kill with his barrage and ultimates. But we'll see what we got going into our second game, which I believe our map is no idea. I'm gonna be for real.
I just gotta wait for that. Oh, you see it? It's RTF's pick. It's Demon Diaz. So another damage map that will come out for both of them. Both teams are pick damage, and a lot of these big character picks for the first pick, X, Finny, as we saw from the previous game with Bomber. They had Finny and they got Timeless Manu, and then they instantly won the game against Demon Time. So.
And going into draft now, RTF is banning out the Vice, which when you know a Hungry Boy on the team, that's a good thing to see. I know the Sad Boys have been really looking to kind of blow people up, of course, with the X Amy from last game. But Boys actually opting to ban the Kazan. We do see it on the Primetime, and everyone knows that Primetime Kazan is one of the most miserable brawlers to defend against in the game. So I do understand the Kazan ban coming out, but hey, guess who gets to run the X this time? It's RTF. Woohoo!
Pick 2 is still coming out for Side Boys. I wonder what the goalie pick will be here. Probably Finny. Vaughn will definitely play the Finny here. It's a cast last start as well, so the big finish can really allow them to get these easy barriers and convert to easy goals.
Or let's be fair, dude. We're not going to cast last Finny. Prime time.
Really? A prime time?
Dude, it's
I guess so.
time.
I guess so.
You ever have to play X into a prime time Finny, man? That
Um,
blows. It blows. You just get she throws her little card at you. She smacks you in the face, and you just lose possession. And that card is like absolutely nothing cooldown. And now you just never have really good opportunities to take it. So I'm really glad that Vaughn did see it, picks up the Finny, and our Bells is kind of left picking literally anything he wants. Estelle
Yeah.
Finney is an extremely strong backline. That they two just do so much damage, have a lot of presence on the map with their long range abilities. And if Bells can kind of just dictate draft whoever he wants. He can pick a character to look for finishing KOs like Julie, or we can lock something like the Zentaro and just kind of run them over, just like throw so many hitboxes at them that they can't keep up with it anymore.
Yeah. Rasmus now coming in for the backline for RTF. No more Dubu. Dubu's getting put in the backline. And like you said, Zentaro getting the last pick here for the Sad Boys. And I'm really favoring the draft here for Red Side.
Yeah, we did get okay. You know what? I am gonna put a little bit of weight on this X. I think RTF's draft is slightly better because we got X. Wow, shocker.
Yeah.
But the very least, I think that boys have way stronger primetime users. Having to defend against the Estelle, Finny, and Zatara primaries constantly could be something extremely hard to deal with, especially when you're not on a defensive goalie who has tools to easily shut that down, like Atlas, Moffin, of course, going on one of his signature picks, the Rasmus, after Finny's denied away. But of course, Rasmus primetime, no slouch either. Both sides, this is going to be an extremely bloody game for sure going into this, with X just kind of always hitting people. Now and Rasmus are usually constantly hitting someone with their abilities as they hit the core as well. And of course, I mean, this damage comp from Sad Boys is one of the first things that come to mind when you do think damage.
Yeah. It's the now from Illum here. Really kind of supplement healing. But I don't think it's gonna matter because it's a prime time start, really leading into the damage game. So I want to hope RTF has their wiggles on.
And something to note going into this game, both brawlers have actually opted to pick Vamp Braces. Thank God, I believe it's correct for both of them. When there's so many cooldowns on the board and there's so many characters in this lobby that just love to hit both you and the core, Vamp Braces is going to be extremely important, but as we can see, the two people without Vamp Braces, Vaughn and Kainoob, are already being completely run down by Leon with Prime Time. There's so much damage coming out, and especially when Axe can hit so many people with his primaries, this Vamp Braces is going to make him so hard to kill that it could just be a timer for everyone in the game except the brawlers, since they're always going to be able to heal up to full Vamp Brace.
Yeah. It's basically, the game plan is hit the midfielder. And it's gonna be the midfielders have
yeah, magic, as they say.
Oh, Malum, like I said, is taken out by Bells, and power play here for Sad Boys. 2 flips come up as well. They can play it slow, keep it contained, and supplement the goal. Core flip coming out from Moff and Corey. Bells lurking up, coming up with the ball, dribbling here, strikes, but cannot react to strike Moff and Corey.
And no really super strong attempts on the barrier or on the net are being taken yet. We're just kind of keeping it in the corner, throwing stuff at Moffin, but that guy's no fool. Also, he's on 20 ping, which means that any strikes trying to get around him, trying to cut it, is very close. But a beautiful strike from Leon, barely catching the ball from the back after losing it and popping the ult to catch it again. Moves it up with the flip, just pops it in their face, and able to secure the first point of this set.
I don't know how they're going to play around this energy resource management as well, because you want to use your evade so you don't get hit as the midfielder. Like, Core Flip is such a strong tool. It can secure barriers, it can secure kills. But Kainu, looking low, trying to keep the Core Flip alive. And like I said, they really need to make sure that they don't die, because once the power play comes out, it's all over.
Yeah, but Bells just had a beautiful little interaction there. Again, setting up with the Finny ult just to secure the first barrier. Not able to quite find 2. But there it is, and Taro Passive coming up at the perfect time, and Kainoob, it's now Sad Boy's turn to flip right in the face of the enemy goalie, taking it back, popping a lot of energy for this point. So it's something to note that the 2 people without Vamp Braces are energyless. If Leon wanted to, he could just, you know, walk over to them and click all his abilities, as is currently happening against Kainoob. But a good peel from Vaughn, and Kainoob actually spends the blink to get the orb, which I believe is correct. Leon flipping 4 damage, and again, Kainoob is just looking so low. It's so hard to stay alive when Leon has decided to mark you. Loom, unfortunately for Loom, even though he's getting marked, has the Estelle or the now ultimate to keep himself healthy. But a beautiful board play coming out from Bells. I'm just not quite able to find the barrier despite it.
The Sad Boys here coming up on this power play. They have to play a bit slow, kind of respawning back, and it's really up to Bells as the kill confirmer here. If they see someone low, especially Maroon, they can kill confirm, get this power play, and really help their team succeed pushing up. Let these Finny ults do their work, but it might need a little bit of awakening help to get this Finny build going.
Yeah, as you said, no cast to last is chosen for anyone, which means there's a lot of creation duration still in the pool. But a beautiful strike shot from Vaughn actually managed to save that from across the map angle. But an even better strike war from Leo Leon, holding it for so long, being both Kainoob and Vaughn out, meaning they get the first barrier. And on top of that, a lot of damage coming out. But oh, a beautiful bait from Bells, able to like spending so many abilities trying to mix this Moffin guy up. But the last strike is the only one that matters, meaning that the barrier does not go down, and it's actually open net for the side of RTF, or I guess the side of Sad Boys. And Leo Leon just not able to quite find this, spending the ult and flip.
Yeah. As Zentaro, you really want to play like these not true like checkmates, but really hoping that your goalie makes a mistake. But those checkmates here coming out from kind of double flip. Bells playing slow, getting the ball to Kainoob. Maloom does not evade the piercing shot, and that'll be second point going to Sad Boys.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much left you could do. The ball was dribbled down away from Moffin, but it was Bloom who was left to leave the Estelle 1v1, and unfortunately, no health left or energy to evade that Estelle prime. It means it just got hit in both Bloom and the ball towards the net, securing the first point. And a lot of resources being spent on Bloom again. Now, once again, resourceless. Maybe an Estelle ult somewhere in the back waiting to pop it for once our teammates get low. But when you're low on stagger, you just can't involve yourself in the offense, meaning that you can't layer. And when you have to strike in so many people getting involved in front of your face, you can't keep up. There's the now ult finally coming up, and is kind of looks for the kill, not able to quite find it while being upfield. And it's actually Kainoob who's now on the threat of going down, spends the evade, and runs all the way up back to catch the orb. And Moffin is just doing his best to keep it away from Vaughn. Finny with the core flip, on the prowl, trying to secure the set.
Vaughn's gonna be the key player here. He has the flip. He's coming up right now. Bells with the Oni's blade with the flip. Oh, you can't check this guy. He's ice cold. Oh,
but you can't jump check him. You can't drop all of his style abilities in his face. And eventually, he's going to strike one of them, and it is actually the blink from Kainoob to secure this first set. I will say, this game already looks a lot better for the side of Return to Form. Now that we can actually play damage back, we're putting a lot of pressure on Kainoob and Vaughn to kind of get the ball away from their side, because the longer it's in the corner, the more times X is going to have to just drop these primaries and farm, just pad out the damage stat before the game's over. And a lot of really good awakenings here, but unfortunately, Moff and Koei is forced to deny the timeless from Finny, which is a very, very rough hit on this draft.
Yeah, I mean, Sad Boys' draft here is very... it's basically picture perfect. You get heavy impact on Zentaro, basically his best awakening. Inner focus with a primetime slot, allowing for Finny to have more cooldowns. And Kainoob settling with the stacks, you can't complain with that. And if RTF doesn't really lean into killing the midfield here, the stacks are just going to stack up, and then these points will just end really quickly as Bells just slots it on the top side.
What you can't do when you don't have core control is kill people, and Sad Boys just kind of kept the ball exactly where they wanted. And beautiful passes coming out, secure not only the barriers, but also the last part of the set. But an even better primary from Leo Leon actually managed to score an immediate double, and Vaughn as well, taking the entire point all by himself. Of course, Moffin gave the point in the end, but a beautiful just run them down from Leo Leon. Something that we're going to see a lot more of when he accesses his full kit. He's got his ult, he's got 2 primaries. Anyone can just die. There is too much damage for him to just survive that. No one has any stagger weakness left. And more importantly, Vaughn and Kainoob, both players that should be targeted by Leo Leon pretty consistently, are on stacking awakenings. So Leo should probably be a lot more inclined to look for these kills and just take any leads they can get. Of course, Vaughn dying last set means that inner focus is going to be so much slower to stack. Probably not going to see it until possibly 0.5, although most likely 0.4. And Moffin just being able to defend as long as possible just means that nothing is able to quite be found.
As long as we don't forget the main goal, kill the midfielder. Make sure they don't get to play the game. You gotta play as lame as possible. I mean, some people aren't willing to do the lame stuff, but I'm sure these nasl teams will do anything in their power to win these games here because they're here to compete, and they're gonna do the strategies that lets them compete at the highest level and make them win. They're gonna do it.
Yeah, and some of these things are coming out now. Beautiful passive play coming out from Bloom and Leon, not able to find the right shot, looking for the dribbles, be in their face, looking so scary, but actually not quite have the tools to look for any super scary plays in their face like that. Moffin taking a very, very ego strike war against Bells, unfortunately losing the last barrier. Bloom forces spend flip to keep possession, but under a really weird angle there off the sound waves. And Leon is just not quite able to find the strike. A beautiful soaring angle coming out from Vaughn to keep this point going. But there's the team player. And on top of that, Leon finds another kill on Vaughn, which means the inner focus is just gone again. And Kainu did die earlier at this point. And it's looking like Vaughn and Kainu are both down in Awakening. Even though Moffin Kobe got forced to take kind of a dead awakening. Let's be real. Completely dead awakening in Timeless Creator. Actually just completely taking over this game.
The best draw in the game doing what they do best, taking over. It's not even. It's still set 2. X can scale even more, and I feel like Sad Boy is just it's just set 2. I think Sad Boy just have to remember the game plan: kill the midfielder.
Yeah, of course. It's kind of who can hit the midfielder first, of course. Because if you can't keep up, if your midfielder is low and theirs isn't, they're gonna be able to walk up and you're gonna be able to, and yours is gonna be forced to fall back, get an orb. But it's what is actually Bloom to stay alive and keep this point in the favor of RTF, getting 2 barriers early. That was looking for the mix on Moffin, but Moffin just does not care. And the flip, but a second primary actually coming out, and Moffin is forced to be checked again. It is now what's looked like such a good point for RTF now is complete control of the Sad Boys.
Vaughn, again, the key player here with the flip, but it doesn't matter. That's Bells. Secures the hit stun on the Moffin Koei. Even as said, it's really 2-2, and I'm really hoping that either team focuses in the midfield here, because X is unkillable, Centero has many abilities that just evade, and Leon listening to my heat, kind of looking really low here, and put out the pressure out of the power play, out of the play, and now it's up to Vaughn to push up here with the core flip again. 3 times well. He's been saving this core flip for so long, and he's gonna be a big player here. Core flip coming in, it's up to him to seal the deal.
Yeah, Bloom looking to take a strong strike with the primary. A point almost goes down, but Moffin Koei barely managing to save it with a hook. Vaughn, unfortunately, on the Finny, is able to keep the ball up, and again, just forced to strike into Estelle. Her full kit up, takes the strike, pops the ult, and Moffin Koei just does not have any abilities left to keep this going. And even though there was such a great defense coming out, you can't hold it forever. Everyone's got too many abilities coming out, and it's just such a shame for RTF to lose. That set was looking so good. Leon was finding so many kills, but eventually Kainu made his way back to full stacks and kind of took the game back over. But oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, I agree.
I agree with this. Yeah. Now the low stagger threshold for her, just low stagger in general. She really needs a stagger waking to compete with just her getting hit a lot. And I mean, Finny gets Siege Machine, and that's another big one. Put the big finish on top of the barrier, and then insta win. Well, not really insta win, but they're being put in a really good situation here.
Yeah, I agree for sure. It's just the Siege Machine is going to be so annoying to deal with. Vaughn has already been finding a lot of strong Finny ults, as you see here with Moffin barely able to strike it out, forced to take so much damage in the process. But I will say, more importantly, Bloom was the player to get bulk up this draft. And having an extra 300 or so stagger to work with is just going to be so good for now. Especially, I'm pretty sure all her healing is like % health healing. So we're kind of getting double value from bulk up secretly. And both sides are now down 1 barrier. Vaughn popping the ult early, but it ends up getting rotated all the way around. And we're now taking a little fight in the bottom side. Kind of looking for a strike to Bells. And Vaughn actually gets the flip buffered from a great punch from Leon. Full energy, pops the flip, looks to pass down to Bloom, but not quite reacting in time. Moffin looking for the rotate to the top side using his ultimate. 2 beams coming out from both Bells and Kainu, looking to kind of get crossed and looking for the strike war. And Bells is the one to find a beautiful angle, taking the second barrier, and the lineup from Kainu is not quite enough to secure this point.
What a save there from Moffin Koei, showing his prowess on the Rasmus character. And I mean, he just made the save of his life. And even on this open net, Bells with the strike. Wait, oh, never mind. Bells gets it done. Slots it between Malum and Mafukoi, and ice cold. No fear, no fear.
No fear. Damn straight. Bells and Kainu finding a perfect passing angle to find that bottom side down. And I'm just throwing it out there. To the audience who can't hold tab, Kainu's at 120 stacks, and Vaughn is at 11 CDR. And on top of that, this point is just looking so hard for Return to Form to win right now. No barriers left. We're looking low on the abilities. Leo Leon popping the ult, only managing to find one punch in the process. And it is actually X who's on the chopping block. He's looking so low, and a couple of abilities dumped means that Leon Leon will be taking, I believe, his first death of the match.
And then now you see kind of zooming around. Ooh, unfortunately. Tries to pass the Leo Leon there, but Bell's covering the pass. And now it's set point with Kainu with 150 stacks. He's been zooming around, and I know what's going to happen. Kainu, he's going to find a coin flip kill, and then RTF just instantly implodes.
Hey, I always believe in the team with X Omega Strikers. This character, we've already seen it this game, can sometimes just kind of wins points on the spot. And when you find a great double like that, it's looking like Leo Leon's trying to take control of this point. Looks for the dribble, is not able to quite find the finishing blow. And Moff Kui is kind of stalling out, waiting for his teammates to get back into the position. Loom hopping the secondary, looking to get the speed to catch this, but both Vaughn and Kainu are sitting on flip right now, which means that finding the point can be so hard, and first flip is popped. Vaughn almost losing the first point of the set, and Moffin is spending is doing his best to keep this ball away from Bells, and it's actually Bells to go down, gets baited into the Grassroots primary plus X core flip, and it is now a power play for the side of Return to Form.
Yeah. They're collapsing on this offense. Kind of, he's covering so much space here. He gets the stacks up. You basically can't get through him. He's just there, every single position, cutting every single pass, layering with Vaughn on the defense, and you literally can't get past him. If you don't have a really solid checkmate scenario, kind of just gonna be there.
Yeah, it's extremely hard for it's extremely hard for both Kainu with the stacks and Vaughn with the inner focus. But a great shot found from Loom with the team player 2X, just smacking it into the bot side with the specialized training. And Vaughn is just not quick enough on his toes, not getting the reaction primary. But Leo Leon looking for a dash punch, not able to find it as we did just spend ult to score. And Moffin is currently stuck between a rock and a hard place, eating a lot of damage, being forced to strike back into Kainu on repeat. But he is actually able to make it out with no more abilities left. If Bells can get one little good more interaction going, I believe we're going to start seeing some barriers drop.
Again, the Corvus on the side of Sad Boys, Vaughn and Kainu just procced it. They're going to play it slow here, pass the Bells, triple core flip here, and it's over. It's over.
Uh-huh.
The celebratory flip on Vaughn. And now Sad Boys will seal the deal with a 3-0 sweep, sending them, for the record, 2-0.
Yeah, the boys just spending so much time building resources, getting our prize fighter stacks, getting our stacks on stacks, and getting our inner focus up. And ending that point with a complete energy lead over RTF, burning all 3 flips in order to secure a single point to close out this series. And while RTF did look a lot better this game, a lot of actual strong, dominating points from them, and just look at the damage numbers, guys. X was with the most damage in the game, but unfortunately Rasmus and now was just not able to keep up with the onslaught that the backline of Finny, Estelle were pumping out with their primaries.
Especially with the Finny, the secondary debuff. If you coordinate with your teammates, which obviously these nasl players will do, your HP goes from 100 to 20, and now you're out of the play. Now you play back, and that allows Sad Boys who are like the wolves. The werewolves inside them. They're pouncing. They're pouncing. They're pouncing on RTF. The poor little team. As you saw at the last point, they got jumped, taken out back, triple flip, and the celebratory flip from Vaughn, just for good measure, sealed the deal.
Yeah, but it's still a great series from both sides. RTF, I now believe, sitting at 1-1, and boys sitting pretty as one of the couple teams that are currently 2-0, a very nice spot. Get an early lead on the season, only a couple more games to guarantee a nice little seat at playoffs. But guys, XX unfortunately did lose today. Tragedy. I'm pretty sure this character was like low-key 100% win rate before that, but it happens.
Yeah, I do want to say, the polarizing goalie picks. Like Dubu, as we saw from the previous game, HMG versus Dogslayer. You saw the build that Dubu character had, triple size with quick strikes. I don't know how he's gonna score on that. Like the game say is so you could pick melee goalies and like these mom boots strike shot goalies. Like I've seen a lot of strike shot. Strike shot is like super good right now. It just lets them. It's another cooldown. The strike shot has always been good, but it's another cooldown. And as long as these games, these nasl games, just end up being okay. Can I seal the deal? Can I make a checkmate? And if not, Dubu's just gonna roll on me, and then I have to fight again. Fighting against Dubu is such a pain, especially when you have someone like Milkman in the back of the net.
Man, that was a full game ago. Anyways, we will catch the. Do not leave yet because we still do have a post show in the back. So I will expect to see everyone there later. But that is the last game of the day. It will be me and Big Tilt signing off.
See ya.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Strikers League Season 7 Week 2. My name is Vaughn, once again, and I'm joined by a smattering of goalie players and one imposter. We're back after a long day's matches, and I just want to break it down, starting with the most brawler of them all, Mr. NXZD. Talk to me about your grudge match today. I'm going to be honest, it didn't live up to the hype. Can you tell me a little bit about why you looked so dominant today on the pitch?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we kind of just really figured it out, I guess. Katsune is finally back. He's his season 7 debut, of course. So game 1 a little choppy, but we figured it out really easy. And then game 2, Katsune got Luna, so we kind of won the game instantly.
And Katsune Luna. There's some crazy stat. I think last season he'd only lost on it 5 times in history out of the 30-something games he's played. So
Yeah,
obviously Pocket Pick Classic. And then the only other 2-0 team left, other than me, Rat Pack goalie Frightfully Fresh. What's been the secret to closing out the close set 5 games? How do you leverage your experience with your teammates to make sure that you can keep calm and collected and you got out to this 2-0 start?
It's all about containing the whimsy of my two teammates. That's literally all it is. It's just I need to sit down, I need to lock in, and I have to just put a leash on both of them. But legitimately, I feel like the more pressure that's on us, the more we start kind of trying to unwind what's going wrong. And when we do that, like either works out really well or catastrophically wrong. And so far it's been working out, so I'm happy about that.
Hey, W, obviously it is working out, and you've taken out 2 pretty legitimate teams. The returning teams are looking really scary, so the fact that one of the rookie teams is at the top of the standings even this early is super cool. So next, we're going to go to one of the other rookie team players. That is Mr. I'm the Milkman himself. The only player I have a 0% win rate against in nasl history, Mr. Trev. Obviously, last week was a bit of a heartbreaker for you. How'd you bounce back for this week 2 and make sure that you could secure the win even when it came down to the wire versus the Dogs?
Well, to be honest, oh, my mic's not even on. Oh, it is. I kind of just like vibed out in VCU with my friends and just like, I don't know. We watch a lot of anime, I guess. I did drink a lot of milk. I can tell you that. I need my protein.
You have to. Protein.
Real. And yeah, that's about it. Mostly just milk. Love me some milk.
Can't go wrong. Obviously, there's a secret to success. And then finally, we have Bombardiers goalie taking out. I would say most people call this an upset. However, if they were pre-show watchers, the ball knowers knew what was going down today. Not going to say who, but at least one person on the desk knew what was happening. Luke, how'd those games go? How'd you pull out the win against such an established powerhouse?
Yeah, so game 1, I got Finny on Demon, and I got Manu Timeless. So that was really strong. That pretty much just won us the game right there, pretty much. So game 1 was easy. And then game 2, it was a close game, but I locked in Dubu, and through the power of Bertram, he taught me well. I was able to make some close saves and then reverse the last set down 0-2. And yeah, we got the win for easy 2-0 right there.
That's facts. Vaughn, you just played RTF, who you lost to last season. How did it feel to win? Thanks, me. Well, last season we had a sub and we got 2-0'd, and this season they had a sub and they got 2-0'd. So it felt like a writing of the cosmos. So bang, thanks, Vaughn. No problem, me. Moving right along, guys. We're looking at week 3 next week, and I have no idea what the matchups are. All I know is I play the Bombardiers, I think. Luke, how do you feel about going into our matchup on week 3?
I don't think we play you, but
damn it,
if we do,
oh, HMG. No, it's HMG. Trevor, how do you feel about our matchup going into week 3? Take 2.
I'm really hyped about it. I'm so hyped to continue my victory streak against you. Got to give you some milk,
It's facts.
Every customer deserves
I
it.
get it.
And yeah, I'm just really hyped about it.
Hey, I'm looking forward to avenging my sound defeat from last season. Now, before we go, one thing I want to discuss on the desk is it's going to be Say Nice Things Sunday tomorrow. Could I have everyone go around and shout out a competitor that is not on their team and that they also did not play against announced today, and we're gonna start with Frightfully Fresh.
I would give a shout out to Josh. Just watching him with HMG, he navigates every game like perfectly. I don't know what else to say other than like I feel like he is like the core of that team, and he's been playing very well.
All right, W. All right, let's catapult off that. Mr. Trevor, that was your teammate shouted out. Who do you got to say nice things Sunday shout out for?
I have to personally shout out Carmine Uniclear. He's been there in the OS journey for quite a while with me. He's coached me a few times. He's always there for me when I need someone. And I don't know, he's always whimsical, and we need that in OS.
That's facts. You can never have too much whimsy. I agree. Speaking of someone who probably experiences too much whimsy from what his teammates do, especially Berserker Luna, NXZD.
Luna. Wonderful.
What player or coach, not, don't discriminate, all members of the nasl teams, what one has stood out to you?
I think Huss played like a beast today, even though he didn't manage to make it happen. I think he played really well today, especially in that Tycho game. I think he was going crazy on the KOs. I always love to see it. So good job, Huss. Keep it up. I'm down for you to see you in playoffs,
Amen. Last but not least, Luke, that was your match. Who you got for me?
I'll give a shout out to Twisty, because we played a lot, and it's kind of cool to see that we're both in nasl now. Even though she had a tough loss today, I think the dogs can come back and make a good run. So, shout out Twisty.
Hey, that's facts. And I'll shout out Ratman Rob for being RTF coach. #beast. That guy and I actually have a lot of the same opinions, so I like that dude a lot. So cool. That's it. We're gonna keep it nice and brief today. That was the nasl Season 7 Week 2 post show. A little bit of thoughts from our players that won today. And with that, I will see you later. Operation SOS is in full effect. So have a good night, and we'll see you next week. Bye. Okay.
Good stuff, fellas.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Exciting. Oh, I just knocked over my water bottle. Oh, exciting. Oh, shit, DLS. Holy shit.